Section 1 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World Story. A History of the World in Story, Song, and Art. Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 1. Palace of the Dalai Lama at Lhasa, Tibet. Photograph Frontispice. Enclosed by nature between barren deserts and the loftiest peaks of the Himalayas, and barred to commerce by the most rigorous edicts against the admission of foreigners, Tibet remained virtually unknown until the 18th century. During the last 100 years, a few daring explorers traversed the country, and in 1904 a mission from the Indian government fought its way to the mysterious city of Lhasa, to offset the dreaded influence of Russia with the court of Tibet, and to regulate trade with India. The Dalai Lama fled. He fled again a few years later when a Chinese army entered the city, returning in 1912. Lamaism, the religion of Tibet, is a corrupt form of Buddhism. The Dalai Lama, literally priest as great as the ocean, who is the supreme pontiff, is also the nominal ruler. On the death of the Dalai Lama, his soul is supposed to pass into the body of a newborn infant, who thereby becomes his successor. What child it is who thus automatically succeeds to the honor is determined by lot through strange and complicated ceremonies. It is probable, however, that the final choice is made by the ruler of China, who is overlord of Tibet. During the minority of the Dalai Lama, the authority is exercised by a regent. It is said that so many of the Dalai Lamas die mysteriously just before coming of age that the country is nearly always ruled by a regent. The palace of the Dalai Lama is an enormous fortified structure of nearly 500 rooms. It is made of stone and whitewashed. The upper half of the central part is crimson, as are also the eaves and the coping of the zigzag steps. In this building, majestic without, but dark and filthy within, live 350 lamas. Connected with it are other buildings for printing prayers, casting bronze images, manufacturing incense, and keeping cattle. Tradition says that this immense edifice was reared some 1200 years ago. This photograph of a temple, little known to Western readers, was taken by Dr. S. Chuan of Tientsin, China, who accompanied the Chinese ambassador to Lhasa. End of section 1. This recording is in the public domain. Section 2 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Publisher's Note. The scope of the world story is briefly suggested by its subtitle, A History of the World in Story, Song, and Art. It is a series of selections from the best prose literature, the most inspiring poetry, and the most striking examples of historical painting made with a view to obtaining, from these three sources, a comprehensive and reasonably complete presentation of the world's history, from the earliest recorded events to the present time. It aims to utilize the writings of the best authors and the paintings of the greatest artists to present a series of pictures, each interesting and instructive in itself, and constituting as a whole an illuminating review of the most important events of the world's history. Art is relied upon to furnish its quota of material in precisely the same manner as literature. One scene may be presented by means of the brush of a master painter, while another may be the graphic word painting of some great author. The selections are arranged in chronological order and under geographical divisions, so that the reader may begin with the oldest known civilization, that of the Oriental countries, and following the westward course of empire, see in imagination the progress of civilization and something of the manners and customs of the people of all ages and of all parts of the world. These selections represent the work of no less than 600 representative authors and 100 well-known artists. By means of a series of historical notes and editorial introductions, this vast assemblage of material is welded together into a homogeneous account of the world's history. The selection and arrangement, together with the editorial introductions and explanations, are the work of Eva March Tappan, well known as the author of many volumes of popular history and as the editor of The Children's Hour. She has devoted more than 3 years to the search for suitable material and has brought together 1,100 selections, many of them from books ordinarily inaccessible to the general reader. The final volume of the series is an outline of universal history, outlining in brief the important events and giving the names of rulers and leaders, with dates from the earliest time down to the date of publication. In addition, there are alphabetical indexes of titles and authors, and a general index of all the famous characters and events mentioned in the selections. Pains have been taken to indicate in the table of contents the sources from which the selections have been made. By this means a reference guide is provided to the world's best historical literature, and the reader is enabled to extend his study in the portions of the field found most interesting. The World's Story offers to the general reader a new and agreeable way of reviewing the history of civilization. The publishers believe that it will prove of special value to all who, for any reason, are unable to give the time to a comprehensive study of the vast literature of history, but who will be glad to get from their historical reading the same delight that one expects to derive from the reading of novels and poems. End of section 2. This recording is in the public domain. Section 3 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World's Story, Volume 1. China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 3. Introduction. Did you ever stop to consider how the average person becomes acquainted with the history of his own land? Few people, even among the most patriotic, have ever read a full and complete work on the story of their country, but yet, in some mysterious way, they have acquired a working knowledge of its annals. Something of this they gain in even the elementary schools, of course, but such knowledge of facts is quite a different matter from the feeling of friendly familiarity, of being at home in the chronicles of our motherland, that comes to most of us in greater or less degree. This is our birthright. We gain possession of it less by studying than simply by living among our own people. We hear legends, a blood-curdling narrative of an escape from the Indian tomahawk, the story of the diary of Marie Antoinette, the tale of the hiding away of some priest or cavalier, the tradition of Bishop Hatto and his tower. We read here and there an anecdote of Wellington, or Peter the Great, or Hideyoshi. We hear stories of the recent wars from the lips of veterans. The relief of Lucknow tells us something of the Indian Mutiny, John Brown's Body of the American Civil War, the Charge of the Light Brigade of the Crimea, Byron's Eve of Waterloo of the fall of Napoleon. The Idylls of the King gives us a living King Arthur. The Earl of Rochester's epitaph on Charles II is an exceedingly good characterization of the merry monarch. There are Hohenlinden and the Battle of the Baltic. Indeed, there is no end to the poems that bring the past before us in glowing colors. The daily papers are full of phrases that originated in some historical event. England expects every man to do his duty. 40 centuries are looking down upon you. Prairie schooners, 49ers, the cat-and-mouse law, the Vicar of Bray. All these arose from some episode in history. Proper names, too, are wonderfully suggestive. Why is there a Ponce de Leon hotel in Florida? How did Whitehall Street and Trafalgar Square and West Indies, Alexandria, Constantinople, Alhambra, Pittsburgh, the Theatre of Pompey, and the Avenue de Neuilly get their names? There are monuments that are history condensed. There is a lion at Lucerne, horses at St. Mark's. There is a lofty shaft on Bunker Hill, a statue of William Penn on the top of the City Hall of Philadelphia. There are monuments to Wolfe and Montcalm, to Brock, Frontenac, and Champlain, to Washington, Sir Harry Vane, Joan of Arc, Alfred the Great, Wellington, Richard the Lion-Hearted. Indeed, we can hardly walk a mile in any city without reading, in statue or column, or name of street or square or building, some chapter in local history. Our most familiar pictures are historical. Who does not know the Princes in the Tower, Charlotte Corday, The Return of the Mayflower, Queen Victoria ascending the steps of the throne, Napoleon on the Bellerophon, The Death of Nelson, Alfred in the herdsman's cottage. So it is, in these and 100 similar ways of which we take little account, that the history of our homeland comes to us. Such knowledge is necessarily incomplete and somewhat fragmentary. We do not know the exact latitude and longitude of the spot where the Constitution encountered the Guerrière. Perhaps we have even forgotten the year when the famous battle took place, but we are reasonably sure to remember that the familiar name of the first mentioned vessel was Old Ironsides, and that Holmes wrote a poem with that title. Unconsciously, we join our bits of information together, and when we read even the barest outline of our country's history, then, no matter what our homeland may be, we are sure to find these stories and pictures and songs, these memories of statues and streets and monuments and names and phrases, thronging into our minds and taking their proper places in its chronicles. The brief and uninteresting annals throb with interest in proportion as we are able to put something of our own between the lines. They become our story, and by the aid of a gleam of imagination it is almost a record of our own experiences. This is the natural method of learning history. It is the way in which we become acquainted with our friends. It is the way in which we form for ourselves the image of any person or place that we have not seen. If we would form a mental likeness of Queen Elizabeth, for instance, we must bring together her genuine devotion to England, her ability to choose great ministers, her vanity, temper, love of magnificence and gorgeousness, her neglected girlhood, her delight in flattery, her deceitfulness, and her political sagacity. These traits and many others come to our minds one by one, and with the coming of each we gain a new idea of her character, and finally form a mental image of a woman of such traits and such peculiarities. But we have only one mother country, only one life in which to grow up into the knowledge and history of a land, to learn as children her monuments and streets and her memorial phrases, to gaze upon her relics, to hear from the lips of her people the tales of events within their own recollection. Our knowledge of other lands must come chiefly through books. Macaulay says, "The effect of historical reading is analogous, in many respects, to that produced by foreign travel. The student, like the tourist, is transported into a new state of society. He sees new fashions, he hears new modes of expression. His mind is enlarged by contemplating the wide diversities of laws, of morals, and of manners. By diligent study one may, of course, learn the history of a country, but is it possible to acquire in some degree the feeling of easy familiarity with the story of a foreign land which we have with that of our own, and what means shall we employ in the attempt? First of all, we may make use of the great historical paintings of the world, each one flashing a light upon some chapter of the past. In Jerome's Pollice Verso, for instance, the scene is in the Colosseum, where the victor stands with sword in hand and foot upon the breast of his conquered adversary. The galleries are gorgeous with carvings, tapestry, brilliant costumes, beautiful women and gallant men. Some of the spectators are a little bored by the familiarity of the entertainment. Some care for nothing but the display of their own charms. The center of interest is that portion of the gallery which is occupied by the Vestal Virgins, women whose office of honor and sanctity is the care of the worship of Vesta, the goddess of the burning hearth, of the love, the quiet, the purity of the ideal home. They are robed in significant white. the richest of tapestries hang over the rail before them. The wishes of these virgins are so respected that upon their will really depends the life or death of the man who lies under the mailed heel of the victor. The conqueror stands, gazing upward for their decision. The crowds beyond the royal seats peer around to see what it shall be, and the venerated women stretch out their beautifully moulded arms, and with thumbs pointing downward, pollice verso, demand the slaughter of the man whose upraised hand pleads for mercy. This is an impressive picture of a thrilling moment. It is also a chapter in history. Here we read the bravery and fearlessness of the Romans, their inherited respect for the servants of the gods, their self-restraint and obedience to the law even in the excitement of a moral struggle, and their attainments in the arts and in appreciation of luxury and magnificence. But there is another side to the picture. Here is also the Roman cruelty, the Roman obliviousness to the sufferings of others. There are smiles and jesting, there is curiosity to learn the wishes of the virgins, but there is nowhere a gleam of pity for the man who lies writhing in agony. Here are indicated long periods of history, the history of a warlike, unfeeling, conquering race, obedient to law and of great wealth and material progress. One may even glance onward from the moment of the picture and prophesy that a nation whose fetish is law rather than justice and mercy cannot long rule the world. Companion to this is The Last Token by Gabriel Max. Here is again a bit of the arena, but now a young girl, a Christian martyr, is the Roman victim. She stands among savage leopards and hyenas, ready to spring upon her. She knows her fate and asks no mercy, but far up in the seats above, some loving friend has dropped at her feet a rose, the last token, and with one hand on the wall to balance her swaying steps, she forgets for the instant the death that lies before her, and gazes upward to the face of the friend whose love will help her to meet the horrors of the next moment. Here too is history and also prophecy. A new element has entered into Roman life. Spiritual courage, rather than physical, is winning admiration. The leaven of sympathy for pain and suffering is working in the pitiless Roman character. This, too, is not only a vivid painting, but a chapter of history. There is a vast amount of history in songs and poems. He who writes the songs of a nation rules the nation, is an old saying. But is it not nearer the truth to say that the song is the heart of the people, their wishes and their resolutions, the thoughts of the many put into the words of the one? Such songs as The Watch on the Rhine, the Marseillaise, God Save the King, My Country, 'Tis of Thee, Man of Harlech, Hale's marching song of Stark's men, Burns' Bruce at Bannockburn, Browning's Song of the Cavaliers, do not portray events, but they do arouse the spirit which brought them into being. And thus, by a most delicate but most irresistible method, they teach history by bringing us into the spirit of the circumstances which inspired their writers. The more descriptive poems, such as Chevy Chase, Macaulay's Battle of Naseby, Scott's Bonnie Dundee, The Star-Spangled Banner, Drayton's Agincourt, Byron's Destruction of Sennacherib, Macaulay's Horatius at the Bridge, may not indeed have the minute and mechanical accuracy of a photograph, but they vivify the action, they so arouse the imagination that we almost feel ourselves a part of the event. This, too, is history, and it is in reality far nearer original sources than some of the contemporary and uninspired accounts, accurate in every detail though they be, which form the body to perfection, but forget to add the spirit. Historical paintings and poems, however, are limited in number. Not every episode in the history of a country appeals to the painter, neither does it to the poet, but the storyteller is ever at hand. If a tale is worth narrating, there is always someone eager to tell it. Usually there are many, and we may choose among numerous versions. The well-written historical story, whether it stands alone or whether it comes from the heart of some ponderous publication of many volumes, takes time to linger, to describe, to picture, to trace the details that make for vividness, that give a conviction of truth. It is to narrative, then, that we must turn for our most unfailing help in trying to win familiarity with the chronicles of other countries. We must search not only for thrilling tales of battles and conspicuous deeds of heroism, but for the simple annals of the masses of the people. Moreover, what were looked upon at the time of their occurrence as important events are not invariably those which time has proved to be of the utmost significance. In the middle of the 15th century, the coronation of Frederick III at Rome would have seemed of far more significance than the fact that an unknown workman should be experimenting in an obscure little shop on an invention which must have struck the copyists of the monastery bookrooms as trivial and unnecessary. Nevertheless, the occupation of the copyist is long since vanished, and no one remembers much about Frederick III, but Gutenberg's printing has revolutionized the world. But the history of a country is by no means made up of events, even such important ones as the invention of printing. What people thought of the occurrences of their own day is always interesting, and does much to bring us into the spirit of the times in which they lived. Stray sentences from letters are pictures and chapters of history together. After Cabot returned to England from his discoveries in America, the Venetian ambassador wrote home, "Honors are heaped upon Cabot. He is called Grand Admiral. He is dressed in silk, and the English run after him like madmen." Could anything make one feel more like a spectator than this one sentence, with its slight disdain of the English enthusiasm, and possibly a bit of patriotic jealousy of the fortunate country under whose auspices Cabot had set sail? There are two classes of historical narrations, both of which may well find a place in conveying knowledge of the past. They may either be made up of facts alone, or they may cast about those facts that richness and glow of the imagination which make yesterday seem like today. The first class of stories may, indeed, hardly differ from an account or description, save that they, as far as possible, tell the tale of some distinct episode, and have a definite beginning, middle, and end. Both must be interesting, vivid, and correct. Both must be true to the known facts. But the second has the opportunity to picture not only a special event, but also the human feelings circling around that event, and therefore may be true in a wider sense than the first. For instance, the heroine of Quo Vadis, the beautiful Ligia, never existed, neither did her gigantic protector, the powerful Ursus, but both are drawn in accordance with what such persons were likely to be in those times. Their pathetic experiences and thrilling adventures are such things as did occur. Therefore this portrayal is as true as a list of dates, but it is broadly, humanly true. It is history, but it is history made vivid by the author's dramatic presentation and skillful drawing of character. Even in folklore and fable there is truth in plenty, and no history can safely overlook them and the facts that they suggest. Emerson says, "The beautiful fables of the Greeks are universal verities." The fairy tales of the little brown gnomes of England, for instance, who hid themselves in holes by day, and who were in constant dread of the touch of iron, may well suggest the men of the Stone Age, and their fear of those who had learned to work in metals. The truth of this sort of story rests less upon what it tells than upon what it indicates. For instance, it is quite possible that King Arthur never had a round table. Perhaps there never was any King Arthur. But the tales of his prowess and that of his knights indicate faithfully the stubborn resistance of the Britons to the conquering Saxons. In like manner it may well be that there never was any living, tangible Robin Hood, but the legends of his seizing from the rich and bestowing upon the poor typify the restlessness of his supposed times, and the vague feeling of the masses of the people that he who possessed a shilling was necessarily the oppressor of him who possessed none. The impossible exploits of the Cid are not in themselves facts, but they make vivid in most picturesque fashion the sort of man who was a hero to the Spaniards of the 11th century. History takes all knowledge to be its province. The physical geography of a country is an important part of its story, That of Greece, for example, was such as to shut in, by ranges of mountains, little groups of people, each in its separate valley, and forbid the ease of intercourse that would have made for a lasting union among them. In Latium, on the other hand, the clustering together of some hills of moderate height made possible the powerful Roman state. The manners and customs of a people are a part of its history, and so are their pleasures, even the sports and games of their children. The homes of the people, their physical skill which manages a kayak, or their intellectual ability which controls an ocean liner, their inventions and discoveries, their ideals of greatness, all these are parts of the history of a nation. It is with such thoughts in mind that these volumes of the world's story have been compiled. He who reads them may wander from country to country purely for amusement, as a luxurious traveler might do. He may make a study of his reading and compare the customs, the heroes, the achievements and the ideals of the various lands, or he may, if he will, take these for a starting point and strike out roads of his own, through the spacious realms of the story of the world, which, to him who will but read it aright, is forever old, and yet forever new. Eva March Tappan. End of section 3. This recording is in the public domain. Section 4 of China, Japan and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. China, Part 1. In the Earliest Days. Historical Note. According to Chinese mythology, there was once a mighty egg, wherein there dwelt a living being, known as Pun Kuwong. Suddenly this egg broke into two parts. The upper became the heavens, and the lower the earth. Pun Kuwong stretched forth his right hand, and behold, the sun was created. He stretched forth his left, and the moon and the stars were made. At the feet of Pun Kuwong lay a piece of gold and a piece of wood. He breathed upon them, and straightway two clouds arose. In the vapor from the gold stood man, and in that from the wood stood woman. And from these two have come all the people of all the world. Tradition says that nearly 3,000 years before the birth of Christ, a tribe of wanderers made their way from the west to what is now the province of Shanxi, and began to cultivate the ground. One ruler followed another, and each taught his people something of value. One showed them how to make huts by weaving together the boughs of trees, another rubbed two sticks together and produced fire. A third chanced to build a fire on the dark brown soil, and when the flames had died away, there lay bits of metal among the ashes, and these were iron. Later another ruler invented the plough, and the wife of yet another unwound the thread of the silkworm, spun it, and wove it into a web of silk. Far more startling than these exploits was the feat of one Chin Nung, who is declared to have discovered in one day 70 species of poisonous plants, and also an antidote for every one of them. Behind these stories we can see the wandering tribes of herdsmen, slowly developing into tillers of the soil and forming a compact nation. As the centuries pass, their history grows clearer until in the 12th century BC, China at length emerges from the twilight land of legend as a civilized nation with a feudal government very similar to that of Japan. End of section 4. This recording is in the public domain. Section 5 of China, Japan and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 5. Shun of Yu, Who Controlled the Floods, by Confucius. The most famous man that ever lived in China was the philosopher Confucius. He studied the ancient records, picked out everything that he thought was worth saving, and put his information together in the Shu King, or history book. His story begins in 2356 BC, when Yao, the model emperor, was on the throne. The editor. The emperor said, "Who will search out for me a man according to the times, whom I may raise and employ?" Fang Tze said, "There is your heir son Chu, who is highly intelligent." The emperor said, "Alas, he is insincere and quarrelsome. Can he do?" The emperor said, "Who will search out for me a man equal to the exigency of my affairs?" Wan Tao said, "Oh, there is the Minister of Works, whose merits have just been displayed in various ways." The emperor said, "Alas, when unemployed he can talk, but when employed his actions turn out differently. He is respectful only in appearance. See, the floods assail the heavens." The emperor said, "O chief of the 4 mountains, destructive in their overflow are the waters of the inundation. In their vast extent they embrace the mountains and overtop the hills, threatening the heavens with their floods, so that the inferior people groan and murmur. Is there a capable man to whom I can assign the correction of this calamity?" All in the court said, "Oh, there is Quan." The emperor said, "Alas, no, by no means. He is disobedient to orders and tries to injure his peers." His Eminence said, "Well, but try him, and then you can have done with him." The emperor said to Quan, "Go and be reverent." For 9 years he labored, but the work was unaccomplished. The emperor said, "O you chief of the 4 mountains, I have been on the throne for 70 years. You can carry out my appointments. I will resign my throne to you." His Eminence said, "I have not the virtue. I should only disgrace the imperial seat." The emperor said, "Point out some one among the illustrious, or set forth one from among the poor and mean." All in court said to the emperor, "There is an unmarried man among the lower people called Shun of Yu." The emperor said, "Yes, I have heard of him. What is his character?" His Eminence said, "He is the son of a blind man. His father was obstinately unprincipled. His stepmother was insincere. His half-brother Shang was arrogant. He has been able, however, by his filial piety, to live in harmony with them and to lead them gradually to self-government, so that they no longer proceed to great wickedness." The emperor said, "I will try him. I will wife him, and then see his behavior with my 2 daughters." On this he gave orders and sent down his 2 daughters to the north of the Kuei to be wives in the family of Yu. The emperor said to them, "Be reverent." Yu appears before the emperor to make his report. The emperor said, "Come, Yu. You also must have admirable words to bring before me." Yu did obeisance and said, "Oh, what can I say after Cao Yao, O emperor? I can only think of maintaining a daily assiduity." Cao Yao said, "Alas, will you describe it?" Yu said, "The inundating waters seem to assail the heavens, and in their vast extent embrace the mountains and overtop the hills, so that people were bewildered and overwhelmed. I mounted my 4 conveyances, and all along the hills hewed down the woods, at the same time showing the multitudes how to get flesh to eat. I also opened passages for the streams throughout the 9 provinces, and conducted them to the sea. I deepened, moreover, the channels and canals, and conducted them to the streams. At the same time, along with Tse, sowing grain and showing the multitudes how to procure the food of toil in addition to flesh meat. I urged them further to exchange what they had for what they had not, and to dispose of their accumulated stores. In this way all the people got grain to eat, and all the states began to come under good rule." Cao Yao said, "Yes, we ought to model ourselves after your excellent words." A story has been handed down that in memory of Yu's feat of engineering a record was cut on a rock, high up on one of the mountains of sacrifice. Whether this is true or not, no one can say, but some of the Chinese historians have the utmost confidence in the tradition. The venerable emperor said, "O aid and counselor, who will help me in administering my affairs? The great and little islands, that is, the inhabited places, even to their summits, the abodes of the beasts and birds and all beings, are widely inundated. Advise, send back the waters and raise the dikes. For a long time I have quite forgotten my family. I repose on the top of the mountain Yolu. By prudence and my labors I have moved the spirits. I know not the hours, but repose myself only in my incessant labors. The mountains Hua, Hyo, Tai, and Hang have been the beginning and end of my enterprise. When my labors were completed, I offer the thanksgiving sacrifice at the solstice. My affliction has ceased. The confusion in nature has disappeared. The deep currents coming from the south flow into the sea. Clothes can now be made, food can be prepared. All kingdoms will be at peace, and we can give ourselves to continual joy." For many years Yu continued to show himself wise and sagacious, and devoted to the welfare of the kingdom. One day the emperor sent for him, and the following conversation took place. The emperor said, "Yu, I have occupied the imperial throne for 33 years. I am between 90 and 100 years old, and the laborious duties weary me. Do you, eschewing all indolence, take the leadership of my people." Yu said, "My virtue is not equal to the position. The people will not repose in me. But there is Cao Yao, with vigorous activity sowing abroad his virtue, which has descended on the black-haired people, till they cherish him in their hearts. O emperor, think of him. When I think of him, my mind rests on him as the man for this office. When I would put him out of my thoughts, they still rest on him. When I name and speak of him, my mind rests on him for this. The sincere outgoing of my thoughts about him is that he is the man. O emperor, think of his merits." The emperor said, "Cao Yao, that of these my ministers and people hardly one is found to offend against the regulations of my government is owing to your being the minister of crime, and intelligent in the use of the 5 punishments to assist the inculcation of the 5 duties, with a view to the perfection of my government, and that through punishment there may come to be no punishments, but the people accord with the path of the mean. Continue to be strenuous." Cao Yao said, "Your virtue, O emperor, is faultless. You condescend to your ministers with a liberal ease. You preside over the multitude with a generous forbearance. Punishments do not extend to the criminal's heirs, while rewards reach to after generations. You pardon inadvertent faults, however great, and punish purposed crimes, however small. In cases of doubtful crimes, you deal with them lightly. In cases of doubtful merit, you prefer the high estimation. Rather than put to death an innocent person, you will run the risk of irregularity and error. This life-loving virtue has penetrated the minds of the people, and this is why they do not render themselves liable to be punished by your officers." The emperor said, "To enable me to follow after and obtain what I desire in my government, the people everywhere responding as if moved by the wind, this is your excellence." The emperor said, "Come, Yu, the inundating waters filled me with dread, when you realized all that you represented and accomplished your task, thus showing your superiority to other men. Without any prideful presumption, there is not one in the empire to contest with you the palm of ability. Without any boasting, there is not one in the empire to contest with you the claim of merit. I see how great is your virtue, how admirable your vast achievements. The determinate appointment of heaven rests on your person. You must eventually ascend the throne of the great sovereign. The mind of man is restless, prone to err. Its affinity for the right way is small. Be discriminating, be undivided, that you may sincerely hold fast the mean. Do not listen to unsubstantiated words. Do not follow undeliberated plans. Of all who are to be loved, is not the sovereign the chief? Of all who are to be feared, are not the people chief? If the multitude were without the sovereign, whom should they sustain aloft? If the sovereign had not the multitude, there would be none to guard the country for him. Be reverent. Carefully demean yourself on the throne which you will occupy, respectfully cultivating the virtues which are to be desired in you. If within the 4 seas there be distress and poverty, your heaven-conferred revenues will come to a perpetual end. It is the mouth which sends forth what is good and gives rise to war. My words I will not repeat. You said, submit the meritorious ministers one by one to the trial of divination, and let the fortunate indication be followed. The emperor said, you, the officer of divination, when the mind has been made up on a subject, then refers it to the great tortoise. Now in this matter my mind was determined in the first place. I consulted and deliberated with all my ministers and people, and they were of one accord with me. The spirits signified their assent, the tortoise and grass having both concurred. Divination, when fortunate, may not be repeated. Yu did obeisance with his head to the ground, and firmly declined the throne. The emperor said, do not do so. It is you who can suitably occupy my place. On the first morning of the first month, Yu received the appointment in the temple of the spiritual ancestor, and took the leading of all the officers, as had been done at the commencement of the emperor's government. End of section 5. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 6 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, read for LibriVox.org by Jim Locke. China, Part 2, Confucius and His Age, Historical Note. The period of the Zhou dynasty, 1122 to 255 BC, is the golden age of China. It is marked by the development of literature and art and by the teachings of the philosophers. The first of the great sages was Lao Tzu, founder of the Taoist religion with its watchword of Tao, reason. His fame is obscured, however, by that of his disciple Confucius, whose writings have probably had greater influence than those of any other human being. Mencius, the last of the classic philosophers, was later than Confucius by about 100 years. End of section 6. This recording is in the public domain. Section 7 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Locke, Floyd, Virginia. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 7, The Story of Confucius by Reverend A. W. Loomis, 549 to 476 B.C. Confucius, as a sage and religious teacher, is regarded by his countrymen as the greatest man China has produced. He was unquestionably an extraordinary man, remarkable in the influence he exercised over his countrymen when alive, and the still greater influence he has ever since exercised by his writings. Confucius was born about 549 years before Christ in the kingdom of Lu, a portion of northeastern China, nearly corresponding with the modern province of Shantung. At that time, China was divided into 9 independent states, and it was not till 3 centuries later that it was united into one kingdom. From his earliest years, Confucius was distinguished by an eager pursuit of knowledge. From his father, who was prime minister of the state in which he lived, he inherited a taste for political studies. But being left an orphan when still but a child, he was educated for the most part in retirement by his mother Ching and his grandfather Coomtse. The anecdotes which are related of his boyhood tend to show that he was distinguished by those qualities most highly esteemed by his countrymen, and afterwards most strictly enforced by himself: a profound reverence for his parents and ancestors, and for the teaching of the ancient sages. Coomtse, his grandfather, says one of his biographers, was one day sitting absorbed in a melancholy reverie, in the course of which he fetched several deep sighs. The child, observing him, after some time approached, and with many bows and formal reverences spoke thus: "If I may presume, without violating the respect I owe you, sir, to inquire into the cause of your grief, I would gladly do so. Perhaps you fear that I, who am descended from you, may reflect discredit on your memory by failing to imitate your virtues." His grandfather, surprised, asked him where he had learned to speak so wisely. "From yourself, sir," he replied. "I listen attentively to your words, and I have often heard you say that a son who does not imitate the virtues of his ancestors deserves not to bear their name." The position which his father had held in the state seems to have inspired Confucius at an early age with a desire to distinguish himself in moral and political studies, and prompted him to investigate the early history of his country. He labored zealously to fit himself for filling offices of high political trust, and in his endeavours to master the learning of the early sages he was ably assisted by his grandfather. He married at 19 years of age, and is said to have divorced his wife a few years afterwards, when she had given birth to a son, that he might devote himself without interruption to study. But owing to the general contempt of women in the East, the subject is only slightly alluded to by his biographers. He entered upon political employment at 20 years of age as superintendent of cattle, an office probably established that the revenue might not be defrauded, and necessary where much of it was paid in kind. In this situation his reverence for antiquity and the ancients did not prevent Confucius from attempting reforms and checking long-established abuses. Under his administration, men who were dishonest were dismissed, and a general inquiry was set on foot with a view to the reformation of all that was unworthy or pernicious. The activity of Confucius brought him into favour with his sovereign, and he was promoted to the distribution of the grain, an office of which it is not easy to discover the nature. Whatever were his duties, however, the energy that Confucius displayed was extremely distasteful to his colleagues. He was now in the vigorous manhood of 35, and the eyes of the nation were turned to him as their future prime minister, when a revolution occurred in the state which drove him from power. Deprived of his office, he wandered for 8 years through the various provinces of China, teaching as he went, but without as yet making any great impression upon the mass of the people. He returned to Lu in his 43rd year. His enemies during those 8 years had gradually lost their authority, and he was again employed in political offices of trust and responsibility. Immorality prevailed at this time to a frightful extent. Confucius set himself up fearlessly as a teacher of virtue. His admonitions were not thrown away, and having gained the approbation of the king a few years after his return from exile, he was appointed prime minister with almost absolute authority. The enemies of order and virtue excited troubles on his elevation, but Confucius sternly repressed the symptoms of dissatisfaction, and though of compassionate disposition, he did not hesitate to resort to capital punishment when necessary to rid himself of his enemies. Reformation made rapid strides in the territories of Lu. The nobles became more just and equitable. The poor were not oppressed as before. Roads, bridges, and canals were formed. The food of the people, says his biographer, was the first care. It was not until that had been secured in abundance that the revenues of the state were directed to the advancement of commerce, the improvement of the bridges and highways, the impartial administration of justice, and the repression of the bands of robbers that infested the mountains. For 4 years he steadily persevered in his endeavors until Lu began to be regarded as a model state by the surrounding kingdoms. At length, however, a strong party rose against the sage, and at the age of 57 he was driven once more from his native state to wander as a teacher through the different provinces of China. On leaving Lu, Confucius first bent his steps westward to the state of Wei, situate about where the present provinces of Chi Lei and Honan adjoin. He was now in his 58th year and felt depressed and melancholy. As he went along, he gave expression to his feelings in verse. Fain would I still look towards Lu, but this Kwai hill cuts off my view. With an axe I'd hew these thickets through. Vain thought, 'gainst the hill I naught can do. And again, through the valley howls the blast, drizzling rain falls thick and fast. Homeward goes the youthful bride, o'er the wild crowds by her side. How is it, O azure heaven, from my home I thus am driven, through the land my way to trace, with no certain dwelling place? Dark, dark the minds of men, worth in vain comes to their ken. Hasten on, my term of years, old age desolate disappears. It was only by concealment and disguise that the life of the exiled prime minister was preserved. For 12 years he wandered from province to province, at first harassed, persecuted, hunted, but after a while allowed to travel unmolested. A faithful little band of disciples collected around him in his wanderings, and their numbers, as time advanced, might soon be counted by thousands. 72 of these, we are told, were particularly attached to him, but only 10 of them were truly wise. With these 10 he finally retired at the age of 69 to a peaceful valley in his native province, where, in the midst of his disciples, he passed a happy literary period of 5 years in collating and annotating the works of the ancients. These sacred books have been for 23 centuries the fountains of wisdom and goodness to all the educated of China. They are the works in which every student must be a proficient ere he can hope to advance in the political arena, and for 23 centuries have had an incalculable influence on a third of the human race. His life was peacefully concluded in the midst of his friends at the age of 73, in the valley to which he had retired 5 years previously. A few days before his death he tottered about the house singing out, Tai Shan Kai Tui Hu, Liang Mu Ki Kwai Hu, Chi Jin Ki Wai Hu. The great mountain is broken, the strong beam is thrown down, the wise man has decayed. He died soon after, leaving a single descendant, his grandson Tsz'i, through whom the succession has been transmitted to the present day. During his life, the return of the Jews from Babylon, the invasion of Greece by Xerxes, and the conquest of Egypt by the Persians took place. Posthumous honours in great variety, amounting to idolatrous worship, have been conferred upon him. His title is the Most Holy Ancient Teacher, Kungtse, and the Holy Duke. In the reign of Kangji, 2,150 years after his death, there were 11,000 males alive bearing his name, and most of them of the 74th generation, being undoubtedly one of the oldest families in the world. In the sacrificial ritual, a short account of his life is given, which closes with the following paean. Confucius, Confucius, how great is Confucius! Before Confucius there never was a Confucius. Since Confucius there never has been a Confucius. Confucius, Confucius, how great is Confucius! The peaceful valley in which he died has been for all succeeding ages a sacred spot, a spot of pilgrimage for the learned and the superstitious, and the Chinese of 1867, amid conflicting Buddhism, Taoism, and Roman Catholicism, still point with reverence to the tomb of their great sage in the province of Shantung. End of section 7. This recording is in the public domain. Section 8 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Locke, Floyd, Virginia. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 8, A Visit to a Temple of Confucius by Reverend A. W. Loomis. We now pushed on to Kiew-Fuhien, the city of Confucius, which we reached about 2:30 p.m. This city is peopled chiefly by the descendants of the great sage, 8 families out of 10 bearing his surname. It has 2 south gates, the one on the west side being unused and opened only on the visit of an emperor. This gate is in front of the temple of Confucius and leads directly to it. The temple occupied a large portion of the western part of the city, the chief part of it standing on the place where Confucius lived. Its arrangement resembles that usually adopted in buildings of a similar class in China, but on a grander and more superb scale. Take it all in all, I have seen nothing like it in other parts of China. The enclosure is oblong, the building is 13 halls deep. One square is shut off from another by grand gates. There are also 2 bridges crossed by a grand avenue leading from the magnificent south gate through the inner gates and on to the main temple. The squares are full of tall, old cypress trees, and the sides of the avenue are crowded with tablets in honor of the sage. Every dynasty is here represented, and many of the tablets were thus extremely important. Early in the morning we set out to view this place. A small fee soon opened the door, and we found the keeper obliging. The temple is divided in 2 parts by a thoroughfare for the convenience of the citizens to avoid a long circuit, the chief objects of interest lying on the north side. To this we went, and from the first moment we stepped in to the last, my whole mind was engaged by objects of interest. Here on the left hand was a cypress said to have been planted by Confucius himself, and its gnarled and aged trunk bore evidence of its great age. Here we were shown the place where he taught his disciples. Now a huge pavilion opened to the south. In it was fixed in his praise a poem composed by Kien Lung, engraved on a marble tablet. Now appeared the grand temple, a high building for China, and a most spacious one. It was two-storied, the upper veranda on gorgeous marble pillars. These pillars were at least 22 feet high and about 10 feet in diameter. Around them, carved in the solid stone, twined two large dragons. The marble itself was richly veined. The tiles of the roof were of yellow porcelain, as in Peking, and the ornamentation of the eaves was all covered with wirework to preserve it from the birds. Within this building was the image or statue of Confucius, like that of Mencius, only in far richer style. He sat in a gorgeously curtained shrine, holding a roll in his hand, or rather a slip of bamboo, as it was this material that was used for writing in his days. The sitting statue was about 18 feet by 6 feet. The image was well done and lifelike. He is represented as a strong, well-built man, with a full red face and large head, a little heavy. He sits in the attitude of contemplation, his eyes looking upwards. He has a much more serious, thoughtful aspect than Mencius, but not that straightforward, dogged air which the latter bore. His front teeth were exposed, his nose thick and round. On the tablet was the simple inscription, "The most holy prescient sage Confucius, his spirit's resting place." On the east were images of his favorite disciples, ranged in order, in the estimation in which he was said to have held them. That of Mencius occupied the west side of the building. The roof was crowded with tablets in honor of the sage, vying with one another in extravagant praise. Before his image, and also in front of these, were beautiful incense pots, amongst them several most interesting relics. Here was a clay dish said to be of Yao's time, also two bronze censers, one with a lid bearing the date of the Shang dynasty, the work on which was superb. Two bronze elephants, dating from the Chow dynasty, stood by, and a large table of the same age, made of beautiful, hard, dark redwood. These things spoke volumes for the state of the nation in those far back ages. The moulding and carving were most exquisite. Behind this hall stands a temple in honor of the wife of Confucius. In it was a tablet, but no image. In the second temple, yet farther back, are 4 tablets erected by Kangsai, bearing each one of the characters which together mean the teacher of 10,000 ages. Here also were 3 engraved figures of the sage on marble, one an old man, full length, rather dim, having no date; the second smaller, with sealed characters on the side; the third, and best, giving only his head and shoulders. These varied somewhat, but were substantially alike. All of them gave the mouth or lips open, the front teeth exposed, and the eyes full and contemplative. Immediately behind these were incised drawings on marble, illustrating all the chief incidents in his life, with appropriate explanations at the side. There were altogether 120 slabs, which were built into the back wall. The greater part of them were in good preservation, and were extremely interesting, the more so as they gave us an insight into the dress, kind of furniture, carriages, and houses of those ancient times. To the west of this are 2 temples, that in front in honor of the father of the sage, who is said to have governed, Yen Chao Fu and Sao Hien, the other in honor of his mother. They are plain temples, and have no images, only a tablet each. On the east are also temples to his 5 ancestors. Here, towards the east, was a large block of marble, on which was engraven a genealogical tree, giving all the branches of his family. Here was also a well, from which the sage drank. I got the man to let down a bucket and tasted the water, which was excellent, though a little sweetish. On this side also was another building which he is said to have used as his school. The southern division is less interesting than the northern. It contains nothing but what I have already named: tablets innumerable, cypress trees, gates, walls, and bridges. There are 3 gardens, 4 gates, and 2 bridges. The Duke Kung, the present head of the family, lives in a mansion adjoining the temple on the west. End of section 8. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. Section 9 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Jim Locke. Some of the proverbs of Confucius. It is said that after the death of Confucius, his disciples bewailed his absence until they had all lost their voices. Then they set to work to bring together what they could remember of his teachings. The editor. 4 horses cannot overtake the tongue. Injury should be recompensed with kindness. A man should say, I am not concerned that I have no place. I am concerned how I may fit myself for one. I am not concerned that I am not known. I seek to be worthy to be known. To be fond of learning is to be near to knowledge. Seek not every quality in one individual. The Master said, You, shall I teach you what knowledge is? When you know a thing, to hold that you know it, and when you do not know a thing, to allow that you do not know it. This is knowledge. What I do not wish men to do to me, I also wish not to do to men. To see what is right and not to do it is a want of courage. The superior man is distressed by his want of ability. He is not distressed by men's not knowing him. The Master said, Virtue is more to man than either water or fire. I have seen men die from treading on water or fire, but I have never seen a man die from treading the course of virtue. The superior man thinks of virtue, the small man thinks of comfort. There were 4 things from which the Master was entirely free. He had no foregone conclusions, no arbitrary predeterminations, no obstinacy, and no egotism. End of section 9. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. Section 10 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 10. Manners and Customs of Confucius's Day by Reverend William Speer. The northern part of the country was still divided into the several small principalities which had been granted by the emperors at different times to their sons and brothers, who constituted the only hereditary nobility of the state, and were all tributary to the chief sovereign. Each of these petty states contained a city where the prince resided, and all around it were numerous villages and detached dwellings inhabited by the peasantry, who held small farms which they cultivated for their own advantage, growing rice and vegetables in abundance, so that every poor man could support his family by his own industry. They were not held in bondage by the great, like the peasantry of Europe during the feudal ages, and amongst other privileges which they enjoyed were these: a ninth part of the land was in common amongst them for pasturage and farming, and all the poor were at liberty to fish in the ponds and lakes, a right which was denied to the lower orders in feudal countries, where the mass of the people were vassals and slaves. The peasants of China therefore appear to have been at that period in a better condition than those of any other part of the world, working for themselves and paying taxes to their respective princes, who by that means raised the tribute which the emperor claimed of them. At the time of Confucius, all taxes and tribute were paid as they are at present, chiefly in kind, usually, as Mencius, who lived in the next generation, says, to the amount of about 1/10 of the produce of the earth. It is, however, supposed there was always some sort of coined money current among the Chinese, and that at a very early period of the monarchy they had coins of gold and silver, as well as of lead, iron, and copper. But many ages have elapsed since any other than copper money has been in use among them. Silver is also used as a medium of exchange, beaten out into small bars or pieces, and upon these responsible traders generally put their stamp in a small character, so that they become in time particularly ragged and broken. Yet even in these bits adroit rogues make holes which they fill with lead. In buying and selling, men always scrutinize them carefully and weigh them, being always provided with a small pair of scales for that purpose. They reckon their accounts by means of an instrument called in the Canton dialect the sampan, which resembles the Roman abacus. It consists of a frame across which are fastened thin rods of bamboo, but instead of 10 balls, as with us, the Chinese use 7. A crossbar divides the frame so that the rods have on one side 5 balls each, on the other side 2 each. The 2 balls on each rod count, however, 5 apiece. This makes the process of counting more rapid and certain. Commencing at any convenient rod or row, it counts as units, the second as tens, the third as hundreds, the fourth as thousands, and so on. To count 5, either the 5 balls on the lower side of the units row are pushed up or to the middle with the finger, or one of the 2 balls on the other side of it. 10 is made by the 2 5 balls, or by one of them and 5 of the other balls, and thus we go on in each row successively for tens, hundreds, or thousands. For any number between 5 and 10, a 5 ball is pushed to the middle, and the remainder in single balls from the other end of the same row. An expert accountant pushes the balls with his fingers as rapidly in adding or subtracting as a player strikes the keys upon a piano. It is rarely a mistake is made, and when done it is never to the disadvantage of the accountant. The invention of the sunpun is attributed to the Emperor Muang Ti, the same who is said to have found his way through the forests by means of the compass. Their arithmetic, as well as their weights and measures, proceeds universally on the decimal scale, and decimal fractions are their vulgar fractions, or those in common use. It is remarkable that the single exception to this consists in their kin or marketing pound weight, which, like ours, is divided into 16 ounces or parts. This affords another illustration of the common origin of the Chinese and our own arithmetic and weights and measures in Central Asia. The Roman Catholic missionaries relate that when the first of them went to China from Europe, they found Persian astronomers at the Chinese court, who yielded the field to their superior scientific knowledge. There are still many things in the Chinese ideas of astronomy which remind us of those of the ancient Chaldeans. There were public markets in the towns to which the people generally resorted about noon, and there were shops also where the artisans pursued their various callings and sold or exchanged with the farmers the produce of their labors for rice and other commodities of which they stood in need. Beyond the cultivated lands were pastures for sheep, and the rest of the country generally consisted of extensive forests inhabited by tigers and other beasts of prey, which were so destructive, especially among the flocks, that great hunting parties were made every spring for the purpose of destroying them. And this dangerous sport seems to have been the favorite amusement of the sovereigns and great men of the land. For a long series of years, trade even with foreign nations appears to have been remarkably free. The markets of China were the resorts of foreign merchants before the Romans invaded Britain, and her ports were annually visited by great squadrons of commercial vessels from the Red Sea, the Persian Gulf, Ceylon, the Malabar coast, and the coast of Coromandel. The principal weapons used both in war and hunting were bows and arrows. Consequently, the practice of archery was a constant and favorite sport of the great, and there were particular rules by which it was conducted, as, for example, the imperial target was the skin of a bear, while that of a stag was set up as a mark for a prince to aim at, and that of a tiger for the grandees of the court. Yet the Chinese have not often during their long history attempted to enter the lists of the world as a martial nation, holding literature, as they have done husbandry, in far higher estimation than military achievements. Regarding the man who distinguished himself by his literary attainments beyond him who gained renown by his warlike exploits, and the husbandman who labored in the field as a better member of society than the soldier who fought in it. Yet the petty princes were frequently at war with each other, so that the whole of the empire was seldom quite at peace. The education of youth was considered of so much importance that every district was obliged by law to maintain a public school, where boys were sent at 8 years of age to be instructed in reading, writing, arithmetic, and in their several duties to parents, teachers, elders, and magistrates, as well as to their equals and inferiors. They were also taught to commit to memory a great number of wise maxims and moral sentences contained in the writings of the ancient sages, and many of their lessons were in verse, that they might be the more readily learned and remembered. A new school was always opened with much ceremony in the presence of the chief magistrate, who delivered a discourse to the boys, exhorting them to be diligent and submissive to the master, and setting forth the advantages of learning, which has been in every age the only road to wealth and honours in China. At 15, those who had most distinguished themselves were sent to higher schools, where public lectures were given by learned professors on the laws and government of the empire, and such subjects as were best calculated to fit them for offices of state, to which those who attended these schools usually aspired, but which were never bestowed on any but such as had studied profoundly and given proofs of their knowledge. Subordination, submission to the laws, to parents, and to all superiors, and a peaceful demeanour were strictly inculcated. This instruction has continued unchanged. The Chinese, says a modern writer, teach contempt of the rude instead of fighting with them, and the man who unreasonably insults another has public opinion against him, whilst he who bears and despises the affront is esteemed. A Chinese would stand and reason with a man when an Englishman would knock him down, or an Italian stab him. It is needless to say which is the more rational mode of proceeding. Among the arts that are held in high estimation among the Chinese is that of writing, which was known at so distant a period of their history that it must have been one of their earliest steps in civilization. This art as practised in China is rather difficult of attainment on account of the number and not very simple formation of the characters. Yet it was rare to meet even with a poor peasant who could not read and write, for rich and poor were all educated alike in the manner just described, which is mentioned as the ancient system in books that were written more than 2,000 years ago. The autographs of distinguished men are highly prized. The females of China, from the empress to the wife of the meanest peasant, practiced the spinning and weaving of silk, which material, from the earliest times known, was used for clothing by the poor as well as the rich, for the same reason that wool was used by the ancient English, because it was the material of which they had the greatest abundance. When the King of France, says Barrow, introduced the luxury of silk stockings, the peasantry of the middle provinces of China were clothed in silks from head to foot, and when the nobility of England were sleeping on straw, a peasant of China had his mat and his pillow, and the man in office enjoyed his silken mattress. The empresses in those days were as zealous in promoting the branches of industry adapted for females by their own example as were the emperors in encouraging agriculture by similar means. A plantation of mulberry trees was formed within the gardens of the palace, and a house built purposely for rearing the silkworms, which were tended by the ladies of the court and often fed by the fair hands of royalty. Every autumn a festival was held to commemorate the invention of silk weaving, when the empress, attended by the princesses and ladies of her train, made sacrifices in the temple of the earth, and then proceeded to her mulberry grove, where she gathered leaves and wound the cocoons of silk, which were afterwards spun and woven by her own hands into small webs. These were carefully preserved for the grand spring festival, when they were burned in sacrifice. Great attention was bestowed on the management of silkworms throughout the whole of the empire, and as it had been discovered that those which were fed on mulberry leaves produced a finer kind of silk than the common worms of the forest, a law was made by one of the early emperors that every man possessing an estate of not less than 5 acres should plant the boundary with mulberry trees. The difference between the garments of the higher and lower orders consisted in the quality and colors of the silks of which they were composed and the fashion in which they were made. The robes of the grandees were often richly embroidered with gold and silver, and ornamented with various devices according to their rank and occupation. The dress of a literary man was ornamented with a bird worked on a square of black silk on the breast, or with the figure of a tiger or some other animal or design, and these are among the innumerable customs which have been continued from that time to the present. The wars among the princes and the efforts of some of them to render themselves independent of the emperor led to a vast deal of disorderly conduct in the several states, each petty sovereign being more intent upon his own aggrandizement than on keeping good order among his people, who, finding that the affairs of government were neglected and the laws seldom enforced, paid very little attention to them. Such was the state of the Chinese Empire when the celebrated philosopher Confucius was born in the kingdom of Lu, one of the small sovereignties in the north of China. This event occurred when the ancient Greek republics were in all their glory, and Rome was just beginning to rise into power and greatness. The Greeks and Romans, however, knew little or nothing of China at that time, nor did the Chinese imagine there was any truly great empire in the world besides their own, an opinion they have maintained even until our own days. But on the other hand, it is manifest from the remains of great populous and magnificently built cities, which stretch in a chain from the Mediterranean Sea to the countries now embraced by the Chinese Empire, from the historic legends and philology of the nations existing there, and from hints in the inspired history which the holy men of Palestine have given us, that there was kept up an intercourse by caravans across the continent, and also by sea between the western and eastern sides of the continent. The silk, the cassia, the camphor, the broidered work, the ivory, the porcelain of China were known through the ages of the old Jewish dispensation to the people of India, Central Asia, and Phoenicia and her neighbors. The vessels of Solomon and Hiram, king of Tyre, sailed 2 monsoons eastward and 2 monsoons back, a period of 3 years, which connected them at the Indian archipelago with the commerce which in like manner from the beginning of history has vibrated with the semi-annual monsoon up and down the China Sea. End of section 10. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. Section 11 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, read for LibriVox.org by Jim Locke. Mencius by S. Wells Williams. Mencius was born about 400 B.C. in the city of Tsao, now in the province of Shantung. His father died a short time after his son's birth and left the guardianship of the boy to his widow Changshi. The care of this prudent and attentive mother, to quote from Musat, has been cited as a model for all virtuous parents. The house she occupied was near that of a butcher. She observed that at the first cry of the animals that were being slaughtered, the little Mang ran to be present at the sight, and that on his return he sought to imitate what he had seen. Fearful that his heart might become hardened and be accustomed to the sight of blood, she removed to another house, which was in the neighborhood of a cemetery. The relations of those who were buried there came often to weep upon their graves and make the customary libations. Mencius soon took pleasure in their ceremonies and amused himself in imitating them. This was a new subject of uneasiness to Changshi. She feared her son might come to consider as a jest what is of all things the most serious, and that he would acquire a habit of performing with levity, and as a matter of routine merely, ceremonies which demand the most exact attention and respect. Again, therefore, she anxiously changed her dwelling and went to live in the city opposite to a school, where her son found examples the most worthy of imitation, and soon began to profit by them. I should not have spoken of this trifling anecdote but for the allusion which the Chinese constantly make to it in the common proverb, "Formerly the mother of Mencius chose out a neighborhood." On another occasion her son, seeing persons slaughtering pigs, asked her why they did it. "To feed you," she replied, but reflecting that this was teaching her son to lightly regard the truth, went and bought some pork and gave him. Mencius devoted himself early to the classics and became the disciple of Tsz'sz', the grandson and not unworthy imitator of Confucius. After his studies were completed, he offered his services to the feudal princes of the country and was received by Hui Huang, king of Hui. But though much respected by this ruler, his instructions were not regarded. He saw, too, ere long, that among the numerous petty rulers and intriguing statesmen of the day there was no prospect of restoring tranquillity to the empire. and that discourses upon the mild government and peaceful virtues of Yao and Shun, King Wan and Ching Tang, offered little to interest persons whose minds were engrossed with schemes of conquest or pleasure. He therefore at length returned to his own country, and in concert with his disciples employed himself in composing the work which bears his name, and in completing the editorial labours of his great predecessor. He died about 316 B.C., aged 84 years. End of section 11. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. Section 12 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. A Story of Mencius by Unknown. A certain ruler said to him, I am not at present able to do with the levying of a tithe only, and abolishing the duties charged at the passes and in the markets. With your leave I will lighten, however, both the tax and the duties until next year, and will then make an end of them. What do you think of such a course? Mencius said, Here is a man who every day appropriates some of his neighbour's strayed fowls. Someone said to him, Such is not the way of a good man, and he replied, With your leave, I will diminish my appropriations, and will take only 1 fowl a month until next year, when I will make an end of the practice. If you know that a thing is unrighteous, then use all dispatch in putting an end to it. Why wait till next year? End of section 12. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. Section 13 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. Proverbs of Mencius. Beware, what proceeds from you will return to you again. He who loves others is constantly loved by them. He that respects others is constantly respected by them. Respect the old, and be kind to the young. Be not forgetful of strangers and travellers. The path of duty lies in what is near, and men seek for it in what is remote. If each man would love his parents and show due respect to his elders, the whole empire would enjoy tranquillity. End of section 13. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. Section 14 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. China, Part 3. Times of Change and Confusion. Historical note. By the 6th century B.C., luxury, misrule, and petty warfare had impoverished the nation, but with the rise of the Tsin dynasty in 255 B.C., its prosperity was restored. Huang Ti, greatest of the Tsin monarchs, abolished the feudal system, extended the bounds of the empire, drove back the Tartars, and built the Great Wall to prevent their further incursions. It was from the Tsin dynasty that the country received its name, Sina, or China. During the reign of the Hans, the next line of rulers, Buddhism was introduced, libraries founded, and a system of civil service instituted. But in the 2nd century A.D., the nation again fell into confusion, and for 400 years suffered the oppression of feeble and vicious rulers. End of section 14. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. Section 15 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 15, The Strenuous Reign of Huang Ti, by Reverend Charles Gutzlaff. In spite of all the good advice of Confucius, Lao-Tse, and Mencius, the affairs of the kingdom did not go on very smoothly. By and by people began to whisper that a change was surely coming. Centuries before this, the ruler Yu had set up some brazen vessels with the name of some one of the states on each. It was reported that they had been seen to shake violently. Worse than this, a mountain fell into the Hoang Ho River, turned the stream from its course, and caused terrible floods. The central government grew weaker, the separate states stronger, and finally the prince of the state of Tsin became emperor. In 246 B.C., Huang Ti ascended the throne. He was only 13 years old, but in one way or another he usually succeeded in having his own will. The Editor. Before Huang Ti had succeeded to the throne, he had contracted an intimacy with the hereditary prince of Yen called Tan. When he was seated upon the throne, Tan paid him a visit, but was coldly received, which made him return to his own country with disappointment. On his return, Fan Yu Ke, an imperial general, having fallen into disgrace, had fled to Yen. The emperor set a price upon his head, but Tan refused to violate the laws of hospitality. Though Tan appeared very sincere in his regard toward Fan Yu Ke, he kept him at his court only with the view of revenging the insult he had received. A crafty man called King Ko was sent to Fan Yu Ke in order to acquaint him with the dreadful fate his family had suffered by the Tsin tyrant on his own account. You, he added, will very soon fall a victim to the tyrant. I advise you, therefore, to commit suicide. I shall carry your head to the tyrant, and whilst he is viewing it, I shall bury this poniard in his breast. Thus you will revenge your family, and the empire will be freed from slavery. Fan Yu Ke listened with attention. He was enchanted with the prospect, and cut his throat. King Ko hastened with his head to Huang Ti, prostrated himself, and presented it in a box to the emperor. Whilst he was examining it, King Ko drew his poniard, but the emperor perceived it in good time. He started, parried the blow of the assassin, received the wound in his leg, and thus saved his life. King Ko was in despair at having missed so good an opportunity of dispatching the monster, and again darted his dagger at him, which merely grazed the imperial robes. After having upon examination found out that the Prince of Yen had hired the assassin, he attacked Yen, drove the king out of his capital to Liu Tung, and not yet satisfied with having inflicted so heavy a punishment, he satiated his revenge to surfeit by exterminating the whole family. Constantly directing his attention to gain the one great object, universal dominion, he defeated all the machinations of the minor princesses by a steady course of policy, and they were all finally subdued. Hoang ti, who had before only borne the name of Ching Wang, as soon as he saw himself the sole master of the whole empire, adopted the title of emperor. Puffed up by his many victories, he thought himself by no means inferior to any of the preceding worthies, Shin Nung, Yao, and Shun. He therefore adopted the epithet of Che, beginning first, which he placed before the title of emperor. The imperial color was changed to black, and a regular system of despotism introduced. But he did not forget the improvement of his country. Astronomy, during the many troubles of the states, had fallen into disuse. He re-established it, and published a calendar. Anxious to obliterate all the memory of sanguinary conquest, he ordered all the arms to be brought to his capital, Pyongyang, and obliged his numerous soldiers to settle themselves in this city, where he endeavored to surpass all his predecessors in luxury and magnificence. The palace was tastefully laid out and enriched with the spoils of many kingdoms. But the ease of the court could not soften the prince. He visited all the provinces of the empire, made his own observations, and even penetrated to the great ocean. With scarcely any train, he traversed valleys and plains, always intent upon his duty. His vigorous mind was restless. He could not brook the reproaches of the literati, nor conform to their advice of introducing the old order of things. He wished to be a founder, not a restorer of an empire. Even in the prevalent superstition, he dared to introduce innovations and to offer sacrifices according to his own fancy. Being almost drowned whilst crossing a river, he inquired about the cause. The spirit of a mountain, which was pointed out to him, received all the credit. He therefore had the mountain laid bare of all its trees and herbs, in order to revenge himself for the insult. At another time he dispatched some young men and women in search of the islands of immortality, which he was told were situated toward the east. The adventurers were driven back from thence by a very heavy gale, and returned without bringing with them the liquor of immortality. But one of their number, who had been driven in a different direction, reported to the emperor that he had landed at the Isles of Immortality, where he had found a manuscript which stated that the Tsin Empire was to end by Hu. Hoang ti lent a willing ear to this impostor, and immediately resolved to attack the Hoang Nu, or Huns, for these he understood were the Hu which would put an end to the reign of his family. The Huns, this scourge of the civilized world, dated their empire from one of the princes of the He dynasty. Their country was of great extent, situated on the west of Shensi, of which they possess the western parts, and their posterity still inhabit a part of that territory, the present El. They belonged to that extrinsic tribe which the ancients comprised under the name of Scythians. The country they inhabited was so barren as to render agriculture little available to the maintenance of life. Their indolent pastoral habits had for them greater attractions than the constant toil of the Chinese peasant. Hunting was their chief amusement, and next to their herds their principal means of subsistence. Without the arts of civilized life, they were cruel and bloodthirsty, desirous of conquest, and insatiable in rapine. Their victorious arms were only bounded by the Eastern Ocean. The thinly inhabited territories along the banks of the Amour acknowledged their sway. They conquered countries near the Irtish and Imaus. Nothing could stop them but the ice fields of the Arctic Arctic seas. Their principal strength was in their innumerable cavalry, which appears to have been very skilful in the use of the bow. Their march was checked by neither mountains nor torrents. They swam over the deepest rivers, and surprised with rapid impetuosity the camps of their enemies. Against such hordes no military tactics, no fortifications proved of any avail. They carried all before them with irresistible power, and never waited until a numerous army could be assembled to overwhelm them. Hardy to an extreme, they could support fatigue and hunger, and never lost view of the object of all their excursions, plunder. Hoang ti surprised and sought to extirpate these fierce barbarians, and finding them unprepared, the conquest was very easy. His generals having subdued the people in the south, nothing more remained to be done than to subdue these Tartars, or at least to put a stop to their inroads. Some of the northern states had eventually built a wall to keep those unbidden guests out of their territories. Hoang ti resolved to erect a monument of his enterprising spirit, which would be a lasting memorial of his greatness. This was the building of the Great Wall, which commences in the western part of Shensi and terminates in the mountains of Liutung in the sea, a distance of more than 1,500 miles. It runs over hills and rivers, through valleys and plains, and is perhaps the most stupendous work ever produced by human labor. He lined it with fortresses, erected towers and battlements, and built it so broad that 6 horsemen might ride abreast upon it. To lay the foundation in the sea, several vessels loaded with ballast were sunk, and upon this the wall was erected. Every third man in the kingdom was required to work on it. The enormous work was finished within 5 years, but the founder had not the satisfaction of seeing it completed. During these immense pursuits, the emperor was often interrupted in his work by the representations of the literati, who desired to restore ancient customs and revert to the glorious times of Yao and Shun. The emperor, fond of innovations, anxious to perpetuate his name by extraordinary works, was highly dissatisfied with their observations. Letzi, his prime minister, advised him therefore to put a stop to all similar remarks by burning the ancient books. Probably the emperor had made up his mind long before the matter came up in his council, but the following is what Letzi is reported to have said. Your Majesty has laid the foundations of imperial sway, so that it will last for 10,000 generations. This is indeed beyond what a stupid scholar can understand, and moreover, Yu only talks of things belonging to the 3 dynasties, which are not fit to be models to you. At other times, when the princes were all striving together, they endeavored to gather the wandering scholars about them. But now the empire is in a stable condition. Laws and ordinances issue from one supreme authority. Let those of the people who abide in their homes give their strength to the toils of husbandry, and those who become scholars should study the various laws and prohibitions. Instead of doing this, however, the scholars do not learn what belongs to the present day, but study antiquity. They go on to condemn the present time, leading the masses of the people astray and to disorder. At the risk of my life, I, the prime minister, say, formerly, when the empire was disunited and disturbed, there was no one who could give unity to it. The princes therefore stood up together. Constant references were made to antiquity, to the injury of the present state. Baseless statements were dressed up to confound what was real, and men made a boast of their own peculiar learning to condemn what the rulers appointed. And now, when your Majesty has consolidated the empire, and distinguishing black from white, has made it a stable unity, they still honour their peculiar learning, and combine together. They teach men what is contrary to your laws. When they hear that an ordinance has been issued, every one sets to discussing it with his learning. In the court they are dissatisfied in heart. Out of it they keep talking in the streets. While they make a pretence of vaunting their master, they consider it fine to have extraordinary views of their own, and so they lead on the people to be guilty of murmuring and evil speaking. If these things are not prohibited, your Majesty's authority will decline, and parties will be formed. The best way is to prohibit them. I pray that all the records in charge of the historiographers be burned, excepting those of Tsin, that with the exception of those officers belonging to the Board of Great Scholars, all throughout the empire who presume to keep copies of the Shi King or Shu King or of the books of the 100 schools be required to go with them to the officers in charge of the several districts and burn them, that all who may dare to speak together about the Shi and the Shu be put to death, and their bodies exposed in the marketplace, that those who make mention of the past so as to blame the present be put to death along with their relatives, that officers who shall know of the violation of those rules and not inform against the offenders be held equally guilty with them, and that whoever shall not have burned their books within 30 days after the issuing of the ordinance be branded and sent to labour on the wall for 4 years. The only books which shall be spared are those of medicine, divination, and husbandry. Whoever wants to learn the laws may go to the magistrates and learn of them. The imperial decision was approved. End of section 15. This recording is in the public domain. Section 16 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 16. The Rule of the Hans by Reverend William Speer, 206 BC to 221 AD. In this burning of the books, the special aim was to destroy the volumes known as the 9 Classics. The first 5 are these: the Shu King, or Book of History; the Shi King, or Book of Odes; the Spring and Autumn Annals; the Book of Rites; and the Book of Changes. Of these 5, the last was used in divination, and therefore was not destroyed. The other 4 classics were written by Mencius and the other pupils and followers of Confucius. They are the Great Learning, the Doctrine of the Mean, the Confucian Analects, and the works of Mencius. In the course of time, Huang Ti died, and Kaoti, a book lover, sat upon the throne. Orders were given to search the land for copies of the books. Then the delighted scholars hastened forward with the volumes, or parts of volumes, that they had risked their lives to save. Some had been hidden in caves, in the roofs or walls of houses, or under their floors, and some had been carefully protected and buried in the beds of rivers. A blind man was found who could recite more than 1/4 of the Shu King, and a young girl supplied another portion of the book. 70 years after the death of Huang the house of Confucius was torn down, and behold, in the wall was found a complete copy of the work. When Koti became emperor in 206 BC, there were almost no books in the empire, but within the 2 following centuries more than 7,000 were written. Koti was in many ways a noble man and an excellent ruler, but he came to the throne because he was the leader of a successful rebellion. The Editor. It is related of this adventurer, Koti, that just after the breaking out of the rebellion, he happened to meet a fortune-teller on the road, who, falling at his feet, said he offered him this mark of homage because he saw by the lines in his face that he was destined shortly to become emperor. In making this prediction, the soothsayer no doubt foresaw the probability of its accomplishment, for it was not an unlikely termination of the rebellion that the leader, if successful, should be placed on the throne. With this belief, therefore, the stranger followed up his prophecy by offering his only daughter in marriage to the chief. Koti accepted the proposal and married the lady, who was thus, by her father's artifice, raised to the dignity of empress. For after many scenes of violence and bloodshed, in which the lawful emperor lost his life, the insurgents were victorious, and their leader was raised to the imperial throne. The new sovereign was a native of the kingdom of Han, one of those small states into which the empire had formerly been divided. Therefore he is called the founder of the Han dynasty. The princes of his race occupied the throne for more than 4 centuries. The first of the race commenced one of the most celebrated periods of Chinese history. In spite of the Great Wall, the Tartars continued their predatory warfare and sorely disquieted the more polished and peaceful Chinese, who vainly attempted to propitiate them with alliances and tribute. The first emperors of this race endeavored to make friends of the great Tartar chiefs by giving them their daughters in marriage. A native historian of the period exclaims, "Our disgrace could not be exceeded. From this time China lost her honor." In the reign of the 9th emperor, the Tartars, having been provoked by the punishment inflicted upon 2 of their chiefs who had transgressed the boundaries of the Great Wall while engaged in hunting, the empire was again invaded by the erratic nations, and a princess was demanded and yielded in marriage. These incidents form the subject of one of the 100 plays of Yuen, an English version of which was printed in London under the name of The Sorrows of Han. The impolitic system of buying off the barbarians, which commenced thus early, led many centuries afterwards to the total overthrow of the empire by the Tartars. During this period, however, the Chinese made very important advances in civilization. The arts and sciences were improved, literature was encouraged, agriculture was in a progressive state, and several useful inventions date their origin from the same era. Among the latter, one of the most important is the manufacture of paper, which is supposed to have been commenced toward the end of the 1st century. The Egyptians had long possessed the art of making paper from the rush called papyrus, which was also used at Rome for the same purpose in the 1st century. But that the Chinese obtained their knowledge from either Rome or Egypt may well be doubted. Before they were acquainted with this useful art, they were accustomed to write on thin slips of bamboo, not with ink, but with pointed tools similar to those used by engravers, with which they cut or engrave the characters. Books were formed of bamboo by taking off the outside bark and cutting it into thin sheets, all of the same shape and size, which after the writing was finished were strung together in such a manner as to form a compact though rather clumsy volume. At length, about the year of our era 95, it was ascertained, by what means does not appear, that bamboo might be made into a better material for writing upon than it furnished in its natural state, by pounding it in a mortar with water until it becomes a thin paste, which, being spread out on a flat surface, was dried into what we call paper. The earliest specimens of this new art in China were probably a very rough description, but the manufacture was gradually improved by the mixture of silk and other materials until the Chinese were able to produce a paper of the most beautiful texture, adapted for printing, which we now call India paper, and another kind for painting, known by the name of rice paper. The invention of paper naturally leads to that of ink, which in China is always made in those cakes which are imported by the merchants of Western countries under the name of Indian ink. It is used with the camel's hair pencils for writing by the Chinese, who do not require such pens as ours in the formation of their hieroglyphical characters. End of section 16. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. Section 17 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. Rakan, Feeding the Hungry Spirit, Chinese Painting, page 52. Rakan, Feeding the Hungry Spirit, from a Chinese painting of the 12th century. The history of Chinese painting is a long one, reaching back to at least the 3rd century BC. The highest development was attained under the Sung dynasty, AD 960 to 1280, the golden age of China, especially in landscape and in religious paintings, of which the picture shown here is a good example. A rakan, or Buddhist holy man, is feeding a wretched spirit that crouches before him. In one hand he holds a bowl, and with the other offers food to the starving spirit, while his disciples regard the scene with an obvious expression of surprise at the length to which the rakan carries his charity. Buddha taught that the most rapid spiritual progress might be made by withdrawing from the world. His rule for those who would devote themselves to the higher life required them to make their abode in the forest, though after a time they were provided with monasteries in which they might live during the rainy season. They were to dress in simple robes of dull yellow cloth made by sewing rags together. Their entire wealth must consist of a girdle, a razor, a needle, an alms bowl, and a strainer, for all water drunk must be strained, not to preserve the health of the drinker, but rather the lives of any insects that might be in the liquid. The rakan rose before daybreak, washed, swept around the bo tree, sacred to the meditations of Buddha, brought the drinking water for the day and strained it, placed flowers before the tree, and meditated on his own faults and the virtues of Buddha. Then, taking his bowl, he followed his superior on a begging tour, for all food eaten must be obtained in this way. After the single daily meal he retired and meditated on kindness and love. After this he studied. At sunset he swept the holy places and repeated to his superior what he had learned and listened to instruction. He must also confess any wrongdoings of which he had been guilty. So passed the day of one who would seek seek self-conquest and the joys of the higher life. End of section 17. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. Section 18 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 18, The Three Religions, by W.A.P. Martin. The invention of gunpowder, the compass, and printing, the manufactures of silk and of porcelain have all been claimed for China. It is thought that the Chinese were the earliest searchers for the philosopher's stone, which should turn baser metals into gold, and for the elixir of life, by which one's years might be lengthened to whatever extent he chose. The Chinese have a legend that a demon once offered to teach an alchemist how to turn base metal into gold. But will it remain gold? The alchemist asked. Will it not return to its original elements? Certainly, replied the demon, but that need not trouble you, for no such change will take place until 10,000 ages have passed. The alchemist refused the gift. I should rather live in poverty, he said, than bring a loss upon my fellow men, even after 10,000 ages have passed. There had been for many years two religions in the country, Confucianism and Taoism. Confucianism taught its followers to worship heroes, their own ancestors, and the powers of nature. Taoism claimed to have been founded by Lhasa, but if so, it had wandered far from his teachings. According to Taoism, there is a soul or God in everything, a God of fire, of rain, of thunder, and so on. The Taoist priests gain a vast influence by persuading the Chinese that they can save them from the attacks of evil spirits. At the time of the birth of Christ, there was a vague feeling through the East that some great religious event had come to pass in the West. The wise men from the East looked to the land of the Hebrews and journeyed westward to Jerusalem to ask, "Where is he that is born King of the Jews?" More than half a century later, the rumor of a new faith had reached China, and the emperor sent his brother, together with 18 officers of state and a long retinue of attendants, to learn what it might be. The commission went to India, and there they were persuaded that Buddhism, as the teachings of Buddha, a former prince of India, were called, was the new faith of which they were in search. A prominent part of Buddhism is the belief in metempsychosis, or transmigration of souls. That is, that when a man dies, his soul enters some animal. It is for this reason that the followers of Buddha are forbidden to destroy any animal life. The Editor. It is impossible to apportion the people among these several creeds. They are all Confucians, all Buddhists, all Taoists. They all reverence Confucius and worship their ancestors and employ the Buddhist burial service, and all resort to the magical devices of the Taoists to protect themselves against the assaults of evil spirits or secure good luck in business. They celebrate their marriages according to the Confucian rites. In building their houses, they ask the advice of a Taoist, and in cases of alarming illness, employ him to exorcise evil spirits. At death, they commit their souls to the keeping of the Buddhists. The people assert, and with truth, that these religions, originally three, have become one, and they are accustomed to symbolize this unity by erecting San Chao Tang temples of the three religions, in which Confucius and Lhasa appear on the right and left of Buddha as forming a triad of sages. This arrangement, however, gives great offense to some of the more zealous disciples of Confucius, and a few years ago a memorial was presented to the emperor praying him to demolish the San Chao Tang, which stood near the tomb of their great teacher, who has no equal but heaven. In the Lao Chai, a collection of tales, there is a story which owes its humor to the bizarre intermixture of elements from each of the three religions. A young nobleman, riding out, hawk in hand, is thrown from his horse and taken up for dead. On being conveyed to his house, he opens his eyes and gradually recovers his bodily strength, but to the grief of his family he is hopelessly insane. He fancies himself a Buddhist priest and insists on being conveyed to a distant province, where he affirms he has passed his life in a monastery. On arriving, he proves himself to be the abbot, and the mystery of his transfiguration is at once solved. He had led a dissolute life, and his flimsy soul, unable to sustain the shock of death, was at once dissipated. The soul of a priest who had just expired happened to be floating by, and took possession of the still warm corpse. The young nobleman was a Confucian of the modern type. The idea of the soul changing its earthly tenement is Buddhistic. And that which rendered the metamorphosis possible without waiting for another birth was the Taoist doctrine that the soul is dissolved with the body unless it be purified and concentrated by vigorous discipline. End of section 18. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. Section 19. Of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, read for LibriVox.org by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. Dream and Reality, a Buddhist Story by Chuang Tzu, 4th century B.C. Once upon a time I dreamed I was a butterfly, fluttering hither and thither, to all intents and purposes a butterfly. I was conscious only of following my fancies as a butterfly, and was unconscious of my individuality as a man. And there I lay myself again. I do not know whether I was then dreaming I was a butterfly, or whether I am now a butterfly dreaming that it is a man. Between man and butterfly there is necessarily a barrier, and the transition is called metempsychosis. End of section 19. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. Section 20 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. The World Story, Volume 1. China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 20. Milan, the Maiden Chief, by Unknown. From the 3rd century A.D. to the 7th, disorder and crime increased. There was a northern, an eastern, and a western kingdom, and there were attacks by the Huns. One emperor favored Buddhism, another banished or slew its priests and destroyed their books. In the very death chamber of an emperor, one of his sons struck down another that he might gain the kingdom for himself. Extravagance was carried so far as to become wickedness. One ruler built himself a magnificent palace large enough to shelter his 10,000 attendants. His bodyguard was a regiment of superbly dressed women mounted on horseback. On his amusements money was spent like water. Wherever he went, he found bodies of his subjects hanging from the trees, for they had chosen suicide rather than death by starvation. But this was nothing to him, and his wild extravagance continued. One emperor used to run through the streets with a drawn sword, slaying everyone that was so unfortunate as to come in his way. Another saw the enemy coming, and instead of defending his city, he occupied himself in burning the royal library, saying that all his studying of books was of no avail when the time of his need had come, and now they should be destroyed. Freaks and vagaries ruled the land. Now and then an emperor arose who loved his people and punished whoever oppressed them. One such sovereign was poisoned by his own mother. It is small wonder that with his last breath he besought Buddha never again to send him to earth as an emperor. From this time of warfare come many stories of brave deeds. One commander turned a hopeless defense into a victory by his quickness of wit. As the foe advanced, he threw open the gates of the city, called away the sentinels, took a seat on a tower in full view, and began to play merrily on his guitar. Naturally, the enemy supposed that he had some scheme in hand which made him absolutely certain of safety, and they withdrew. Another commander was so nearly overcome by famine that the enemy confidently expected a surrender within a few days. One night the besiegers heard the men in the hostile camp hard at work, tramping to and fro. In the morning they saw great heaps of rice beside the road. This meant, of course, that food and reinforcements had reached the camp during the night, and they retreated. They did not guess that the heaps were of sand, and that the thin covering of rice was the last bit of food in the possession of the starving soldiers. In these times of constant fighting, it happened more than once that a woman held a fort against an invading enemy. Such a warrior was Mulan. This poem was written between 502 and 556 A.D. The Editor. Say, maiden at your spinning wheel, why heave that deep-drawn sigh? Is it fear, perchance, or love you feel? Pray tell, oh, tell me why. Nor fear nor love has moved my soul. Away, such idle thought! A warrior's glory is the goal by my ambition sought. My father's cherished life to save, my country to redeem, the dangers of the field I'll brave. I am not what I seem. No son has he his troop to lead, no brother dear have I. So I must mount my father's steed, and to the battle hie. At dawn of day she quits her door, at evening rests her head, where loud the mountain torrents roar, and mail-clad soldiers tread. The northern plains are gained at last, the mountains sink from view. The sun shines cold, and the wintry blast, it pierces through and through. 1,000 foes around her fall, and red blood stains the ground. But Mulan, who survives it all, returns with glory crowned. Before the throne they bend the knee, in the palace of Chanagan, full many a knight of high degree, but the bravest is Mulan. Nay, prince, she cries, my duty's done, no guerdon I desire, but let me to my home begone, to cheer my aged sire. She nears the door of her father's home, a chief with trumpets blare, but when she doffs her waving plume, she stands a maiden fair. End of section 20. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia.
Section 21 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World's Story, Volume 1. China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 21. The Prodigal Emperor Wang Ti by Rouncewell Wildman. In the middle of the 6th century ruled one Wang Ti, the most reckless and wildly extravagant emperor that ever occupied the dragon throne. Wang Ti lived a short life and a merry one. No expenditure appalled him, and no sacrifice of blood and treasure deterred him from following to the very end any of his fancies. Even the building of the canal system that has made his name famous was a whim for the gratification of his own pleasures. He wished to visit all the prominent cities of the empire in the most comfortable and luxurious way. He ordered that canals be immediately dug from the river Pin, a branch of the Han, in Hupei, to the river Se, a short stream in Shantung, another from Se to communicate with the river Huai, and that the existing watercourses be widened. At the same time he ordered built 40,000 dragon boats for the accommodation of his 3,000 favorites and immediate court. The canals were not mere ditches, but magnificent examples of both engineering and artistic skill. Nothing was left unfinished to offend the critical eye of the dandy. They were 120 feet wide, lined with cut stone, with paved roads on either side, shaded by full-grown trees. Taskmasters drove the laborers day and night, and of the 1,000,000 men employed, it is stated that over 40% died. In the first royal journey from Luoyang, the capital, to Nanking, the procession of boats extended for over 60 miles, and 80,000 soldiers were detailed to drag them. The royal barge was 200 feet long and 40 feet high, with 4 decks. Every district through which they passed was levied upon for provisions to support this immense host in transit. The magnificent pageant swept through the empire for 8 months, the wonder and ruin of all who came within its reach. The vast palaces, gardens, towns, artificial lakes and mountains that Wang Ti the Magnificent built in the short 12 years of his reign were, according to the custom of the times, destroyed by his successor. But the canals remained a blessing to the descendants of the laborers who had died in their construction. Nebuchadnezzar, the pharaohs, Nero, and Louis XIV were but feeble imitators of this royal Chinese spendthrift. Cleopatra's barge and Babylon's hanging gardens were duplicated on a magnificent scale by Wang Ti. He had a godlike genius for spending money. In his palace garden, which was so great that it contained an artificial lake 3 miles wide and 3 artificial islands 100 feet high, the flowering shrubs and trees were kept in perpetual bloom by skilled workmen, who renewed every fallen flower with such exquisite imitation in silk and satin that no one could tell the natural from the artificial at a short distance. After his death it was discovered that he had used all up the precious metals in the empire, and that money was so scarce that pieces of leather and paper with their values stamped upon them had to be used in trade. He took his dethronement with the same gay nonchalance with which he had sat upon the throne. To his queen he said, "Joy and sorrow both come to every man. Let us, then, bear each as it comes, and make the best of life we can." And of his princely executioners he asked, politely disinterested, "What sin have I committed that you wish to take away my life?" "Sin," they replied. "Why, what sin is there that you have not been guilty of?" "What you say may be true," answered the royal Chesterfield. "Hand me the silken cord. I have had more pleasure in my life than you can have at my death." The House of Tang opened a new era in the history of China, and marked the close of what might be styled the Middle Ages. It has appropriately been called the Augustan Age of Chinese literature. Each emperor strove to outdo his predecessors in the fostering of scholars and the education of the gentry. Great libraries were established, schools sprang up, poets, essayists, and historians thronged the successive courts. The complete poems of the Tang dynasty will be found in the home of every well-to-do Chinaman of today. The writings of Confucius were annotated and popularized, and in 740 that deathless teacher was raised to the rank of a prince, and his statue placed above that of the famous Duke of Chao. The 6th emperor of the Tangs founded Hanlin College, AD 755, the great postgraduate university of China. End of section 21. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 22 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific Read for LibriVox.org by Mona Jahin. China Part 4. The Augustan Age. Historical Note. The most glorious period of Chinese history is from 618 to 1126 AD, under the Tang and Song dynasties. The boundaries of the empire were extended from the Caspian Sea to the Pacific Ocean. Commerce flourished and embassies were received from nations as far apart as Rome and Japan. Printing from blocks was in use by the Chinese in the 9th century, 600 years before John Gutenberg set up his press in Germany, and it imparted a powerful stimulus to bookmaking and to the founding of schools and libraries. End of section 22. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 23 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 23. Tai Tsung, the Good, by Reverend William Speer. The Emperor Tai Tsung is celebrated by the Chinese as one of their most illustrious sovereigns, and he appears to have merited the praises bestowed on him for his clemency, wisdom, justice, and general attention to the welfare of the people. Under the auspices of this enlightened prince, learning and the arts flourished as in the ancient times, and all the high offices were again filled by men of letters. While in order to promote the revival of literature, which had so long been neglected for war, an academy was instituted within the precincts of the palace, where not less than 8,000 students received instruction from the most able professors. Tai Tsung also founded a great school for archery, where he often attended himself for the purpose of practicing that warlike art, in which it was important for the Chinese to excel, as bows and arrows were their principal weapons. The ministers sometimes remonstrated with the emperor on the imprudence of trusting himself among the archers, but the good prince only replied, "Am I not the father of my people? What then should I fear from my children?" The attention of Tai Tsung was constantly directed toward improving the condition of the lower orders, which he effected in a material degree by lessening the taxes and sending commissioners into all the provinces to inquire into the conduct of the magistrates and to see that the poor were not oppressed by them. For he often expressed the benevolent wish that every poor man should have enough of the common necessaries of life to make him comfortable in his station, which may remind us of the well-known speech of Henry IV of France, that he should not be satisfied till every peasant in the kingdom could afford to have a fowl in his pot on the Sunday. His strict sentiments with regard to the administration of justice induced him to pass a law for the prevention of bribery, by making it an offence punishable with death for any magistrate to receive a present as a propitiation in the exercise of his power. And in order to ascertain whether this law had its proper effect, he employed a person to offer a bribe to a certain magistrate, of whose integrity he had some suspicion. The bribe was accepted, and the guilty magistrate condemned to death, but his life was saved by the interference of one of the ministers, who were always at liberty to speak freely to the emperors on the subject of their conduct. "Great prince," said the monitor, "the magistrate is guilty, and therefore deserves to die, according to the law. But are not you, who tempted him to commit the crime, a sharer in his guilt?" The emperor at once admitted that he was so, and pardoned the offender. During the reign of Tai Tsung, some Christian missionaries of the Nestorian Church first arrived in China, where they were well received by the emperor, who permitted them to build churches and preach Christianity among the people. They were successful in making many converts, one of whom was a minister of state. They gave to the Tartar tribes on the north of China their own Syriac alphabet, and great numbers of those people became Christians. When the first Roman priests visited China, they found the sign of the cross in use, and other customs which bore evidence of the former influence of the Nestorians. A tablet was discovered at the city of Xingan, cut in the Syriac character, which relates the success of their early labors. Their missionary zeal deserves great honor. It conferred lasting benefits upon the nations of Eastern Asia. The Emperor Tai Tsung died after a reign of 23 years, regretted by his subjects, who looked up to him as a pattern of wisdom and virtue, and preserved many of his excellent maxims, which are frequently repeated with great veneration to this day. The successors of Tai Tsung maintained the peace and prosperity which had been established by that great prince, and under their dominion the country was much improved, and the people enjoyed a considerable share of comfort and tranquillity. Among the great national works of the 7th century were several extensive canals for the convenience of inland commerce, with locks of a peculiar construction, or slides placed in embankments, over which their flat-bottomed vessels, without being unloaded, were hauled by ropes attached to large capstans. By means of this inland communication, trade was so much increased that a great number of vessels came every year to the port of Canfu, which was either Canton or Kanpu, near Hangzhou. And about the year 700 A.D., a regular market was opened there for foreign merchandise, and an imperial commissioner was appointed to receive the customs on all goods imported from other countries, which collectively produced a large revenue to the government. End of section 23. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 24 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Brianna. The Rule of the Empress Wu by S. Wells Williams. Tai Tsung was succeeded by his son Cao Tsung, whose indolent imbecility appears the more despicable after his father's vigor. But his reign fills a large place in Chinese history from the extraordinary career of his Empress Wu, as she is called, who by her blandishments obtained entire control over him. The character of this woman has no doubt suffered much from the bad reputation native historians have given her, but enough can be gathered from their accounts to show that with all her cruelty she understood how to maintain the authority of the crown and provide for the wants of the people. Introduced to the harem of Tai Tsung at the age of 14, she was sent at his death to the retreat, where all his women were condemned for the rest of their days to honorable imprisonment. While a member of the palace, Cao Tsung had been charmed with her appearance, and, having seen her at one of the state ceremonies connected with the ancestral worship, brought her back to the palace. As soon as she became empress, Wu began gradually to assume more and more authority, until, long before the emperor's death in 684, she engrossed the whole management of affairs, and at his demise openly assumed the reins of government, which she wielded for 21 years with no weak hand. Her generals extended the limits of the empire, and her officers carried into effect her orders to alleviate the miseries of the people. Her cruelty vented itself in the murder of all who opposed her will, even her own sons and relatives, and her pride was rather exhibited than gratified by her assuming the titles of Queen of Heaven, Holy and Divine Ruler, Holy Mother, and Divine Sovereign. When she was disabled by age, her son, supported by some of the first men of the land, asserted his claim to the throne, and by a palace conspiracy succeeded in removing her to her own apartments, where she died aged 81 years. End of section 24. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 25 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 25. The Founding of Han Lin College by Reverend William Speer. The sixth emperor of the Tang dynasty founded the Han Lin College, the leading literary institution of the Chinese Empire, consisting of 40 members, from whose number the ministers of state are generally chosen, and from whom all successful candidates for honors receive their degrees. The members of the Han Lin are mentioned in old histories as the learned doctors of the empire, and in fact possessed quite as much knowledge in those days as they do now, for the members of the present day are all educated according to the ancient system, nor have any new branches of learning until recently been introduced into the schools of China. Yet when the Han Lin College was founded, the Chinese were far in advance of the Europeans, both in knowledge and refinement, for the modern nations of Europe were then only just emerging from the barbarism into which they had been plunged by the conquests of the Gothic tribes. England was divided among the princes of the Heptarchy, and France was in that rude state which preceded the reign of Charlemagne. It may be imagined that only a very small proportion of the boys in any school were gifted with such great talents as would entitle them to attain preferment. Therefore, of the many who presented themselves as candidates for honors at the hall of their province, where an examination was held once a year, very few perhaps were chosen, and those had to pass other examinations by doctors of a higher degree before they were eligible to be appointed to offices of state. Still, each aspirant had a chance, and as the object was so important, great pains were taken to instill into the minds of youth a due sense of the value of learning, and many little stories, written with that intent, were read to children as soon as they were of an age to comprehend them. These juvenile tales are mostly very simple, but are not uninteresting as illustrations of the character and manners of the people. The following are specimens of their general style. There was a boy whose father was so poor that he could not afford to send him to school, but was obliged to make him work all day in the fields to help to maintain his family. The lad was so anxious to learn that he proposed giving up a part of the night to study. But as his mother had not the means of supplying him with a lamp for that purpose, he brought home every evening a glowworm, which, being held in a thin piece of gauze and applied to the lines of a book, gave sufficient light to enable him to read, and thus he acquired so much knowledge that in course of time he became a minister of state and supported his parents with ease and comfort in their old age. Another youth, who was rather dull of intellect, found it a very laborious task to apply himself to learning, and made such slow progress that he was often rather disheartened. Yet he was not idle, and for several years continued to study with unceasing diligence. At length the time arrived for his examination, and he repaired with many others to the hall of the province, where he had the mortification, after all his exertions, of being dismissed as unqualified to pass. In returning homeward, very much depressed in spirits, and thinking it would be better to give up literary pursuits altogether, and turn his attention to some other employment, he happened to see an old woman busily employed in rubbing an iron pestle on a whetstone. "What are you doing there, good mother?" said he. "I am grinding down this pestle," replied the old dame, "till it becomes sharp enough to use for working embroidery," and she continued her employment. Li Pi, such was the name of the student, struck with the patience and perseverance of the woman, applied her answer to his own case. "She will no doubt succeed at last," said he, "then why should I despair?" So he returned to his studies, and in a few years, on appearing again before the board, he acquitted himself so well that he passed with honor and rose in time to one of the highest offices in the state. These short and simple tales, of which the Chinese have whole volumes, serve to show the bias they have endeavored to give to the minds of their children, and account for the studious habits of so large a portion of the community. End of section 25. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 26 of China, Japan and the Islands of the Pacific, read for LibriVox.org by Andrea. The Binding of Feet by Reverend William Speer. It was about this period that the strange custom was first adopted in China of binding the feet of female children to prevent their growth. The origin of this absurd and unnatural practice is unknown, nor is it easy to imagine what could have induced women, in the first instance, thus to deform themselves. For although vanity may be a powerful incitement for the continuance of a custom which distinguishes the higher from the lower classes, it hardly accounts for the first introduction of this practice, as any other distinctive mark, less painful and less inconvenient, might have answered the same purpose. The daughters of all people of rank are obliged to submit at an early age to have their feet cramped up and confined with bandages, which are not removed for about 3 years, when the bones are so far compressed that the feet never assume their natural shape and size. The health of the children generally suffers much from the want of proper exercise during this cruel process, and the enjoyment of afterlife must be greatly diminished by the difficulty which females find in walking or even standing without support. Yet they are proud of their very helplessness, and would think it excessively vulgar to be able to walk with a firm and dignified step. The lower classes cannot follow a fashion which would disable them from pursuing their daily labors. Yet many parents, in a very humble station of life, are not free from the vanity of desiring to have one daughter with small feet, the prettiest child being usually selected for that distinction. And such is the force of fashion that the little damsel who is thus tortured and crippled is looked upon as an object of envy rather than of pity. End of section 26. This recording is in the public domain.
Section number 27 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, read for LibriVox.org by Hollis House. Printing by Reverend William Speer. It was in the 9th century that printing began to be practiced in China, an event which occurred about 500 years before the art was known in Europe. The method first adopted in China was to engrave the characters on stone. Consequently, when the impression was taken off, the ground of the paper was black and the letters were white. But this mode was shortly superseded by the invention of wooden blocks, cut in such a manner that the letters were raised instead of indented, and thus were impressed in black on white ground. This mode of printing from wood is still practiced in China, and is well adapted to the written language of the Chinese, as its words are not formed of vowels and consonants like those of Western languages, but a single character, of which there are many thousands, expresses a whole word. Yet it is necessarily very slow, and for this reason must yield in the end to the use of divisible metal type and of our swift machinery. The superior beauty of the typography of our books already wins the wonder and praise of the Chinese. Before the invention of printing, there must have been a vast number of Chinese constantly employed in writing, as they were always a reading people, and even the poorest peasants were able to obtain books in manuscript, while in Europe, a book was a thing unknown among the lower classes, and seldom to be met with except in monasteries or palaces of princes. End of section 27. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 28 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Jim Locke. China, Part 5. The Coming of the Tartars. Historical Note. The Tartars of Mongols are in some respects the most remarkable race that has inhabited the world. Their armies, the mightiest that have ever been gathered together, conquered and ruled an empire the greatest in population and extent that has ever existed. They bore their ox-hide banners over every state of Europe and Asia, save Spain, England, and Japan, and for more than 1,000 years terrorized a great part of the human race. The toll of lives taken by Genghis Khan alone is reckoned at 4.5 million. The Tartars had been the torment of China for many ages, and during the 10th and 11th centuries they had become much more powerful. In 926, the Khitan Tartars helped to overthrow one of the Chinese dynasties, but when the new ruler came to the throne, they claimed their reward, 16 cities, and an annual tribute of 300,000 taels of silver, about $280,000, and a great number of pieces of silk. Neither arms nor tribute nor the gift of princesses availed, and early in the 12th century the Chinese invited the Qin Tartars, the ancestors of the present Manchus, to drive the Khitans from a province that they had seized. The Qin had not the slightest objection to performing this neighborly office. They drove the Khitans out, but they kept the province for themselves. One Chinese ruler tried his best to gain their goodwill by flattery. When he addressed their chief, he spoke of himself as Qin, that is, your servant. But even this humility did not win them, and they pushed on their conquest to the Yangtze-Kiang River. End of section 28. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke.
Section 29 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Schmidt. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 29. The Tartars and Their Customs, by Marco Polo. To the north of China lived the Tartars, a wild, savage, wandering tribe. Their custom is to spend the winter in warm plains, where they find good pasture for their cattle, whilst in summer they betake themselves to a cool climate among the mountains and valleys, where water is to be found, as well as woods and pastures. Their houses are circular, and are made of wands covered with felt. These are carried along with them whithersoever they go.
For the wands are so strongly bound together, and likewise so well combined, that the frame can be made very light. Whenever they erect these huts, the door is always to the south. They also have wagons covered with black felt so efficaciously that no rain can get in. These are drawn by oxen and camels, and the women and children travel in them. The women do the buying and selling, and whatever is necessary to provide for the husband and household. For the men all lead the life of gentlemen, troubling themselves about nothing but hunting and hawking, and looking after their goshawks and falcons, unless it be the practice of warlike exercises. They live on the milk and meat which their herds supply, and on the produce of the chase, and they eat all kinds of flesh, including that of horses and dogs, and pharaohs' rats, the gerbo, of which last there are great numbers in burrows on the plains. Their drink is mare's milk. This is the fashion of their religion. They say there is a most high God of heaven, whom they worship daily with thurible and incense. But they pray to him only for health of mind and body. But they have also a certain other god of theirs, called Natigai, and they say he is the god of the earth, who watches over their children, cattle, and crops. They show him great worship and honor, and every man has a figure of him in his house, made of felt and cloth, and they also make in the same manner images of his wife and children. The wife they put on the left hand, and the children in front. And when they eat, they take the fat of the meat, and grease the god's mouth withal, as well as the mouths of his wife and children. Then they take of the broth, and sprinkle it before the door of the house, and that done, they deem that their god and his family have had their share of the dinner. The clothes of the wealthy Tartars are for the most part of gold and silk stuffs, lined with costly furs, such as sable and ermine, vair and foxskin, in the richest fashion. All their harness of war is excellent and costly. Their arms are bows and arrows, sword and mace, but above all the bow, for they are capital archers, indeed the best that are known. On their backs they wear armour of cuir bouilli, prepared from buffalo and other hides, which is very strong. They are excellent soldiers, and passing valiant in battle. They are also more capable of hardship than other nations, for many a time, if need be, they will go for a month without any supply of food, living only on the milk of their mares, and on such game as their bows may win them. Their horses also will subsist entirely on the grass of the plains, so that there is no need to carry store of barley or straw or oats, and they are very docile to their riders. These, in case of need, will abide on horseback the livelong night, armed at all points, while the horse will be continually grazing. Of all troops in the world, these are they which endure the greatest hardship and fatigue, and which cost the least, and they are the best of all for making wide conquests of country. And this you will perceive from what you have heard and shall hear in this book, and, as a fact, there can be no manner of doubt that now they are the masters of the biggest half of the world. Their troops are admirably ordered in the manner that I shall now relate. You see, when a Tartar prince goes forth to war, he takes with him, say, 100,000 horse. Well, he appoints an officer to every 10 men, 1 to every 100, 1 to every 1,000, and 1 to every 10,000, so that his own orders have to be given to 10 persons only, and each of these 10 persons has to pass the orders to other 10, and so on, no one having to give orders to more than 10. And every one in turn is responsible only to the officer immediately over him, and the discipline and order that comes of this method is marvellous, for they are a people very obedient to their chiefs. And when the army is on the march, they have always 200 horsemen, very well mounted, who are sent a distance of 2 marches in advance to reconnoitre, and these always keep ahead. They have a similar party detached in the rear and on either flank, so that there is a good lookout kept on all sides against a surprise. When they are going on a distant expedition, they take no gear with them except 2 leather bottles for milk, a little earthenware pot to cook their meat in, and a little tent to shelter them from rain. and in case of great urgency they will ride 10 days on end without lighting a fire or taking a meal. On such an occasion they will sustain themselves on the blood of their horses, opening a vein and letting the blood jet into their mouths, drinking till they have had enough, and then stanching it. They have also milk dried into a kind of paste to carry with them, and when they need food they put this in water and beat it up until it dissolves, and then drink it. It is prepared in this way. They boil the milk, and when the rich part floats on the top, they skim it into another vessel, and of that they make butter, for the milk will not become solid till this is removed. Then they put the milk in the sun to dry, and when they go on an expedition, every man takes some 10 pounds of this dried milk with him, and of a morning he will take a half pound of it and put it into his leather bottle with as much water as he pleases. So as he rides along, the milk paste and the water in the bottle get well churned together into a kind of pap, and that makes his dinner. When they come to an engagement with the enemy, they will gain the victory in this fashion. They never let themselves get into a regular medley, but keep perpetually riding round and shooting into the enemy. And as they do not count it any shame to run away in battle, they will sometimes pretend to do so, and in running away they turn in the saddle and shoot hard and strong at the foe, and in this way make great havoc. Their horses are trained so perfectly that they will double hither and thither, just like a dog, in a way that is quite astonishing. Thus they fight to as good purpose in running away as if they stood and faced the enemy, because of the vast volley of arrows that they shoot in this way, turning round upon their pursuers, who are fancying that they have won the battle. But when the Tartars see that they have killed and wounded a good many horses and men, they wheel round bodily, and return to the charge in perfect order and with loud cries. And in a very short time the enemy are routed. In truth, they are stout and valiant soldiers, and inured to war, and you perceive that it is just when the enemy sees them run and imagines that he has gained the battle, that he has in reality lost it. For the Tartars wheel around in a moment when they judge the right time has come, and after this fashion they have won many a fight. All this that I have been telling you is true of the manners and customs of the genuine Tartars. But I must add that in these days they are greatly degenerated, for those who are settled in Cathay have taken up the practices of the idolaters of the country, and have abandoned their own institutions, whilst those who have settled in the Levant have adopted the customs of the Saracens. The way they administer justice is this. When anyone has committed a petty theft, they give him, under the orders of authority, 7 blows of a stick, or 17, or 27, or 37, or 47, and so forth, always increasing by tens in proportion to the injury done, and running up to 107. Of these beatings, sometimes they die. But if the offence be horse-stealing, or some other great matter, they cut the thief in two with a sword. Howbeit, if he be able to ransom himself by paying 9 times the value of the thing stolen, he is let off. Every lord or other person who possesses beasts has them marked with his peculiar brand, be they horses, mares, camels, oxen, cows, or other great cattle, and then they are sent abroad to graze over the plains without any keeper. They get all mixed together, but eventually every beast is recovered by means of its owner's brand, which is known. For their sheep and goats they have shepherds. All their cattle are remarkably fine, big, and in good condition. They have another notable custom, which is this. If any man have a daughter who dies before marriage, and another man have had a son also die before marriage, the parents of the two arrange a grand wedding between the dead lad and lass, and marry them they do, making a regular contract. And when the contract papers are made out, they put them into the fire, in order, as they will have it, that the parties in the other world may know the fact, and so look on each other as man and wife. And the parents henceforth consider themselves sib to each other, just as if their children had lived and married. Whatever may be agreed on between the parties as dowry, those who have to pay it caused to be painted on pieces of paper and then put these into the fire, saying that in that way the dead person will get all the real articles in the other world. End of section 29. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 30 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 30. The Chinese Theatre by Archibald Little. When traveling in China through the scenes made famous in song and history, I have been astonished at the accurate knowledge of the old wars and dynasties displayed by illiterate boatmen on the river and by our porters on land journeys. They are never tired of pointing out historic sites to the foreign traveler and expatiating upon the great deeds of former generations. It was a long time before I could learn whence these men derived their knowledge, so far surpassing the acquaintance with history displayed by similar classes in our own country. I at last discovered that they had learned their history in that pleasantest and most impressive of all schools, the theatre. Elaborate historical dramas form the bulk of the performances given in the public theatre, which almost every village in China possesses, by companies of strolling players who are paid by subscriptions from the more wealthy inhabitants. These companies are generally hired for a week or a fortnight. The performance commences at noon and goes on till about 9 at night. The extraordinary endurance of the actors, an endurance characteristic of the Chinese in all their avocations, is shown by the long successive hours they spend upon the stage. And as all the important pieces are sung to the accompaniment of the band, how they support the strain upon the voice is almost incomprehensible. They have a large repertoire which they carry in their heads. Many of them have no books of the plays. They are apprenticed as children, and so learn the pieces by rote at an age when the memory is especially vigorous. A mark of attention to a distinguished visitor is to hand him the repertoire and ask him to choose a play out of some 100 pieces contained therein. I have often selected an unpopular and seldom performed play, and never found the test too much for them, the piece being produced immediately. On the other hand, should a play on the program happen to contain a character of the same name as that of the visitor, it is at once suppressed. Although there is no scenery, the dresses are extremely handsome, elaborate embroideries being worn by princes and generals, and generally the dressing and get-up are careful and accurate. There is no curtain and no drop scene, and curiously enough, there is no interval between successive plays. Only a peculiar note is sounded on the cymbals, a signal known to the initiated. This has led Europeans to state that a Chinese play went on forever. It is true that sometimes when a succession of historical plays is given, the same story may go on for 3 or 4 successive days. There is, moreover, one celebrated play which has no less than 24 acts. As a rule, however, the lighter Chinese pieces are even shorter than ours. While theatricals are being performed, the whole village is en fête, all in their best clothes, the ladies in the galleries with little tables on which are tea and cakes and other delicacies, while families in the wide area of the open pit sit all day long with their tea and pipes, enjoying themselves in a way that it is a pleasure to see. In the cities, plays are given in the very handsome theatres attached to the guild halls, of which every large trading city in China has several. Performances are given on the feast days of the guilds, when the members are invited to the dinners quite as elaborate as those given by our own city companies. The feast, which extends over several hours, is accompanied with much ceremony and ancient ritual observances, while the plays go on uninterruptedly. A common penalty when disputes are arbitrated by the guilds is fining the defendant in a theatrical performance, which, if extended over the usual 3 days, costs about £10, the average number of a company being 30 men, female parts being all taken by men and boys, as in the Middle Ages. During their long hours of song, the actors are refreshed by means of shabbily dressed coolies, who walk casually onto the stage and hand them tea at intervals, but whom the audience are supposed to regard as invisible. Rough indications of scenery are given in a primitive way. A beleaguered general, sitting on a chair raised on a table, addressing an actor standing on the stage, is supposed to be parleying with the commander of the besieging force. Cavalry are indicated by a whip held in the hand, and when dismounting or mounting to ride off, they go through the action of bestriding a horse. The actors who take women's parts speak in a high falsetto voice, and in their make-up and get-up are indistinguishable from real women. A table covered with an embroidered cloth may represent a throne, or with plain red cloth, a magistrate's yemen. End of section 30. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 31 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia as the narrator,
Nemo as the emperor,
Todd as the attendant,
Eva Davis as the lady, princess,
Sarah Hale as the envoy,
and Thomas Peter as the president of the council.
The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 31. The Sorrows of Han, by Unknown. The Tartars realized how much more civilized the Chinese were than they themselves, and the savage chief, who had just overcome a Chinese force in battle, was often willing to make peace if a Chinese princess might be sent him for his wife. It is upon this custom that the following play is founded. With only 2 actors on the stage of the theatre, there is not often an opportunity to bring out in conversation who a man is and what he is seeking, and so the chief characters have to make little speeches and introduce themselves. In the prologue to this play, the Khan of the Tartars appears first, declares his greatness and speaks of the custom of wedding a princess of China. Then comes the minister, who is bidden to search out beautiful maidens that the emperor may choose among them. In Act 2, the minister declares that he has found the loveliest woman in the world. He admits her to the palace, but as her father is too poor to give him a bribe, he disfigures her portrait, that she may have no chance of being chosen by the emperor. Behold, the emperor enters and finds her playing on a lute. The Editor.
Since the beauties were selected to grace our palace, we have not yet discovered a worthy object on whom to fix our preference. Vexed and disappointed, we pass this day of leisure, roaming in search of her who may be destined for our imperial choice.
Here's the lute.
Is not that some lady's lute?
It is. I hasten to advise her of your majesty's approach.
No, hold! Keeper of the Yellow Gate, discover to what part of our palace that lady pertains, and bid her approach our presence, but beware lest you alarm her.
Attendant approaches in the direction of the sound and speaks.
What lady plays there? The Emperor comes. Approach to meet him.
Lady advances.
Keeper of the Yellow Gate, see that the light burns brightly within your gauze lamp, and hold it nearer to us.
Lady approaching.
Had your handmaid but known it was your Majesty, she would have been less tardy. Forgive, then, this delay.
Truly, this is a very perfect beauty. From what quarter come such superior charms?
My name is Chao. My father cultivates at Chitu the fields which he has derived from his family. Born in an humble station, I am ignorant of the manners that befit a palace.
But with such uncommon attractions, what chance has kept you from our sight?
When I was chosen by the minister Mayamposho, he demanded of my father an amount of treasure which our poverty could not supply. He therefore disfigured my portrait by representing a scar under the eyes, and caused me to be consigned to seclusion and neglect.
Keeper of the Yellow Gate, bring us that picture that we may view it.
Sees the picture.
Ah, how has he dimmed the purity of the gem, bright as the waves in autumn.
To the attendant.
Transmit our pleasure to the officer of the guard to behead Mayupinsho, and report to us his execution.
My parents, sir, are subject to the tax in their native district. Let me entreat your Majesty to remit their contributions and extend favor towards them.
That shall readily be done. Approach, and hear our imperial pleasure. We create you a princess of our palace.
How unworthy is your handmaid of such gracious distinction.
Goes through the form of returning thanks.
Early tomorrow I attend your Majesty's commands in this place. The Emperor is gone. Let the attendant close the doors. I will retire to rest.
The false minister contrives to escape to the Tartars. He shows to the Tartar Khan a true portrait of the princess and persuades him to demand her hand in marriage. The Khan does this with the threat that if the maiden is refused, he will ravage the country. The emperor's counselors insist that for the sake of the empire the princess shall be given up, and at length the emperor yields. In Act 3, the princess grieves at leaving the palace and going to the winds and snows and a strange husband of a foreign land. There is a farewell scene between her and the emperor.
Alas, when shall I again behold your Majesty? I will take off my robes of distinction and leave them behind me. Today in the palace of Han, tomorrow I shall be espoused to a stranger. I cease to wear these splendid vestments. They shall no longer adorn my beauty in the eyes of men.
Again, let us urge you, Princess, to depart. We have delayed but too long already.
'Tis done. Princess, when you are gone, let your thoughts forbear to dwell with sorrow and resentment upon us.
They part.
And am I the great monarch of the line of Han?
Let your Majesty cease to dwell with such grief upon this subject.
She is gone. In vain have we maintained those armed heroes on the frontier, mentioned but swords and spears, and they tremble at their hearts like a young deer. The princess has this day performed what belonged to themselves, and yet they affect the semblance of men.
Your Majesty is entreated to return to the palace. Dwell not so bitterly, sir, on her memory. Allow her to depart.
Did I not think of her? I had a heart of iron, a heart of iron. The tears of my grief stream in 1,000 channels. This evening shall her likeness be suspended in the palace, where I will sacrifice to it, and tapers with their silver lights shall illuminate her chamber.
Let your majesty return to the palace. The princess is already far distant.
The princess is now seen in the camp of the Tartars on the bank of the Amur river, and in despair she throws herself into the stream. The Khan refuses to keep in his domain such a traitor as Mao Yen Shao, and in Act 4 the minister is given over to the emperor, and his head is struck off as an offering to the shades of the princess. End of section 31. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 32 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 32. Genghis Khan, the Perfect Warrior, by D. Pettis de la Croix. Another Tartar force was now coming to the front. Their leader was a remarkable man, whose name as a child was Temujin. His father had been chief of several tribes. He died, leaving the boy of 13 to take his place. Naturally, some of the tribes promptly revolted. But the mother of Temujin seized her son's banner, and by the aid of those who were still faithful, she brought back half of the rebels. Until the boy had become a man of 44 years, he had to fight against enemies and be on his guard against traitors. At length, the time came when he felt that his position was secure. He called together his chief men and told them that the fates had promised him the rule of the whole earth. They were enthusiastic, for they had already seen the ability of their leader. He took the name of Genghis Khan, or Perfect Warrior, and gave his people the name of Mongols, or the Bold. He made laws and had some books translated from foreign languages. One tribe rose against him, but he soon subdued it. The Editor. All things looked now as if he desired to live in repose and taste the sweets of that peaceful estate, which by such vast fatigues he had obtained. But the love of arms, the darling passion of his soul, permitted him not to rest, and he thought of nothing else but how to find a pretext to fall out with the Chinese, against whom in particular he had formed some designs. The present state of affairs, all being now in peace, affording him no means to quarrel, he sought amongst the transactions of past ages for something fit to urge against them, and calling to mind the injuries the kings of China had heretofore done to his ancestors, nay, to his own father and people, he conferred with his Nevians and other princes of his court, continually entertaining them with discourses of the injuries and wrongs their fathers had suffered by the Chinese. This was the cause, said he, that our country was looked upon with so much scorn and despised by the other nations of Asia. In fine, he excited them to revenge by urging them that they had no other way to vindicate their honor and make themselves famous to posterity. Neither did he forget to remind them of the promise God had made to him to assist and render him victorious over all his enemies. The Mogul princes and lords failed not to applaud their emperor's design. Whether it was out of complaisance, or that they found it agreeable to reason and justice, is not the question. A council was called to consult on ways and means how to bring this great enterprise to pass, and it was resolved that first of all an ambassador be sent to Altu Khan, king of China, to demand satisfaction for all the damages and injuries done to the Moguls by his predecessors, with orders that in case he refused to comply, war should be declared against him. For this purpose they chose Jafar, an old courtier, a man perfectly skilled in state affairs, and sent him away in the winter season. Jafar, being arrived at Kambaluk, which was the old city of Peking, one of the capital cities of Cathay, had an audience of the king, whom he accidentally found in this city, for he was not used to reside there, but only in the summer. This ambassador made a long harangue, which he began with expostulating on his master's greatness, his elevation to the empire of the Moguls and Tartars, and the choice God had made of him to govern the world. He afterwards demanded reparation of the king for all the damages and injuries which his predecessor had done the Moguls, telling him that, if he refused to comply with these demands, he had orders to declare war against him, and to assure him that Genghis Khan, at the head of a most powerful army, would come and drive him out of his kingdom, and establish one of his own children on his throne. Jafer's discourse appeared very surprising to the king of China, who was much astonished that the Mogul emperor should form such a design, and venture to attack and begin a war against a nation whom he had reason to fear, considering the great damages and losses he himself confessed his nation had sustained by them. The king complained to the ambassador, saying, "Your master treats me as if he thought me a Turk or a Mogul." And with this answer he sent him back. "Go tell Genghis Khan that, although I cannot hinder him from making war with me, yet I will meet him with an army that shall make him repent his rashness." Jafar returned with all diligence to Karakoram, and gave his master an account of his negotiations, and the observations he had made pursuant to the orders he had given him. End of section 32. This recording is in the public domain. Section 33 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. Genghis Khan captures Peking, by D. Petit de la Croix. Although the king of China had put abundance of troops into Peking, the Mongols, instigated by the Chinese rebels that accompanied them, resolved to lay siege to this city. They even tried to take it by assault, but the Prince of China, to whom the king his father had entrusted the management of the first war, defended it so vigorously that all the besiegers' efforts proved in vain. It was impossible to tell how many brave actions were performed on both sides during the siege, by reason that the fate of China seemed to depend on the good or ill fortune of this its capital city. The bravest Chinese and the greatest lords of the empire were entered into it to share the honor of the long and brave defense. The great number of troops that were in this city took away from the besiegers all hope of taking it by open force. Therefore, they resolved to starve it out, and the famine became so great in Peking that the men chose rather to eat one another than to yield. Notwithstanding, the Chinese bravery availed them nothing, for the city was taken by a stratagem, which being reported to the king of China, he conceived such displeasure that he poisoned himself. This is the tale of the capture. The besiegers suffered so horrible a famine that they were obliged to decimate the men, and out of every 10, kill 1 to feed the other 9. The besieged defended themselves so valiantly with their arrows and engines, that when stones came to fail the engineers, they melted down their gold and silver, which were in great abundance in that place, and used it to shoot against their enemies. But at last, the Moguls having received a supply of provisions, and finding they were no nearer taking the city than they were the first day, undermined it, and made a way underground, which reached to the middle of the city, and in the night assailed the Chinese, who, surprised with a stratagem so new and strange, lost all courage, and were obliged to surrender the city to the Moguls. The king of China, believing this place impregnable, had shut himself in it, and was killed with his son. The Moguls and Tartars, who were entered into the city, opened the gates to those without, and gave no quarter to any they met with, and they plundered it of all that was precious or valuable, and afterwards divided the booty according to Genghis Khan's law. End of section 33. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 34 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Dirge of Genghis Khan, by Unknown. Genghis Khan conquered Central Asia from the Caspian Sea and the Indus River to Korea and the Yangtze Kiang. He was about to attack southern China when he died in 1227. His body was buried in his own country, and it is said that it was borne to his native land on a two-wheeled wagon, escorted by his enormous number of followers. As they journeyed, they wept and wailed, and one of the old comrades of the dead warrior chanted a dirge which has been handed down to this day. The Editor. Whilom thou didst swoop like a falcon, a rumbling wagon now trundles thee off, O my king. Hast thou in truth, then, forsaken thy wife and thy children, and the diet of thy people, O my king? Circling in pride like an eagle, whilom thou didst lead us, O my king. But now thou hast stumbled and fallen like an unbroken colt, O my king. End of section 34. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 35 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, ready for LibriVox.org by Brianna. China, Part 4, Stories of the Great Khan. Historical Note. Not many years after the death of Genghis Khan, Kublai ascended the throne. He overcame what opposition survived and reigned as emperor of all China. Save for Arabia, Hindustan, and some of the western districts of Asia, he ruled from the Pacific to the Dnieper River, and from the Arctic Ocean to the Straits of Malacca. There was much for these white Tartars to learn from the Chinese. The Mongols had had no definite laws. For instance, if a man was accused of a crime, he was tried before some official, and if he was found guilty, he was punished as the official thought best. Moreover, the Tartars gave nothing in charity. If a poor man begged of one of them, he would receive the reply, "Go with the curse of God, for if he loved you as he loves me, he would have provided for you." Many of the Tartars now adopted the religion of Buddha. This teaches charity to men and beasts, for who could say but the soul of some one of a man's own relatives was embodied in the beggar who pleaded for alms, or in the hungry dogs whose wistful eyes pleaded for a meal. End of section 35. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 36 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 36. The Palace of the Great Khan in Khambalik, Peking. By Marco Polo. Kublai Khan was a good ruler to the Chinese, and did well for the country. He was anxious to know more about the rest of the world, and when he was told that 2 merchants from Venice were in his city, he was delighted, and sent for them at once to ask questions about their rulers, how they lived, how they went forth to battle, and in what manner they administered justice. After these 2 merchants, the Polos, had remained in China for some time, they returned to Italy. Then they journeyed eastward again, and this time they brought with them young Marco, the son of one of them. The young man put on the Chinese dress, and learned the 4 languages most used in the country. This pleased the Khan, but something else pleased him much more. He was hungry to know about the distant lands and the manners and customs of people, but when his officers returned from an embassage, they had nothing to say, except to make reports of the business on which they had been sent. "They are fools and dolts," declared the emperor, and to the men themselves he said, "I had far liefer hearken about the strange things and manners of the different countries you have seen than merely be told of the business you went upon." It chanced that Marco was once sent away on a business matter. He kept his eyes open, and when he returned, he had a long story to tell of what he had seen. The emperor was delighted. At last he had found a man after his own heart. He sent the young Venetian on most important missions, and listened eagerly to the lively stories that he has always had to tell on his return. After the Polos had gone back to their own country, Marco wrote a very interesting book about his years in China, or Cathay, as it was then called. The following stories are taken from this book. The Editor. You must know that it is the greatest palace that ever was. It is all on the ground floor. Only the basement is raised some 10 palms above the surrounding soil, and this elevation is retained by a wall of marble, raised to the level of the pavement, 2 paces in width and projecting beyond the base of the palace so as to form a kind of terrace walk by which people can pass round the building, and which is exposed to view whilst on the outer edge of the wall. There is a very fine pillared balustrade, and up to this the people are allowed to come. The roof is very lofty, and the walls of the palace are all covered with gold and silver. They are also adorned with representations of dragons, sculptured and gilt, beasts and birds, knights and idols, and sundry other subjects. And on the ceiling, too, you will see nothing but gold and silver and painting. On each of the 4 sides there is a great marble staircase leading to the top of the marble wall and forming the approach to the palace. The hall of the palace is so large that it could easily dine 6,000 people, and it is quite a marvel to see how many rooms there are besides. The building is altogether so vast, so rich, and so beautiful that no man on earth could design anything superior to it. The outside of the roof also is all colored with vermilion and yellow and green and blue and other hues, which are fixed with a varnish so fine and exquisite that they shine like crystal, and lend a resplendent luster to the palace as seen for a great way around. This roof is made too with such strength and solidity that it is fit to last forever. Between the 2 walls of the enclosure there are fine parks and beautiful trees bearing a variety of fruits. There are beasts also of sundry kinds, such as white stags and fallow deer, gazelles and roebucks, and fine squirrels of various sorts, with numbers also of the animal that gives the musk, and all manner of other beautiful creatures, insomuch that the whole place is full of them, and no spot remains void except where there is traffic of people going and coming. The parks are covered with abundant grass, and the roads through them being all paved and raised 2 cubits above the surface, they never become muddy, nor does the rain lodge on them, but flows off into the meadows, quickening the soil and producing the abundance of herbage. From that corner of the enclosure, which is toward the northwest, there extends a fine lake, containing foison of fish of different kinds, which the emperor hath caused to be put in there, so that whenever he desires any, he can have them at his pleasure. A river enters this lake and issues from it, but there is a grating of iron or brass put up so that the fish cannot escape in that way. Moreover, on the north side of the palace, about a bow shot off, there is a hill which has been made by art from the earth dug out of the lake. It is a good 100 paces in height and a mile in compass. This hill is entirely covered with trees that never lose their leaves, but remain evergreen. And I assure you that wherever a beautiful tree may exist, and the emperor gets news of it, he sends for it, and has it transported bodily with all its roots and the earth attached to them, and planted on that hill of his. No matter how big the tree may be, he gets it carried by his elephants. And in this way, he has got together the most beautiful collection of trees in all the world. And he has also caused the whole hill to be covered with the ore of azure, which is very green. And thus, not only are the trees all green, but the hill itself is all green likewise. And there is nothing to be seen on it that is not green. And hence it is called the Green Mount. And in good sooth it is named well. On the top of the hill again, there is a fine big palace, which is all green inside and out. And thus the hill and the trees and the palace form together a charming spectacle. And it is marvelous to see their uniformity of color. Everybody who sees them is delighted. And the great Khan had caused this beautiful prospect to be formed for the comfort and solace and delectation of his heart. End of section 36. This recording is in the public domain. Section 37 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 37, How the Great Khan Ate His Dinner, by Marco Polo. And when the great Khan sits at table on any great court occasion, it is in this fashion. His table is elevated a good deal above the others, and he sits at the north end of the hall, looking towards the south, with his chief wife beside him on the left. On his right sit his sons and his nephews, and other kinsmen of the blood imperial, but lower, so that their heads are on a level with the emperor's feet. And then the other barons sit at other tables lower still. So also with the women, for all the wives of the Lord's sons, and of his nephews and other kinsmen, sit at the lower table to his right, and below them again, the ladies of the other barons and knights, each in the place assigned by the Lord's orders. The tables are so disposed that the emperor can see the whole of them from end to end, many as they are. Further, you are not to suppose that everybody sits at a table. On the contrary, the greater part of the soldiers and their officers sit at their meal in the hall on the carpets. Outside the hall will be found more than 40,000 people, for there is a great concourse of folk bringing presents to the Lord, or come from foreign countries with curiosities. In a certain part of the hall, near where the great Khan holds his table, there is set a large and very beautiful piece of workmanship in the form of a square coffer, or buffet, about 3 paces each way, exquisitely wrought with figures of animals, finely carved and gilt. The middle is hollow, and in it stands a great vessel of pure gold, holding as much as an ordinary butt, and at each corner of the great vessel is one of a smaller size, of the capacity of a firkin, and from the former, the wine or beverage flavored with fine and costly spices, is drawn off into the latter. And on the buffet aforesaid are set all the Lord's drinking vessels, among which are certain pitchers of the finest gold, which are called verniques, and are big enough to hold drink for 8 or 10 persons. And one of these is put between every 2 persons, besides a couple of golden cups with handles, so that every man helps himself from the pitcher that stands between him and his neighbor. And the ladies are supplied in the same way. The value of these pitchers and cups is something immense. In fact, the great Khan has such a quantity of this kind of plate, and of gold and silver in other shapes, as no one ever before saw or heard tell of or could believe. There are certain barons specially deputed to see that foreigners who do not know the customs of the court are provided with places suited to their rank, and these barons are continually moving to and fro in the hall, looking to the wants of the guests at table, and causing the servants to supply them promptly with wine, milk, meat, or whatever they lack. At every door of the hall, or indeed wherever the emperor may be, there stand a couple of big men, like giants, one on each side, armed with staves. Their business is to see that no one steps upon the threshold in entering, and if this does happen, they strip the offender of his clothes, and he must pay a forfeit to have them back again. Or in lieu of taking his clothes, they give him a certain number of blows. If they are foreigners ignorant of the order, then there are barons appointed to introduce them and explain it to them. They think, in fact, that it brings bad luck if anyone touches the threshold. Howbeit they are not expected to stick at this in going forth again, for at that time some are like to be the worse for liquor, and incapable of looking to their steps. And you must know that those who wait upon the great Khan, with his dishes and his drink, are some of the great barons. They have the mouth and nose muffled with fine napkins of silk and gold, so that no breath nor odor from their persons should taint the dish or the goblet presented to the Lord. And when the emperor is going to drink, all the musical instruments, of which he has a vast store of every kind, begin to play. And when he takes the cup, all the barons and the rest of the company drop on their knees and make the deepest obeisance before him. And then the emperor doth drink. But each time that he does so, the whole ceremony is repeated. I will say naught about the dishes, as you may easily conceive that there is a great plenty of every possible kind. But you should know that in every case where a baron or knight dines at those tables, their wives also dine there with the other ladies, and when all have dined, and the tables have been removed, then come in a great number of players and jugglers, adepts at all sorts of wonderful feats, and perform before the emperor and the rest of the company, creating great diversion and mirth, so that everybody is full of laughter and enjoyment. And when the performance is over, the company breaks up and everyone goes to his quarters. End of section 37. This recording is in the public domain. Section 38 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 38, How Kublai Khan Went A-Hunting, by Marco Polo. The Great Khan starts off the first day of March and travels southward towards the ocean sea, a journey of 2 days. He takes with him full 10,000 falconers and some 500 gerfalcons, besides peregrines, sakers, and other hawks in great numbers, and goshawks also to fly at the waterfowl. But do not suppose that he keeps all these together by him. They are distributed about hither and thither, 100 together, or 200 at the utmost, as he thinks proper. But they are always fowling as they advance, and the most part of the quarry taken is carried to the emperor. And let me tell you, when he goes thus a-fowling with his gerfalcons and other hawks, he is attended by full 10,000 men who are disposed in couples. These are called tosil, which is as much as to say watchers, and the name describes their business. They are posted from spot to spot, always in couples, and thus they cover a great deal of ground. Every man of them is provided with a whistle and hood, so as to be able to call in a hawk and hold it in his hand. And when the emperor makes a cast, there is no need that he follow it up, for those men I speak of keep so good a lookout that they never lose sight of the birds. And if these have need of help, they are ready to render it. All the emperor's hawks, and those of the barons as well, have a little label attached to the leg to mark them, on which is written the names of the owner and the keeper of the bird. And in this way, the hawk, when caught, is at once identified and handed over to its owner. But if not, the bird is carried to a certain baron, who is styled the bowler Gucci, which is as much to say the keeper of lost property. And I tell you that whatever may be found without a known owner, whether it be a horse, or a sword, or a hawk, or what not, it is carried to that baron straightway, and he takes charge of it. And if the finder neglects to carry his trover to the baron, the latter punishes him. Likewise, the loser of any article goes to the baron, and if the thing be in his hands, it is immediately given up to the owner. Moreover, the said baron always pitches on the highest spot of the camp with his banner displayed, in order that those who have lost or found anything may have no difficulty in finding their way to him. Thus, nothing can be lost, but it shall be incontinently found and restored. And so the emperor follows this road that I have mentioned, leading along in the vicinity of the ocean sea, which is within 2 days' journey of his capital city, Cambaluc. And as he goes there, is many a fine sight to be seen, and plenty of the very best entertainment in hawking. In fact, there is no sport in the world to equal it. The emperor himself is carried upon 4 elephants in a fine chamber made of timber, lined inside with plates of beaten gold, and outside with Hans skins, for he always travels in this way on his fowling expeditions, because he is troubled with gout. He always keeps beside him a dozen of his choicest gerfalcons, and is attended by several of his barons, who ride on horseback alongside. And sometimes, as they may be going along, and the emperor from his chamber is holding discourse with the barons, one of the latter shall exclaim, "Sire, look out for cranes!" Then the emperor instantly has the top of his chamber thrown open, and having marked the cranes, he casts one of his gerfalcons whichever he pleases, and often the quarry is struck within his view, so that he has the more exquisite sport and diversion there as he sits in his chamber, or he's on his bed, and all the barons with him get the enjoyment of it likewise. So it is not without reason I tell you that I do not believe there ever existed in the world, or ever will exist, a man with such sport and enjoyment as he has, or with such rare opportunities. And when he has traveled till he reaches a place called Keshar Modan, there he finds his tents pitched with the tents of his sons, and his barons, and those of his ladies, and theirs, so that there shall be full 10,000 tents in all, and all fine and rich ones. And I will tell you how his own quarters are disposed. The tent in which he holds his courts is large enough to give cover easily to 1,000 souls. It is pitched with its door to the south, and the barons and knights remain in waiting in it, whilst the lord abides in another close to it on the west side. When he wishes to speak with anyone, he causes the person to be summoned to that other tent. Immediately behind the great tent, there is a fine large chamber where the Lord sleeps, and there are also many other tents and chambers, but they are not in contact with the great tent as these are. The two audience tents and the sleeping chamber are constructed in this way. Each of the audience tents has 3 poles, which are of spicewood, and are most artfully covered with lions' skins, striped with black and white and red, so that they do not suffer from any weather. All 3 apartments are also covered outside with similar skins of striped lions, a substance that lasts forever. And inside they are all lined with ermine and sable, these 2 being the finest and most costly furs in existence. For a robe of sable, large enough to line a mantle, is worth 2,000 bezants of gold, or 1,000 at least. And this kind of skin is called by the Tatars the king of furs. The beast itself is about the size of a marten. These 2 furs of which I speak are applied and inlaid so exquisitely that it is really worth seeing. All the tent ropes are of silk, and in short I may say that those tents, to wit, the 2 audience halls and the sleeping chamber, are so costly that it is not every king could pay for them. Round about these tents are others, also fine ones and beautifully pitched, in which are the emperor's ladies and the ladies of the other princes and officers. And then there are the tents for the hawks and their keepers, so that altogether the number of tents there on the plain is something wonderful. To see the many people that are thronging to and fro on every side and every day there, you would take the camp for a good big city. For you must reckon the leeches and the astrologers and the falconers and all of the other attendants on so great a company, and add that everybody there has his whole family with him, for such is their custom. The Lord remains encamped there until the spring, and all that time he does nothing but go hawking round about among the canebrakes, along the lakes and rivers that abound in that region, and across fine plains on which are plenty of cranes and swans, and all sorts of other fowl. The other gentry of the camp also are never done with hunting and hawking, and every day they bring home great store of venison and feathered game of all sorts. Indeed, without having witnessed it, you would never believe what quantities of game are taken, and what marvelous sport and diversion they all have whilst they are encamped there. End of section 38. This recording is in the public domain. Section 39 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 39. How the Khan Sent His Messages, by Marco Polo. Now you must know that from this city of Cambaluc proceeded many roads and highways, leading to a variety of provinces, one to one province, another to another, and each road receives the name of the province to which it leads, and it is a very sensible plan. And the messengers of the emperor, in traveling from Cambaluc, be the road whichsoever they will, find at every 25 miles of a journey a station which they call Yam, or, as we should say, the horse post-house. And at each of these stations used by the messengers there is a large and handsome building for them to put up at, in which they find all the rooms furnished with fine beds and all other necessary articles in rich silk, and where they are provided with everything they can want. If even a king were to arrive at one of these, he would find himself well lodged. At some of these stations, moreover, there shall be posted some 400 horses, standing ready for the use of the messengers. At others there shall be 200, according to the requirements, and to what the emperor has established in each case. At every 25 miles, as I said, or anyhow at every 30 miles, you find one of these stations, on all the principal highways leading to the different provincial governments. And the same is the case throughout all the chief provinces subject to the Great Khan. Even when the messengers have to pass through a roadless tract where neither house nor hostel exists, still there the station houses have been established just the same, excepting that the intervals are somewhat greater, and the day's journey is fixed at 35 to 40 miles, instead of 25 to 30. But they are provided with horses and all the other necessaries, just like those we have described, so that the emperor's messengers, come they from what region they may, find everything ready for them. And in sooth, this is a thing done on the greatest scale of magnificence that ever was seen. Never had emperor, king, or lord such wealth as this manifests, for it is a fact that on all these posts taken together there are more than 300,000 horses kept up specially for the use of the messengers. And the great buildings that I have mentioned are more than 10,000 in number, all richly furnished, as I told you. The thing is on a scale so wonderful and costly that it is hard to bring one's self to describe it. But now I will tell you another thing that I had forgotten, but which ought to be told whilst I am on this subject. You must know that by the Great Khan's orders there has been established between these post-houses, at every interval of 3 miles, a little fort with some 40 houses round about it, in which dwell the people who act as the emperor's foot-runners. Every one of those runners wears a great wide belt set all over with bells, so that as they run the 3 miles from post to post, their bells are heard jingling a long way off. And thus, on reaching the post, the runner finds another man similarly equipped and all ready to take his place, who instantly takes over whatsoever he has in charge, and with it receives a slip of paper from the clerk, who is always at hand for the purpose. And so the new man sets off and runs his 3 miles. At the next station he finds his relief ready in like manner, and so the post proceeds with a change every 3 miles. And in this way the emperor, who has an immense number of these runners, receives dispatches with news from places 10 days' journey off in 1 day and a night, or if need be, news from 100 days off in 10 days and nights. And that is no small matter. In fact, in the fruit season, many a time fruit shall be gathered one morning in Cambaluc, and the evening of the next day it shall reach the Great Khan at Shandu, a distance of 10 days' journey. The clerk at each of the posts notes the time of each courier's arrival and departure, and there are often other officers whose business it is to make monthly visitation of all the posts, and to punish those runners who have been slack in their work. The emperor exempts these men from all tribute, and pays them besides. Moreover, there are also at those stations other men equipped similarly with girdles hung with bells, who are employed for expresses, when there is a call for great haste in sending dispatches to any governor of a province, or to give news when any baron has revolted, or in any other such emergencies. And these men travel a good 200 or 250 miles in the day, and as much more in the night. I'll tell you how it stands. They take a horse from those at the station, which are standing ready saddled, all fresh and in wind, and mount and go at full speed as hard as they can ride, in fact. And when those at the next post hear the bells, they get ready another horse, and a man equipped in the same way, and he takes over the letter, or whatever it may be, and is off full speed to the third station, where again a fresh horse is found all ready. And so the dispatch speeds along from post to post, always at full gallop with regular change of horses. And the speed at which they go is marvelous. By night, however, they cannot go so fast as by day, because they have to be accompanied by footmen with torches, who could not keep up with them at full speed. Those men are highly prized, and they could never do it did they not bind hard the stomach, chest, and head with strong bands. And each of them carries with him a gerfalcon tablet, in sign that he is bound on an urgent express, so that if perchance his horse break down, or he meet with other mishap, whomsoever he may fall in with on that road, he is empowered to make dismount and give up his horse. Nobody dares refuse in such a case, so that the courier hath always a good fresh nag to carry him. Now all these numbers of post horses cost the emperor nothing at all, and I will tell you the how and the why. Every city or village or hamlet that stands near one of those post stations has a fixed demand made on it for as many horses as it can supply, and these it must furnish to the post. And in this way are provided all the posts of the cities, as well as the towns and villages round about them. Only in uninhabited tracts the horses are furnished at the expense of the emperor himself. Nor do the cities maintain the full number, say of 400 horses always at their station, but month by month 200 shall be kept at the station, and the other 200 at grass, coming in their turn to relieve the first 200. And if there chance to be some river or lake to be passed by the runners and horse posts, the neighboring cities are bound to keep 3 or 4 boats in constant readiness for that purpose. End of section 39. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 40 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The King's Messenger by Chuang Tzu, 4th century B.C. Brilliant, bright the blossoms glow on the level heights and the marshlands low. The royal messenger am I. At the king's command I can swiftly fly. Equipped with all that man may need, alert, determined to succeed. 3 teams of horses, young and strong, I have to whirl my car along. My steeds are white, or grey, or pied, well skilled am I each team to guide. We gallop till the sweat flakes stain with large wet spots each glossy rein. Each man I meet without delay must tell me all he has to say. The realm I traverse till I bring the counsel sought for by the king. End of section 40. This recording is in the public domain. Section 41 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story, Volume 1. China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 41. The Polos Teach the Khan How to Capture a City, by Marco Polo. Now you must know that the city, Saianfu, held out against the great Khan for 3 years after the rest of Mansi, southern China, had surrendered. The great Khan's troops made incessant attempts to take it, but they could not succeed because of the great and deep waters that were round about it, so that they could approach from one side only, which was the north. And I tell you they never would have taken it, but for a circumstance that I am going to relate. You must know that when the great Khan's host had lain 3 years before the city without being able to take it, they were greatly chafed thereat. Then Mr. Niccolo Polo and Mr. Maffeo and Mr. Marco said, "We could find you a way of forcing the city to surrender speedily." Whereupon those of the army replied that they would be right glad to know how that should be. All this talk took place in the presence of the great Khan, for messengers had been dispatched from the camp to tell him that there was no taking the city by blockade, for it continually received supplies of victuals from those sides which they were unable to invest, and the great Khan had sent back word that take it they must, and find a way how. Then spoke up the 2 brothers and Mr. Marco the son, and said, "Great Prince, we have with us among our followers men who are able to construct mangonels, which shall cast such great stones that the garrison will never be able to stand them, but will surrender incontinently, as soon as the mangonels or trebuchets shall have shot into the town." The Khan bade them with all his heart have such mangonels made as speedily as possible. Now Mr. Niccolo and his brother and his son immediately caused timber to be brought, as much as they desired, and fit for the work in hand. And they had 2 men among their followers, a German and an Nestorian Christian, who were masters of that business, and these they directed to construct 2 or 3 mangonels capable of casting stones of 300 pounds weight. Accordingly they made 3 fine mangonels, each of which cast stones of 300 pounds weight and more. And when they were complete and ready for use, the emperor and the others were greatly pleased to see them, and caused several stones to be shot in their presence, whereat they marvelled greatly, and greatly praised the work. And the Khan ordered that the engines should be carried to his army, which was at the leaguer of Sianfu. And when the engines were got into the camp, they were forthwith set up, to the great admiration of the Tartars. And what shall I tell you? When the engines were set up and put in gear, a stone was shot from each of them into the town. These took effect among the buildings, crashing and smashing through everything with huge din and commotion. And when the townspeople witnessed this new and strange visitation, they were so astonished and dismayed that they knew not what to do or say. They took counsel together, but no counsel could be suggested how to escape from these engines, for the things seemed to them to be done by sorcery. They declared that they were all dead men if they yielded not, so they determined to surrender on such conditions as they could get. Wherefore they straightway sent word to the commander of the army that they were ready to surrender on the same terms as the other cities of the province had done, and to become the subjects of the great Khan, and to this the captain of the host consented. So the men of the city surrendered, and were received to terms, and this all came about through the exertions of Mr. Niccolo and Mr. Maffeo and Mr. Marco, and it was no small matter, for this city and province is one of the best that the great Khan possesses, and brings him in great revenues. End of section 41. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 42 of China, Japan and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Schmidt. The World Story, Volume 1. China, Japan and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 42. A Chinese City at the End of the 13th Century. By Marco Polo. When you have left the city of Chang'an and have travelled for 3 days through a splendid country, passing a number of towns and villages, you arrive at the most noble city of Kinsai, Hangzhou, a name which is as much as to say in our tongue, the City of Heaven. And since we have got thither, I will enter into particulars about its magnificence. And these are well worth the telling, for the city is beyond dispute the finest and the noblest in the world. In this we shall speak according to the written statement which the queen of this realm sent to Bayan, the conqueror of the country, for transmission to the great Khan, in order that he might be aware of the surpassing grandeur of the city, and might be moved to save it from destruction or injury. I will tell you all the truth as it was set down in that document. For truth it was, as the said Messer Marco Polo, at a later date, was able to witness with his own eyes. And now we shall rehearse these particulars. First and foremost, then, the document stated the city of Kinsai to be so great that it has 100 miles of compass, and there are in it 12,000 bridges of stone, for the most part so lofty that a great fleet could pass beneath them. And let no man marvel that there are so many bridges, for you see, the whole city stands, as it were, in the water and surrounded by water, so that a great many bridges are required to give free passage about it. And though the bridges be so high, the approaches are so well contrived that carts and horses do cross them. The document aforesaid also went on to state that there were in this city 12 guilds of the different crafts, and that each guild had 12,000 houses in the occupation of its workmen. Each of these houses contains at least 12 men, whilst some contain 20 and some 40. Not that these are all masters, but inclusive of the journeymen, who work under the masters. And yet all these craftsmen had full occupation, for many other cities of the kingdom are supplied from this city with what they require. The document aforesaid also stated that the number and wealth of the merchants, and the amount of goods that passed through their hands, was so enormous that no man could form a just estimate thereof. And I should have told you with regard to those masters of the different crafts, who are at the head of such houses as I have mentioned, that neither they nor their wives ever touch a piece of work with their own hands, but live as nicely and delicately as if they were kings and queens. The wives, indeed, are most dainty and angelic creatures. Moreover, it was an ordinance laid down by the king that every man should follow his father's business, and no other, no matter if he possessed 100,000 bezants. Inside of the city there is a lake which has a compass of some 30 miles, and all around it are erected beautiful palaces and mansions, of the richest and most exquisite structure that you can imagine, belonging to the nobles of the city. There are also on its shores many abbeys and churches of the idolaters. In the middle of the lake are 2 islands, on each of which stands a rich, beautiful, and spacious edifice, furnished in such style as to seem fit for the palace of an emperor. And when any one of the citizens desired to hold a marriage feast or to give any other entertainment, it used to be done at one of these palaces, and everything would be found there ready to order, such as silver plate, trenchers and dishes, napkins and tablecloths, and whatever else was needful. The king made this provision for the gratification of his people, and the place was open to every one who desired to give an entertainment. Sometimes there would be at these palaces 100 different parties, some holding a banquet, others celebrating a wedding, and yet all would find good accommodation in the different apartments and pavilions, and that in so well ordered a manner that one party was never in the way of another. The houses of the city are provided with lofty towers of stone, in which articles of value are stored for fear of fire, for most of the houses themselves are of timber, and fires are very frequent in the city. The people are idolaters, and since they were conquered by the great Khan, they use paper money. Both men and women are fair and comely, and for the most part clothe themselves in silk. So vast is the supply of that material, both from the whole district of Kinsai and from the imports by traders from other provinces. And you must know they eat every kind of flesh, even that of dogs and other unclean beasts, which nothing would induce a Christian to eat. Since the great Khan occupied the city, he has ordained that each of the 12,000 bridges should be provided with a guard of 10 men, in case of any disturbance, or of any being so rash as to plot treason or insurrection against him. Each guard is provided with a hollow instrument of wood, and with a metal basin, and with a timekeeper, to enable them to know the hour of the day or night. And so, when 1 hour of the night is past, the sentry strikes one on the wooden instrument and on the basin, so that the whole quarter of the city is made aware that 1 hour of the night is gone. At the 2nd hour he gives 2 strokes, and so on, keeping always wide awake and on the lookout. In the morning again from the sunrise, they begin to count anew, and strike 1 hour as they did in the night, and so on, hour after hour. Part of the watch patrols the quarter, to see if any light or fire is burning after the lawful hours. If they find any, they mark the door, and in the morning the owner is summoned before the magistrates, and unless he can plead a good excuse, he is punished. Also, if they find anyone going about the streets at unlawful hours, they arrest him, and in the morning they bring him before the magistrates. Likewise, if in the daytime they find any poor cripple unable to work for his livelihood, they take him to one of the hospitals, of which there are many, founded by the ancient kings and endowed with great revenues. Or if he be capable of work, they oblige him to take up some trade. If they see that any house has caught fire, they immediately beat upon that wooden instrument to give the alarm, and this brings together the watchmen from the other bridges to help to extinguish it and to save the goods of the merchants or others, either by removing them to the towers above mentioned, or by putting them in boats and transporting them to the islands in the lake. For no citizen dares leave his house at night, or to come near the fire, only those who own the property, and those watchmen who flock to help, of whom there shall come 1,000 or 2,000 at the least. Moreover, within the city there is an eminence, on which stands a tower, and at the top of the tower is hung a slab of wood. Whenever fire or any other alarm breaks out in the city, a man who stands there, with a mallet in his hand, beats upon the slab, making a noise that is heard to a great distance. So when the blows upon this slab are heard, everybody is aware that fire has broken out, or that there is some cause of alarm. All the streets of the city are paved with stone or brick, as indeed are all the highways throughout Manzi, so that you ride and travel in every direction without inconvenience. Were it not for this pavement, you could not do so, for the country is very low and flat, and after rain it is deep in mire and water. But as the great Khan's couriers could not gallop their horses over the pavement, the side of the road is left unpaved for their convenience. The pavement of the main street of the city also is laid out in 2 parallel ways of 10 paces in width on either side, leaving a space in the middle laid with fine gravel, under which are vaulted drains, which convey the rain-water into the canals, and thus the road is kept ever dry. You must know also that the city of Kinsai has some 3,000 baths, the water of which is supplied by springs. They are hot baths, and the people take great delight in them, frequenting them several times a month, for they are very cleanly in their persons. They are the finest and largest baths in the world, large enough for 100 persons to bathe together. When anyone dies, the friends and relations make a great mourning for the deceased, and clothe themselves in hempen garments, and follow the corpse, playing on a variety of instruments, and singing hymns to their idols. And when they come to the burning place, they take representations of things cut out of parchment, such as caparisoned horses, male and female slaves, camels, armor, suits of cloth of gold, and money in great quantities, and these things they put on the fire along with the corpse, so that they are all burnt with it. And they tell you that the dead man shall have all these slaves and animals of which the effigies are burnt, alive in flesh and blood, and the money in gold at his disposal in the next world, and that the instruments which they have caused to be played at his funeral, and the idle hymns that have been chanted, shall also be produced again to welcome him in the next world, and that the idols themselves will come to do him honor. Furthermore, there exists in this city a palace of the king who fled, him who was emperor of Manzi, and that is the greatest palace in the world, as I shall tell you more particularly. For you must know its domain has a compass of 10 miles, all enclosed with lofty battlemented walls, and inside the walls are the finest and most delectable gardens upon earth, and filled with the finest fruits. There are numerous fountains in it also, and lakes full of fish. In the middle is the palace itself, a great and splendid building. It contains 20 great and handsome halls, one of which is more spacious than the rest, and affords room for a vast multitude to dine. It is all painted in gold, with many histories and representations of beasts and birds, of knights and dames, and many marvelous things. It forms a really magnificent spectacle, for over all the walls and all the ceiling you see nothing but paintings in gold. And besides these halls, the palace contains 1,000 large and handsome chambers, all painted in gold and diverse colors. There is one church only, belonging to the Nestorian Christians. There is another thing I must tell you. It is the custom for every burgess of this city, and in fact for every description of person in it, to write over his door his own name, the name of his wife, and those of his children, his slaves, and all the inmates of his house, and also the number of animals that he keeps. And if anyone dies in the house, then the name of that person is erased, and if any child is born, its name is added. So in this way, the sovereign is able to know exactly the population of the city, and this is the practice also throughout all Manzi and Kathai. And I must tell you that every hosteler who keeps a hostel for travelers is bound to register their names and surnames, as well as the day and month of their arrival and departure, and thus the sovereign has the means of knowing, whenever it pleases him, who come and go throughout his dominions. And certes, this is a wise order and a provident. End of section 42. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 43 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Ready for LibriVox.org by Brianna. The Peking Observatory. Photograph page 128. In the 13th century, 300 years before the birth of Galileo, and at a time when Europe was just emerging from the Dark Ages, this astronomical observatory was erected by the Mongol emperors. The instrument shown in this picture is made of solid bronze. It is of huge dimensions, and the beautiful workmanship shows that even in that early age, the art of casting had been carried to perfection by the Chinese. The outer framework is a heavy metal horizon, divided into 12 equal parts for the 12 hours into which the Chinese divide their day and night, and also marked to designate the points of the compass. The inside of the ring bears the names of the 12 states into which China was anciently divided, every part of the empire being supposed to be under the influence of a particular quarter of the heavens. Within this is a complicated arrangement of circles and elliptics illustrating the various movements of the earth and planets, and divided into portions representing the constellations and the months and days of the year. In the center is a revolving tube for taking sights, and at the four corners are miniature rocks of bronze marked Northwest Mountain, Southwest Mountain, Southeast Mountain, and Northeast Mountain. An interesting touch of superstition is given by the 4 dragons which uphold the instrument and are chained to the earth to prevent their flying away. End of section 43. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 44 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. China, Part 7, Chinese Fables and Tales. Historical Note. Chinese literature is richest in histories, commentaries on the classics, and poetry. One of its most striking features is the colossal scale on which works have been compiled. An official history, completed in 1633, comprised 3,706 books, a collection of the Chinese classics, their commentaries begun by the Emperor Qianlong, is said to have numbered 180,000 volumes, and an anthology published in 1707 contained nearly 50,000 poems arranged in 900 volumes. Most remarkable of all is an encyclopedia of history, philosophy, and literature, ordered by the third emperor of the Ming dynasty. More than 2,000 writers labored on this for 5 years, and the result was a work of 917,480 pages, the equivalent of about 489,226,000 English words. This extraordinary work was never published owing to lack of money, but 3 copies were made by hand, all of which have since perished. However, as with us, while the classics are respected and studied in school, the great mass of people depend on stories for their reading. End of section 44. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 45 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Andrea. The Boy Philosopher by Unknown. There was a wealthy man of Qi named Tian Tzu who daily fed 1,000 people in his own mansion. Among them was one who reverently presented his host with a fish and a goose. Tian Tzu looked at the offering and sighed. "How bountiful," he exclaimed, "is heaven to man! It gives us the nutritious grain for food and produces birds and fishes for our use." All the guests applauded this pious sentiment to the echo, except the young son of a certain Mr. Pao, a lad of 12 years old, who, leaving his back seat and running forward, said, "You would be nearer the truth, sir, if you said that heaven, earth, and everything else belong to the same category, and that therefore nothing in that category is superior to the rest. The only difference which exists is a matter of size, intelligence, and strength, by virtue of which all these things act and prey upon each other. So it is quite a mistake to say that one is created for the sake of others. Whatever a man can get to eat, he eats. How can it be that heaven originally intended it for the use of man, and therefore created it? Besides, we all know that gnats and mosquitoes suck our skins, and tigers and wolves devour our flesh, so that, according to your theory, we were ourselves created by heaven for the special benefit of gnats and mosquitoes, tigers and wolves. Do you believe that, pray?" End of section 45. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 46 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Ready for LibriVox.org by Brianna. The Elixir of Life. Once upon a time, it was reported that there was a person who professed to have the secret of immortality. The king of Yen, therefore, sent messengers to inquire about it. But they dawdled on the road, and before they had arrived at their destination, the man was already dead. Then the king was very angry and sought to slay the messengers. But his favorite minister expostulated with him, saying, "There is nothing which causes greater sorrow to men than death. There is nothing they value more highly than life. Now, the very man who said he possessed the secret of immortality is dead himself. How then could he have prevented your majesty from dying?" So the men's lives were spared. End of section 46. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 47 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Sarah Hale. The Tiger and the Monkey by Unknown. A tiger, having clapped his paw on an unlucky monkey, the latter begged to be released on the score of his insignificance, and promised to show the tiger where he might find more valuable prey. The tiger complied, and the monkey conducted him to a hillside where an ass was feeding, an animal which the tiger till then had never seen. "My good brother," said the ass to the monkey, "hitherto you have always brought me 2 tigers. How is it that you have only brought me 1 to-day?" Hearing these words, the tiger fled for his life. Thus ready wit may often ward off great dangers. End of section 47. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 48 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Was he the only cheat? By Unknown. At Hangzhou there lived a costermonger who understood how to keep oranges a whole year without letting them spoil. His fruit was always fresh-looking, firm as jade, and of a beautiful golden hue, but inside, dry as an old cocoon. One day I asked him, saying, "Are your oranges for altar or sacrificial purposes, or for show at banquets, or do you make this outside display merely to cheat the foolish, as cheat them you most outrageously do?" "Sir," replied the orangeman, "I have carried on this trade now for many years. It is my source of livelihood. I sell, the world buys, and I have yet to learn that you are the only honest man about, and that I am the only cheat. Perhaps it never struck you in this light. The baton-bearers of today, seated on their tiger skins, pose as the martial guardians of the state. But what are they compared with the captains of old? The broad-brimmed, long-robed ministers of today pose as pillars of the Constitution. But have they the wisdom of our ancient counselors? Evil-doers arise, and none can subdue them. The people are in misery, and none can relieve them. Clerks are corrupt, and none can restrain them. Laws decay, and none can renew them. Our officials eat the bread of the state, and know no shame. They sit in lofty halls, ride fine steeds, drink themselves drunk with wine, and batten on the richest fare. Which of them but puts on an awe-inspiring look, a dignified mien? All gold and gems without, but dry cocoons within. You pay, sir, no heed to these things, while you are very particular about my oranges." I had no answer to make. I retired to ponder over this costermonger's wit. Was he really out of conceit with the age, or only quizzing me in defense of his fruit? End of section 48. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 49 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Eva Davis. The Appeal of Lady Cheng. May it please your Majesty. My husband was a censor attached to the Board of Rights. For his folly in recklessly advising your Majesty, he deserved indeed 1,000 deaths. Yet, under the imperial clemency, he was doomed only to await his sentence in prison. Since then, 14 years have passed away. His aged parents are still alive, but there are no children in his hall, and the wretched man has none on whom he can rely. I alone remain, a lodger at an inn, working day and night at my needle to provide the necessaries of life, encompassed on all sides by difficulties, to whom every day seems a year. My father-in-law is 87 years of age. He trembles on the brink of the grave. He is like a candle in the wind. I have not wherewith to nourish him alive, or to honor him when dead. I am a lone woman. If I tend the one, I lose the other. If I return to my father-in-law, my husband will die of starvation. If I remain to feed him, my father-in-law may die at any hour. My husband is a criminal bound in jail. He dares give no thought to his home. Yet can it be, when all living things are rejoicing in life under the wise and generous rule of today, we alone should taste the cup of poverty and distress, and find ourselves beyond the pale of universal peace? Oft, as I think of these things, the desire to die comes upon me. But I swallow my grief and live on, trusting in Providence for some happy termination, some moistening with the dew of imperial grace. And now that my father-in-law is face to face with death, now that my husband can hardly expect to live, I venture to offer this body as a hostage, to be bound in prison, while my husband returns to watch over the last hours of his father. Then, when all is over, he will resume his place and await your Majesty's pleasure. Thus my husband will greet his father once again, and the feelings of father and child will be in some measure relieved. Thus I shall give to my father-in-law the comfort of his son, and the duty of a wife towards her husband will be fulfilled. Lady Chang won her petition, and her husband was released. End of section 49. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 50 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. The World's Story, Volume 1. China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 50. The Soul of the Great Bell, by Lafcadio Hearn. The water clock marks the hour in the Tachungse, in the tower of the great bell. Now the mallet is lifted to smite the lips of the metal monster, the vast lips inscribed with Buddhist texts from the sacred Ta Hua King, from the chapters of the holy Ling Yen King. Hear the great bell responding. How mighty her voice, though tongueless! Ko Nagai! All the little dragons on the high-tilted eaves of the green roofs shiver to the tips of their gilded tails under that deep wave of sound. All the porcelain gargoyles tremble on their carven perches. All the 100 little bells of the pagodas quiver with desire to speak. Ko Nagai! All the green and gold tiles of the temple are vibrating. The wooden goldfish above them are writhing against the sky. The uplifted finger of Fo shakes high over the heads of the worshippers through the blue fog of incense. Ko Nagai! What a thunder tone was that! All the lacquered goblins on the palace cornices wriggle their fire-coloured tongues, and after each huge shock, how wondrous the multiple echo and the great golden moan, and at last the sudden sibilant sobbing in the ears when the immense tone faints away in broken whispers of silver, as though a woman should whisper, "Hi-ai." Even so, the great bell hath sounded every day for well nigh 500 years. Ko Nagai! First with stupendous clang, then with immeasurable moan of gold, then with silver murmuring of Hai. And there is not a child in all the many-coloured ways of the old Chinese city who does not know the story of the great bell, who cannot tell you why the great bell says Ko Nagai and Hai. Now, this is the story of the great bell in the Ta-chung-se, as the same is related in the Pe Hiao To Choi, written by the learned Yu Pao Tchen of the city of Kwang Chao Fu. Nearly 500 years ago, the celestially august, the son of heaven, Yong Lo, of the illustrious or Ming dynasty, commanded the worthy official Kuan Yu that he should have a bell made of such size that the sound thereof might be heard for 100 li. And he further ordained that the voice of the bell should be strengthened with brass, and deepened with gold, and sweetened with silver, and that the face and the great lips of it should be graven with blessed sayings from the sacred books, and that it should be suspended in the centre of the imperial capital to sound through all the many-coloured ways of the city of Peking. Therefore the worthy mandarin Kuan Yu assembled the master moulders and the renowned bellsmiths of the empire, and all men of great repute and cunning in foundry work, and they measured the materials for the alloy, and treated them skilfully, and prepared the moulds, the fires, the instruments, and the monstrous melting pot for fusing the metal. And they laboured exceedingly like giants, neglecting only rest and sleep, and the comforts of life, toiling both night and day in obedience to Kuan Yu, and striving in all things to do the behest of the Son of Heaven. But when the metal had been cast, and the earthen mould separated from the glowing casting, it was discovered that, despite their great labour and ceaseless care, the result was void of worth, for the metals had rebelled one against the other. The gold had scorned alliance with the brass, the silver would not mingle with the molten iron. Therefore the moulds had to be once more prepared, and the fires rekindled, and the metal remelted, and all the work tediously and toilsomely repeated. The Son of Heaven heard, and was angry, but spake nothing. A second time the bell was cast, and the result was even worse. Still the metals obstinately refused to blend one with the other, and there was no uniformity in the bell, and the sides of it were cracked and fissured, and the lips of it were slagged and split asunder, so that all the labour had to be repeated even a third time, to the great dismay of Kuan Yu. And when the Son of Heaven heard these things, he was angrier than before, and sent his messenger to Kuan Yu with a letter, written upon lemon-coloured silk, and sealed with the seal of the dragon, containing these words: From the mighty Yong Lo, the sublime Tai Tsung, the celestial and august, whose reign is called Ming, to Kuan Yu, the Fu Yin, twice thou hast betrayed the trust we have deigned graciously to place in thee. If thou fail a third time in fulfilling our command, thy head shall be severed from thy neck. Tremble and obey. Now Kuan Yu had a daughter of dazzling loveliness, whose name, Ko Nagai, was ever in the mouths of poets, and whose heart was even more beautiful than her face. Ko Nagai loved her father with such love that she had refused 100 worthy suitors rather than make his home desolate by her absence. And when she had seen the awful yellow missive, sealed with the dragon's seal, she fainted away with fear for her father's sake. And when her senses and her strength returned to her, she could not rest or sleep for thinking of her parents' danger, until she had secretly sold some of her jewels, and with the money so obtained had hastened to an astrologer, and paid him a great price to advise her by what means her father might be saved from the peril impending over him. So the astrologer made observations of the heavens, and marked the aspect of the silver stream, which we call the Milky Way, and examined the signs of the zodiac, the Huang Tao, or Yellow Road, and consulted the table of the 5 Hin, or principles of the universe, and the mystical books of the alchemists, and after a long silence he made answer to her, saying, "Gold and brass will never meet in wedlock, silver and iron never will embrace, until the flesh of a maiden be melted in the crucible, until the blood of a virgin be mixed with the metals in their fusion." So Ko Ngai returned home sorrowful at heart, but she kept secret all that she had heard, and told no one what she had done. At last came the awful day when the third and last effort to cast the great bell was to be made, and Ko Ngai, together with her waiting woman, accompanied her father to the foundry, and they took their places upon a platform overlooking the toiling of the moulders and the lava of liquefied metal. All the workmen wrought their tasks in silence. There was no sound heard but the muttering of the fires, and the muttering deepened into a roar like the roar of typhoons approaching, and the blood-red lake of metal slowly brightened like the vermilion of a sunrise, and the vermilion was transmuted into a radiant glow of gold, and the gold whitened blindingly like the silver face of a full moon. Then the workers ceased to feed the raving flame, and all fixed their eyes upon the eyes of Kuan Yu, and Kuan Yu prepared to give the signal to cast. But ere ever he lifted his finger, a cry caused him to turn his head, and all heard the voice of Ko Ngai sounding sharply sweet as a bird's song above the great thunder of the fires. "For thy sake, O my father!" And even as she cried, she leaped into the white blood of metal, and the lava of the furnace roared to receive her, and spattered monstrous flakes of flame to the roof, and burst over the verge of the earthen crater, and cast up a whirling fountain of many-coloured fires, and subsided quakingly with lightnings, and with thunders, and with mutterings. Then the father of Ko Ngai, wild with his grief, would have leaped after her, but that strong men held him back, and kept firm grasp upon him, until he had fainted dead away, and they could bear him like one dead to his home. And the serving woman of Ko Ngai, dizzy and speechless for pain, stood before the furnace, still holding in her hands a shoe, a tiny, dainty shoe, with embroidery of pearls and flowers, the shoe of her beautiful mistress that was. For she had sought to grasp Ko Ngai by the foot as she leaped, but had only been able to clutch the shoe, and the pretty shoe came off in her hand, and she continued to stare at it like one gone mad. But in spite of all these things, the command of the celestial and august had to be obeyed, and the work of the moulders to be finished, hopeless as the result might be. Yet the glow of the metal seemed purer and whiter than before, and there was no sign of the beautiful body that had been entombed therein. So the ponderous casting was made, and lo, when the metal had become cool, it was found that the bell was beautiful to look upon, and perfect in form, and wonderful in colour above all other bells. Nor was there any trace found of the body of Ko Ngai, for it had been totally absorbed by the precious alloy, and blended with the well-blended brass and gold, with the intermingling of the silver and the iron. And when they sounded the bell, its tones were found to be deeper and mellower and mightier than the tones of any other bell, reaching even beyond the distance of 100 li, like a pealing of summer thunder, and yet also like some vast voice uttering a name, a woman's name, the name of Ko Nagai. And still, between each mighty stroke, there is a long, low moaning heard, and ever the moaning ends with a sound of sobbing and of complaining, as though a weeping woman should murmur, "Hi!" And still, when the people hear that great golden moan, they keep silence. But when the sharp, sweet shuddering comes in the air, and the sobbing of "Eoi!" then, indeed, do all the Chinese mothers, in all the many-coloured ways of Peking, whisper to the little ones, "Listen, that is Ko Nagai crying for her shoe. That is Ko Nagai calling for her shoe." End of section 50. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 51 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Engineer STL. China, Part 8. The Coming of the Missionaries. Historical Note. Just when Christianity first made its way to China is not known. There is a tradition that St. Thomas traveled far to the east, but the first Christian preaching that is recorded took place in the 7th century. The missionaries were of the sect known as Nestorians. No one has ever found any of their books or writings in China, but 1,000 years after they are said to have come to the country, some workmen in northwestern China, who were digging a trench, came upon a slab of stone on which was writing, partly in Chinese and partly in Syriac letters used by Nestorians. This told of the work of the Nestorians, of the buildings of churches, and of the emperors who favored the faith. In the 13th century, a few Franciscan missionaries braved the perilous journey and made many converts, but with the fall of the Mongol dynasty, Christianity for a second time vanished and was not again preached in China until the 16th century, this time by the Jesuits. At first their teaching met with success, but with the coming of the Dominicans and Franciscans, disputes arose which greatly discredited the new religion among the Chinese, for they could not understand why teachers of the same faith should quarrel among themselves. At last the emperor's patience was exhausted, and he ordered all friars, except those needed for his imperial observatory, to be killed. The first Protestant missionary arrived in China in 1807. End of section 51. This recording is in the public domain. Section 52 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Engineer STL. An Enterprising Missionary by John of Corvino. In the 13th and 14th centuries, the Franciscans made their way to the east. One of them, the John of Corvino, who gives the following account of his efforts, worked entirely alone for 11 years. The Editor. I, Brother John, of Mount Corvine, of the Order of Minor Friars, made my way to Cathay, the realm of the Emperor of the Tartars, who is called the Grand Khan. To him I presented the letter of our Lord the Pope, and invited him to adopt the Catholic faith of our Lord Jesus Christ. But he had grown too old in idolatry. However, he bestows many kindnesses upon the Christians. In these 2 years past I am abiding with him. I have built a church in the city of Peking, in which the king has his chief residence. This I completed 6 years ago, and I have built a bell tower to it, and put 3 bells in it. I have baptized there, as well as I can estimate, up to this time some 6,000 persons. Also I have gradually bought 150 boys, the children of pagan parents, and of ages varying from 7 to 11, who had never learned any religion. These boys I have baptized, and I have taught them Greek and Latin after our manner. Also I have written out psalters for them, with 30 hymnaries and 2 breviaries. By help of these, 11 of the boys already know our service, and form a choir, and take their weekly turn of duty as they do in convents, whether I am there or not. Many of the boys are also employed in writing out psalters and other things suitable. His Majesty the Emperor moreover delights much to hear them chanting. I have the bells rung at all the canonical hours, and with my congregation of babes and sucklings I perform divine service, and the chanting we do by ear because I have no service book with the notes. I beg the Minister General of our order to supply me with the antiphonarium, with the legend of the saints, a gradual, and a psalter with the musical notes as a copy. For I have nothing but a pocket breviary, with the short lessons and a little missal. If I had one for a copy, the boys of whom I have spoken could transcribe others from it. Just now I am building a church with the view of distributing the boys in more places than one. I have grown old and gray, more with toil and trouble than with years, for I am not more than 58. I have a competent knowledge of the language and character which is most generally used by the Tartars, and I have already translated into that language and character the New Testament and the Psalter, and have caused them to be written out in the fairest penmanship they have. And so by writing, reading, and preaching, I bear open and public testimony to the law of Christ. End of section 52. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 53 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 53, The Woman with the Cross, by Mendez Pinto. Chained together as we were, we went up and down the streets, craving of alms, which were very liberally given us by the inhabitants, who, wondering to see such men as we, demanded of us what kind of people we were, of what kingdom, and how our country was called. Hereunto we answered conformably to what we had said before, namely, that we were natives of the kingdom of Siam, that going from Liampu to Nanquin we had lost all our goods by shipwreck, and that although they beheld us then in so poor a case, yet we had formerly been very rich. Whereupon a woman who was come thither among the rest to see us, "It is very likely," said she, speaking to them about her, "that what these poor strangers have related is most true, for daily experience doth show how those that trade by sea do oftentimes make it their grave. Wherefore it is best and surest to travel upon the earth, and to esteem of it as of that whereof it has pleased God to frame us." Saying so, she gave us 2 mazes, which amounts to about 16 pence of our money, advising us to make no more such long voyages, since our lives were so short. Hereupon she unbuttoned one of the sleeves of a red satin gown she had on, and baring her left arm, she showed us a cross imprinted upon it like the mark of a slave. "Do any of you know this sign, which amongst those that follow the way of truth is called a cross? Or have any of you heard it named?" To this, falling down on our knees, we answered with tears in our eyes that we knew exceeding well. Then lifting up her hands, she cried out, "Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." Speaking these words in the Portugal tongue, and because she could speak no more of our language, she very earnestly desired us in Chinese to tell her whether we were Christians. We replied that we were, and for proof thereof, after we had kissed that arm whereon the cross was, we repeated all the rest of the Lord's Prayer which she had left unsaid. Wherewith, being assured that we were Christians indeed, she drew aside from the rest there present, and weeping said to us, "Come along, Christians of the other end of the world, with her that is your true sister in the faith of Jesus Christ, or peradventure a kinswoman to one of you by his side, that begot me in this miserable exile." And so, going to carry us to her house, the Hoopoes which guarded us would not suffer her, saying that if we would not continue our craving of alms, they would return us back to the ship. But this they spake in regard of their own interest, for that they were to have the moiety of what was given us, and accordingly they made as though they would have led us thither again, which the woman perceiving, "I understand your meaning," said she, "and indeed it is but reason you should make the best of your places, for thereby you live." So opening her purse, she gave them 2 taels in silver, wherewith they were very well satisfied, whereupon she carried us home to her house, and there kept us all the while we remained in that place, making much of us, and using us very charitably. Here she showed us an oratory, wherein she had a cross of wood gilt, as also candlesticks, and a lamp of silver. Furthermore, she told us that she was named Inez de Laria, and her father Tome Pires, who had been great ambassador from Portugal to the King of China, and that in regard of an insurrection with a Portuguese captain made at Canton, the Chineses, taking him for a spy and not for an ambassador as he termed himself, clapped him and all his followers up in prison, where by order of justice 5 of them were put to torture, receiving so many such cruel stripes on their bodies as they died instantly, and the rest were all banished into several parts, together with her father, into this place, where he married with her mother that had some means, and how he made her a Christian, living so 27 years together, and converting many Gentiles to the faith of Christ, whereof there were above 300 then abiding in that town, which every Sunday assembled in her house to say the catechism. Whereupon, demanding of her what were their accustomed prayers, she answered that she used no other but these, which on their knees, with their eyes and hands lift up to heaven, they pronounced in this manner: "O Lord Jesus Christ, as it is most true that thou art the very Son of God, conceived by the Holy Ghost of the Virgin Mary for the salvation of sinners, so thou wilt be pleased to forgive us our offences, that thereby we may become worthy to behold thy face in the glory of thy kingdom, where thou art sitting at the right hand of the Almighty. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen." And so all of them, kissing the cross, embraced one another, and thereupon every one returned to his own home. Moreover, she told us that her father had left her many other prayers, which the Chineses had stolen from her, so that she had none left but those before recited, whereunto we replied that those we had heard from her were very good, but before we went away we would leave her divers other good and wholesome prayers. "Do so, then," answered she, "for the respect you owe to so good a God as yours is, and that hath done such things for you, for me, and all in general." Then, causing the cloth to be laid, she gave us a very good and plentiful dinner, and treated us in like sort every meal during the 5 days we continued in her house, which was permitted by the Shifu in regard of a present that this good woman sent his wife, whom she earnestly entreated so to deal with her husband as we might be well entreated, for that we were men of whom God had a particular care, as the Chifuyu's wife promised her to do, with many thanks to her for the present she had received. In the mean space, during the 5 days we remained in her house, we read the Catechism 7 times to the Christians, wherewithal they were very much edified. Besides, Cristoforo Borbalho made them a little book in the Chinese tongue, containing the Pater Noster, the Creed, the 10 Commandments, and many other good prayers. After these things we took our leaves of Inez de Leria and the Christians, who gave us 50 taels in silver, which stood us since in good stead. And withal Inez de Leria gave us secretly 50 taels more, humbly desiring us to remember her in our prayers to God. End of section 53. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Jim Locke.
Section number 54 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Ready for LibriVox.org by Brianna. The Worship of Ancestors by W.A.P. Martin. One of the greatest difficulties met by the missionaries in trying to convert the Chinese was that if they became Christians, they would be obliged to give up worshipping their ancestors and offering up prayers to them. This was the most important matter. One Wu Wang, who founded the famous Zhao dynasty in which Confucius lived, declared that it was right to rebel against the former emperor, because with all his other misdeeds, he had even neglected to offer up the proper sacrifices at the tombs of his ancestors. The editor. Every household has somewhere within its doors a small shrine in which are deposited the tablets of ancestors and of all deceased members of the family who have passed the age of infancy. Each clan has its ancestral temple, which forms a rallying point for all who belong to the common stock. In such temples, as in the smaller shrines, the household, the objects of reverence are not images, but tablets, slips of wood inscribed with the name of the deceased, together with the dates of birth and death. In these tablets, according to popular belief, dwell the spirits of the dead. Before them ascends the smoke of a daily incense. And twice in the month, offerings of fruits and other eatables are presented, accompanied by solemn prostrations. In some cases, particularly during a period of mourning, the members of the family salute the dead morning and evening, as they do the living. And on special occasions, such as marriage or a funeral, there are religious services of a more elaborate character, accompanied sometimes by feasts and theatrical shows. Besides worship in presence of the representative tablet, periodical rites are performed at the family cemetery. In spring and autumn, when the mildness of the air is such as to invite excursions, city families are wont to choose a day for visiting the resting places of their dead. Clearing away the grass and covering the tombs with a layer of fresh earth, they present offerings and perform acts of worship. This done, they pass the rest of the day in enjoying the scenery of the country. End of section 54. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 55 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 55. Teaching Science to the Emperor by Père du Halde. In the 16th century, Ricci, a Jesuit missionary, came to China and was followed by others of the same order. They showed a great amount of tact in dealing with the natives. The following account explains one method by which they made their way. The Editor. This nation, naturally proud, looked upon themselves as the most learned in the world, and they enjoyed this reputation without disturbance, because they were acquainted with no other people more knowing than themselves, but they were undeceived by the ingenuity of the missionaries who appeared at court. The proof which they gave of their capacity served greatly to authorize their ministry and to gain esteem for the religion which they preached. The late Emperor Kang he, whose chief delight was to acquire knowledge, was never weary of seeing or hearing them. On the other hand, the Jesuits, perceiving how necessary the protection of this great prince was to the progress of the gospel, omitted nothing that might excite his curiosity and satisfy this natural relish for the sciences. They gave him an insight into optics by making him a present of a semi-cylinder of a light kind of wood. In the middle of its axis was placed a convex glass, which, being turned toward any object, painted the image within the tube to a great nicety. The emperor was greatly pleased with so unusual a sight, and desired to have a machine made in his garden at Peking, wherein, without being seen himself, he might see everything that passed in the streets and neighboring places. They prepared for this purpose an object glass of much greater diameter, and made in the thickest garden wall a great window in the shape of a pyramid, the basis of which was towards the garden and the point toward the street. At the point they fixed the glass eye over against the place where there was the greatest concourse of people. At the basis was made a large closet, shut up close on all sides and very dark. It was there the emperor came with his queens to observe the lively images of everything that passed in the street, and this sight pleased him extremely. But it charmed the princesses a great deal more, who could not otherwise behold this spectacle, the custom of China not allowing them to go out of the palace. Pere Grimaldi gave another wonderful spectacle by his skill in optics in the Jesuits' garden at Peking, which greatly astonished the grandees of the emperor. They made upon the four walls 4 human figures, every one being of the same length as the wall, which was 50 feet. As he had perfectly observed the optic rules, there was nothing seen on the front but mountains, forests, chases, and other things of this nature. But at a certain point they perceived the figure of a man well made and well proportioned. The emperor honored the Jesuits' house with his presence, and beheld these figures a long time with admiration. The grandees and principal mandarins, who came in crowds, were equally surprised, but that which struck them most was to see the figures so regular and so exact upon irregular walls, that in several places had large windows and doors. It would be too tedious to mention all the figures that seemed in confusion, and yet were seen distinctly at a certain point, or were put in order with conic, cylindric, pyramidal mirrors, and the many other wonders in optics that Pere Grimaldi discovered to the finest geniuses in China, and which raised their surprise and wonder. In catoptrics they presented the emperor with all sorts of telescopes, as well for astronomical observation as for taking great and small distances upon the earth, and likewise glasses for diminishing, magnifying, and multiplying. Among other things, they presented him with a tube made like a prism, having 8 sides, which, being placed parallel with the horizon, presented 8 different scenes, so lifelike that they might be mistaken for the objects themselves. This, being joined to the variety of painting, entertained the emperor a long time. They likewise presented another tube wherein was a polygon glass, which by its different facets collected into one image several parts of different objects, insomuch that instead of a landscape, woods, flocks, and 100 other things represented in a picture, there was seen distinctly a human face, or some other figure very exact. There was also another machine which contained a lighted lamp, the light of which came through a tube, at the end whereof was a convex glass, near which several small pieces of glass, painted with divers figures, were made to slide. These figures were seen upon the opposite wall of a size proportioned to the size of the wall. This spectacle in the night time, or in a very dark place, frightened those who were ignorant of the artifice as much as it pleased those who were acquainted with it. On this account they have given it the name of the magic lantern. Nor was the perspective forgotten. Pere Bruglio gave the emperor 3 drafts wherein the rules were exactly kept. He showed 3 copies of the same in the Jesuits' garden at Peking. The mandarins who flocked to this city from all parts came to see them out of curiosity, and were all equally struck with the sight. They could not conceive how it was possible on a plain cloth to represent halls, galleries, porticos, roads, and alleys that seemed to reach as far as the eye could see, and all this so naturally that at the first sight they were deceived by it. Statics likewise had its turn. They offered the emperor a machine, the principal parts of which were only 4 notched wheels and an iron grapple. With the help of this machine a child raised several thousand weight without difficulty, and stood firm against the efforts of 20 strong men. With respect to hydrostatics, they made for the emperor pumps, canals, siphons, wheels, and several other machines proper to raise water above the level of the spring, and among others a machine which they made use of to raise water out of the river, called the 10,000 Springs, and to carry it into the ground belonging to the emperor's demesnes, as he had desired. Pere Grimaldi also made a present to the emperor of a hydraulic machine of a new type. There appeared in it a ceaseless jet d'eau, or cascade, a clock that went very true the motions of the heavens, and an accurate alarm. The pneumatic machines also did no less excite the emperor's curiosity. They caused a wagon to be made of light wood, about 2 feet long. In the middle of it they placed a brazen vessel full of live coals, and upon that an eilo pile, the wind of which came through a little pipe upon a sort of wheel, made like the sails of a windmill. This little wheel turned another with an axle-tree, and by that means set the wagon in motion for 2 hours together. But lest room should be wanting to proceed constantly forward, it was contrived to move circularly in the following manner. To the axle-tree of the 2 hind wheels was fixed a small beam, and at the end of this beam another axle-tree, which went through the center of another wheel somewhat larger than the rest, and according as this wheel was nearer or farther from the wagon, it described a greater or lesser circle. The same contrivance was likewise fixed to a little ship with 4 wheels. The eilopile was hid in the middle of the ship, and the wind proceeding out of 2 small pipes filled the little sails, and made it wheel about a long while. The artifice being concealed, there was nothing heard but a noise like a blast of wind, or like that which water makes about a vessel. I have already spoken of the organ which was presented to the emperor, but as this was defective in many things, Pere Pereira made a larger one and placed it in the Jesuits' church at Peking. The novelty of this harmony charmed the Chinese, but that which astonished them most was that this organ played of itself Chinese as well as European airs, and sometimes both together. It was well known, as I have elsewhere mentioned, that what gave Pere Ricci a favorable admission into the emperor's court was a clock and a striking watch, of which he made him a present. This prince was so much charmed with it that he built a magnificent tower purposely to place it in, and because the queen mother had a desire for a striking watch, the emperor had recourse to a stratagem to disappoint her by ordering the watch to be shown her without calling her attention to the striking part, so that she, not finding it according to her fancy, sent it back. They did not fail afterwards to comply with the emperor's taste, for great quantities of curious things were sent out of Europe by Christian princes who had the conversion of this great empire at heart, insomuch that the emperor's cabinet was soon filled with various rarities, especially clocks of the most recently invented type and most curious workmanship. Pere Pereira, who had singular talent for music, placed a large and magnificent clock on the top of the Jesuits' church. He had made a great number of small bells in a musical proportion, and placed them in a tower appointed for that purpose. Every hammer was fastened to an iron wire, which raised it, and immediately let it fall upon the bell. Within the tower was a large barrel upon which Christian airs were marked with small spikes. Immediately before the hour the barrel was disengaged from the teeth of a wheel by which it was suspended and stopped. It then was instantly set in motion by a great weight, the string of which was wound about the barrel. The spikes raised the wires of the hammers according to the order of the tune, so that by this means the finest airs of the country were heard. This was a diversion entirely new both for the court and city, and crowds of all sorts came constantly to hear it. The church, though large, was not sufficient for the throng that incessantly went backward and forward. Whenever any extraordinary phenomena, such as a parhelion, rainbows, etc., appeared in the heavens, the emperor immediately sent for the missionaries to explain their causes. They composed several books concerning these natural appearances, and to support their explanations in the most sensible manner, they contrived a machine to represent the effects of nature in the heavens. It was a drum made very close and whitened on the inside. The inward surface represented the heavens. The light of the sun, entering through a little hole, passed through a triangular prism of glass and fell upon a polished cylinder. From this cylinder it was reflected upon the concavity of the drum, and exactly painted the color of the rainbow. From a part of the cylinder, a little flattened, was reflected the image of the sun, and by other refractions and reflections were shown the halos about sun and moon, and all the rest of the phenomena relating to celestial colors, according as the prism was more or less inclined towards the cylinder. They also presented the emperor with thermometers to show the several degrees of heat and cold, to which was added a very nice hygrometer to discover the several degrees of moisture and dryness. It was a barrel of a large diameter, suspended by a thick string made of catgut of a proper length and parallel to the horizon. The least change in the air contracts or relaxes the string, and causes the barrel to turn sometimes to the right, sometimes to the left, and stretches or loosens to the right or left upon the circumference of the barrel a small string which draws a little pendulum, and marks the several degrees of humidity on one, and on the other those of dryness. All these different inventions of human wit, till then unknown to the Chinese, abated something of their natural pride, and taught them not to have too contemptible an opinion of foreigners. Nay, it so far altered their way of thinking that they began to look upon Europeans as their masters. End of section 55. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia.
Section 56 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Davis. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 56. The Emperor and the Musician by Per Duhalde. The Chinese like the European music well enough, provided that there is but one voice to accompany the sound of several instruments. But as for the contrast of different voices, of grave and acute sounds, they are not at all agreeable to their taste, for they look upon them as no better than disagreeable confusion. They have no musical notes, nor any sign to denote the diversity of tones, the rising or falling of the voice, and the rest of the variations that constitute harmony. The airs which they sing or play upon their instruments are got only by rote and are learned by the ear. Nevertheless, they make new ones from time to time. The ease wherewith we retain an air after the first hearing, by the assistance of notes, extremely surprised the late emperor. In the year 1679, he sent for Pere Grimaldi and Pere Pereira to play upon an organ and a harpsichord that they had formerly presented him. He liked our European airs and seemed to take great pleasure in them. Then he ordered his musicians to play a Chinese air upon their instruments, and played likewise himself in a very graceful manner. Pere Pereira took his pocket-book and pricked down all the tune while the musicians were playing, and when they had finished, repeated it without missing a note, which the emperor could scarcely believe. His surprise was so great that the father had learned in so short a time an air which had been so troublesome to him and his musicians, and that by the assistance of the characters he could recollect it at any time with pleasure. To be more certain of this, he put him to trial several times, and sang several different airs, which the father took down in his book, and then repeated exactly with the greatest accuracy. "It must be owned," cried the emperor, "European music is incomparable, and this father has not his equal in all the empire." This prince afterward established an academy of music, and made the most skilful persons in that science members of it, and committed it to the care of his third son, a man of letters and who had read much. They began by examining all the authors that had written upon the subject. They caused all sorts of instruments to be made after the ancient manner, and according to the size proposed. The faults of these instruments were discovered and corrected, after which they composed a book in 4 tomes with the title, The True Doctrine of Liu Lu, written by the order of the emperor. To these 4 tomes they added a 5th concerning the elements of European music, made by P. Pereira. Chinese music. End of section 56. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 57 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, read for LibriVox.org by Andrea. The Man Who Was Afraid of Becoming a Horse by Père du Halde. Although these stories were written by Père du Halde, they were made up from letters and reports of a number of Jesuit missionaries. The editor. They called me one day to baptize a sick person who was an old man of 70 and lived upon a small pension given him by the emperor. When I entered his room, he said, "I am obliged to you, my father, that you are going to deliver me from a heavy punishment." "That is not all," replied I. "Baptism not only delivers persons from hell, but conducts them to a life of blessedness." "I do not comprehend," replied the sick person, "what it is you say, and perhaps I have not sufficiently explained myself. You know that for some time I have lived on the emperor's benevolence, and the bonzes, Buddhist priests, who are well instructed in what passes in the next world, have assured me that out of gratitude I should be obliged to serve him after death, and that my soul would infallibly pass into a post-horse to carry dispatches out of the provinces to court. For this reason they exhort me to perform my duty well when I shall have assumed my new being, and to take care not to stumble, nor wince, nor bite, nor hurt anybody. Besides, they direct me to travel well, to eat little, to be patient, and by that means move the compassion of the deities, who often convert a good beast into a man of quality, and make him a considerable mandarin. I own, father, that this thought makes me shudder, and I cannot think on it without trembling. I dream of it every night, and sometimes when I am asleep I think myself harnessed and ready to set out at the first stroke of the rider. I then wake in a sweat and under great concern, not being able to determine whether I am a man or a horse, but alas, what will become of me when I shall be a horse in reality? This, then, my father, is the resolution that I am come to. They say that those of your religion are not subject to these miseries, that men continue to be men, and shall be the same in the next world as they are in this. I beseech you to receive me among you. I know that your religion is hard to be observed, but if it was still more difficult, I am ready to embrace it. And whatever it cost me, I should rather be a Christian than become a beast. This discourse and the present condition of the sick person excited my compassion, but reflecting afterwards that God makes use of simplicity and ignorance to lead men to the truth, I took occasion to undeceive him in his errors and to direct him in the way of salvation. I gave him instructions a long time, and at length he believed that I had the consolation to see him die not only with the most rational sentiments, but with all the marks of a good Christian. End of section 57. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 58 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Brianna. How the Bonzes Got the Ducks by Père Lecomte. There was no end to the deceits that these bonzes practiced upon the Chinese. The following tale of their trickery is a favorite among the more intelligent Chinamen. The editor. Two of these bonzes, one day perceiving in the court of a rich peasant 2 or 3 large ducks, prostrated themselves before the door and began to sigh and weep bitterly. The good woman who perceived them from her chamber came out to learn the reason of their grief. "We know," they said, "that the souls of our fathers have passed into the bodies of these creatures, and the fear we are under that you should kill them will certainly make us die with grief." "I own," said the woman, "that we were determined to sell them. But since they are your parents, I promise to keep them." This was not what the bonzes wanted, and therefore they added, "Perhaps your husband will not be so charitable as yourself, and you may rest assured that it will be fatal to us if any accident happens to them." In short, after a great deal of discourse, the good woman was so moved with their seeming grief that she gave them the ducks to take care of, which they took very respectfully after several protestations, and the self-same evening made a feast of them for their little society. End of section 58. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 59 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 59, A Visit to a Lama, by Père Gerbillon. Among the Tartars, the priests of Buddha are all called lamas, but are of greatly differing rank. The Editor. Our ambassadors, upon their coming into the town, went directly to the chief pagoda, several lamas coming to receive them and to conduct them across the square court, quite large and well paved with square tiles, to the pagoda, where was one of their chiefs. He was one of those whom the impostors say never die. They affirm that when his soul is separated from his body, it immediately enters into that of a newborn child. The veneration which the Tartars have for these impostors is incredible, even worshipping them as gods upon earth. I was witness of this respect which our ambassador and a part of his retinue, particularly the Mongols, paid him. The person who then pretended to be thus brought again into life was a young man about 25 years old. His face was very long and rather flat. He was seated under a canopy at the farther end of the pagoda upon two cushions, one of brocade and the other of yellow satin. A large mantle of the finest Chinese yellow damask covered his body from head to foot, so that nothing of him could be seen but his head, which was quite bare. His hair was curled, his gown edged with a sort of party-coloured silk lace, 4 or 5 fingers broad, much as our church copes are, and which the mantle of this Lama was not much unlike. All the civility which he showed the ambassadors was to rise from his seat when they appeared in the pagoda, and to continue standing the whole time he received their compliments, or rather adoration. The ceremonial was as follows. The ambassadors, when they were 5 or 6 paces distant from the Lama, first veiled their bonnets to the very ground, then prostrated themselves thrice, striking the ground with their foreheads. After this adoration, they went one after the other to kneel at his feet. The Lama put his hands upon their heads and made them touch his bead roll or string of beads. After this, the ambassadors retired and made the same adoration a second time. Then they went to sit down under canopies, got ready on each side. The counterfeit god being first seated, the ambassadors took their places, one on his right hand and the other on his left, some of the most considerable mandarins seating themselves next to them. When they had sat down, the people of their retinue came also to pay their adoration, to receive the imposition of hands, and to touch the bead roll, but there were not many there who had this respect shown them. In the meantime there was Tartarian tea brought in large silver pots, with a special one for this pretended immortal carried by a Lama, who poured it out for him into a fine china cup, which he reached himself from a silver stand that was placed near him. The motion he at that time used opened his mantle, and I observed that his arms were naked up to the shoulders, and that he had no other clothes under his mantle but red and yellow scarfs, which were wrapped round his body. He was always served first. The ambassador saluted him by bowing the head both before and after drinking tea, according to the custom of the Tartars, but he did not make the least motion in return to their civility. A little after, a collation was served up, a table being first set before this living idol. Then one was set before each of the ambassadors and the mandarin who attended them. Pere Pereira and I had also the same honour done us. There were upon these tables dishes of certain wretched dried fruits and a sort of long thin cakes made of flour and oil, which had a very strong smell. After this collation, which I had no inclination to taste of, but with which our Tartars and their attendants were very well entertained, tea was brought a second time. A little after, the same tables were brought in, covered with meat and rice. There was upon each table a large dish of beef and mutton half dressed, a china dish full of rice, very white and clean, and another of broth, and some salt dissolved in water and vinegar. The same sort of meat was set before the attendants of the ambassadors who sat behind us. What surprised me was to see the great mandarin devour this meat, which was half dressed, cold, and so hard that, having put a piece into my mouth only to taste it, I was forced to turn it out again. But there was none played their part so well as two Khalkhas Tartars, who came in whilst we were at table. Having paid the adoration to and received the imposition of hands from the living idol, they fell upon one of these dishes of meat with a surprising appetite, each of them taking a piece of flesh in one hand and his knife in the other, and cutting unusually large slices, after which they dipped them in the salt and water and swallowed them down. All being taken away, tea was brought once more, after which there was quite a long conversation, the living idol keeping his countenance very well. I don't think that during the whole time we were there he spoke more than 5 or 6 words, and that very low, and only in answer to some questions which the ambassadors asked him. He kept continually turning his eyes around and staring very earnestly on each side, and sometimes smiling. There was another Lama seated near one of the ambassadors who kept up the conversation, probably because he was the superior, for all the other Lamas who waited at table, as well as the servants, received orders from him. After a short conversation, the ambassadors arose and went about the pagoda to take a view of the paintings, which are very coarse after the manner of the Chinese. There is not a statue in it as in other pagodas, only figures of the deities painted on the walls. At the bottom of the pagoda there is a throne, or sort of altar, upon which the living idol is placed, having over his head a canopy of yellow silk, and here he receives the adoration of the people. On the sides there are several lamps, though we saw but one lighted. Going out of the pagoda, we went upstairs, where we found a wretched gallery, with chambers on all sides of it. In one of them there was a child of 7 or 8 years old, dressed and seated as a living idol, with a lamp burning by him. It was probable this child was designed one time or other to succeed the present idol, for these deceivers have always one ready to substitute in the place of another in case of death, and feed the stupidity of the Tartars with this extravagant notion that the idol comes to life and appears again in the body of a young man into whom his soul passed. This is the reason for their so great veneration for the Lamas, whom they not only implicitly obey in all their commands, but make them an offering of the best of everything they have. And therefore some of the Mongols of the ambassador's retinue paid the same adoration to this child as they had done to the other Lama. This child did not make the least motion, nor speak one single word. We found also in another chamber a Lama singing his prayers, written upon leaves of coarse brown paper. When our curiosity was satisfied, our ambassadors took leave of this impostor, who neither stirred from his seat nor paid them the least civility, after which they went to another pagoda to visit another living idol, who came to meet them the day before, but Pere Pereira and I returned to the camp. End of section 59. This recording is in the public domain, recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia.
Section 60 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. China, Part 9. The First 2 Centuries of Manchu Rule. Historical Note. By the 14th century, the kingdom founded by Kublai Khan had fallen to pieces, and China was once again ruled by native sovereigns. The Tartars still harassed the frontiers, however, and in 1644 the warlike Manchus were called in to defend the kingdom against them. They entered it as conquerors, and established a Manchu dynasty that ruled into the Revolution of 1912. Meanwhile, several nations were seeking commercial privileges. Portugal, Holland, Russia, and England were all eager to extend their trade. Russia met with favor, but England's attempt to make the country into a market for her Indian opium aroused the just wrath of the Chinese. They seized some $20 million worth of the drug and destroyed it. War followed. By the treaty which closed the war, 5 ports were thrown open to all nations. 1 year later, in 1844, the United States signed a treaty with China, but the hatred of the Chinese for foreigners made the privileges that the Americans had won of comparatively small value. The Chinese had never been content under their Manchu rulers, and in 1850 a formidable revolt broke out against them in southern China. The Taiping Rebellion, as it was called, lasted for 14 years, but was finally suppressed by General Gordon, who was given command of the imperial army. In 1873, the Chinese emperor for the first time gave a personal audience to foreign envoys without obliging them to kowtow or pay him homage, thus admitting the equality of other nations and putting an end to the old policy of isolation. End of section 60. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 61 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. The World's Story, Volume 1. China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 61, The Coming of the Kalmucks, by Thomas de Quincey, 1771 A.D. In 1616, a Tartar tribe, the Torgotes, or Kalmucks, left China and went to the shores of the Caspian Sea. The Russian rule, however, finally became so unbearable that in 1771 the descendants of these people determined to return to China. There were 600,000 of them, men, women, and children. Their flight began in the winter. For thousands of miles they waded through deep snow, they crossed rivers, they fought hostile tribes who pursued them like demons, they suffered from famine and from cold and heat. Of the 600,000, 140,000 had died when at last they drew near to the Great Wall. The following extract describes their approach. The Editor. On a fine morning of early autumn of the year 1771, Qian Long, the Emperor of China, was pursuing his amusements in a wild frontier district lying on the outside of the Great Wall. For many hundred square leagues the country was desolate of inhabitants, but rich in woods of ancient growth and overrun with game of every description. In a central spot of this solitary region the emperor had built a gorgeous hunting lodge, to which he resorted annually for recreation and relief from the cares of government. Led onwards in pursuit of game, he had rambled to a distance of 200 miles or more from his lodge, followed at a little distance by a sufficient military escort, and every night pitching his tent in a different situation, until at length he had arrived on the very margin of the vast central deserts of Asia. Here he was standing by accident at an opening of his pavilion, enjoying the morning sunshine, when suddenly to the westward there arose a vast cloudy vapour, which by degrees expanded, mounted, and seemed to be slowly diffusing itself over the whole face of the heavens. By and by this vast sheet of mist began to thicken toward the horizon and to roll forward in billowy volumes. The emperor's suite assembled from all quarters. The silver trumpets were sounded in the rear, and from all the glades and forest avenues began to trot forwards towards the pavilion the yagers, half cavalry, half huntsmen, who composed the imperial escort. Conjecture was on the stretch to divine the cause of this phenomenon, and the interest continually increased in proportion as simple curiosity gradually deepened into the anxiety of uncertain danger. At first it had been imagined that some vast troops of deer or other wild animals of the chase had been disturbed in their forest haunts by the emperor's movements, or possibly by wild beasts prowling for prey, and might be fetching a compass by way of re-entering the forest grounds at some remoter point, secure from molestation. But this conjecture was dissipated by the slow increase of the cloud and the steadiness of its motion. In the course of 2 hours the vast phenomenon had advanced to a point which was judged to be within 5 miles of the spectators, though all calculations of distance were difficult and often fallacious when applied to the endless expanses of the Tartar deserts. Through the next hour, during which the gentle morning breeze had a little freshened, the dusty vapour had developed itself far and wide into the appearance of huge aerial draperies, hanging in mighty volumes from the sky to the earth, and at particular points where the eddies of the breeze acted upon the pendulous skirts of these aerial curtains, rents were perceived, sometimes taking the form of regular arches, portals, and windows, through which began dimly to gleam the heads of camels endorsed with human beings, and at intervals the moving of men and horses in tumultuous array, and then through other openings or vistas at far distant points the flashing of polished arms. But sometimes, as the wind slackened or died away, all those openings, of whatever form, in the cloudy pall would slowly close, and for a time the whole pageant was shut up from view. Although the growing din, the clamours, the shrieks and groans ascending from infuriated myriads reported, in a language not to be misunderstood, what was going on behind the cloudy screen. These were the Kalmucks, pursued by their savage enemies. The emperor had known that they were coming, but he had no reason to expect them for at least 3 months. By the clangour of weapons and the cries of agony he knew what was happening. He summoned the cavalry and artillery that always guarded him, and the wretched wanderers were soon free from their foes. Food and clothes and money and land and cattle and agricultural implements were already provided for them. On the margin of the desert, great columns of granite and brass were afterwards reared with the following inscription telling the story of this flight. The Editor. By the will of God, here, upon the brink of these deserts, which from this point begin and stretch away, pathless, treeless, waterless, for thousands of miles, and along the margins of many mighty nations, rested from their labours and from great afflictions under the shadow of the Chinese wall, and by the favour of Kien Long, God's lieutenant upon earth, the ancient children of the wilderness, the Torgote Tartars, flying before the wrath of the Grecian Czar, wandering sheep who had strayed away from the celestial empire in the year 1616. but are now mercifully gathered again, after infinite sorrow, into the fold of their forgiving Shepherd. Hallowed be the spot for ever, and hallowed be the day. September 8, 1771. Amen. End of section 61. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia.
Section 62 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story Volume 1. China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 62. Chinese Punishments by Per Duhalde. No crimes pass unpunished in China. The bastinado is the common punishment for slight faults, and the number of blows is proportionable to the nature of the fault. This is the punishment which the officers of war immediately inflict upon the soldiers who, being placed as sentinels in the night time in the streets and public places of great cities, are found asleep. When the number of blows does not exceed 20, it is accounted a fatherly correction, and not an infamous. The emperor himself sometimes commands it to be inflicted on great persons, and afterwards sees them and treats them as usual. A very small matter will incur this correction, as having taken a trifle, said opprobrious things, given a few blows with the fist. If these things reach the mandarin's ears, he immediately sets the batoon at work. After the correction is over, they are to kneel before the judge, bow their bodies 3 times to the earth, and thank him for the care he takes of their education. The instrument wherewith he inflicts the bastinado is a thick cane, cloven in 2, and several feet long. The lower part is as broad as one's hand, and the upper is smooth and small, that it may more easily be managed. It is made of the bamboo, which is a wood that is hard, strong, and heavy. When the mandarin sits in judgment, he is placed before a table upon which is a case full of small staves, about 1/2 foot long and 2 fingers broad, and he is surrounded with tall footmen with batoons in their hands. At a certain sign that he gives by taking out and throwing down these staves, they seize the criminal and lay him down with his face towards the ground, and as many small staves as the mandarin draws out of the case and throws on the ground, so many footmen succeed each other, every one giving 5 blows with a batoon on the guilty person's bare skin. However, it is observable that 4 blows are always reckoned as 5, which they call the grace of the emperor, who as a father has compassion on the people, always subtracting something from the punishment. There is another method of mitigating the punishment, which is to bribe those that apply it, for they have the art of managing in such a manner that the blows shall fall very lightly and the punishment become almost insensible. It is not only in this tribunal that the mandarin has power to give the bastinado. It is the same thing in whatever place he is, even out of his district, for which reason when he goes abroad he has always officers of justice in his train who carry the batoon. As for one of the vulgar, it is sufficient not to have alighted if he was on horseback when the mandarin passed by, or to have crossed the street in his presence, to receive 5 or 6 blows by his order. The performance of it is so quick that it is often done before those who are present perceive anything of the matter. Masters use the same correction to their scholars, fathers to their children, and noblemen to punish their domestics, with this difference that the batoon is every way less. Another punishment, less painful but more infamous, is the wooden collar, which the Portuguese have called cangue. This kangwe is composed of 2 pieces of wood, hollowed in the middle to place the neck of the criminal in. When he has been condemned by the mandarin, they take these 2 pieces of wood, lay them on his shoulders, and join them together in such a manner that there is room only for the neck. By this means, the person can neither see his feet nor put his hand to his mouth, but is obliged to be fed by some other person. He carries night and day this disagreeable load, which is heavier or lighter according to the nature of the fault. Some kangyus weigh 200 pounds and are so troublesome to criminals that out of shame, confusion, pain, want, or nourishment and sleep, they die under them. Some are 3 feet square and 5 or 6 inches thick. The common sort weigh 50 or 60 pounds. The criminals find different ways to mitigate the punishment. Some walk in company with their relations and friends who support the 4 corners of the kangwe that it may not gall their shoulders. Others rest it on a table or on a bench. Others have a chair made proper to support the 4 corners and so sit tolerably easy. When in the presence of the mandarin they have joined the 2 pieces of wood about the neck of the criminal, they paste on each side 2 long slips of paper about 4 fingers broad, on which they fix a seal, that the 2 pieces which compose the kangwe may not be separated without its being perceived. Then they write in large characters the crime for which this punishment is inflicted, and the time that it ought to last. For instance, if it be a thief, or seditious person, or a disturber of the peace of families, a gamester, etc., he must wear the kangwe for 3 months in a particular place. The place where they are exposed is generally at the gate of a temple, which is much frequented, or where 2 streets cross, or at the gate of the city, or in a public square, or even at the principal gate of the mandarin's tribunal. When the time of punishment is expired, the officers of the tribunal bring back the criminal to the mandarin, who, after having exhorted him to amend his conduct, frees him from the kangwe, and to take his leave of him orders him 20 strokes of the batoon, for it is the common custom of the Chinese justices not to inflict any punishment unless it be a pecuniary one, which is not preceded and succeeded by the bastinado, inasmuch that it may be said that the Chinese government subsists by the exercise of the batoon. Besides the punishment of the kangwe, there are still others which are inflicted for slight faults. A missionary entering into a tribunal found young people upon their knees. Some bore on their heads a stone, weighing 7 or 8 pounds. Others held a book in their hand and seemed to read diligently. Among these was a young married man about 30 years old, who loved gaming to excess. He had lost 1 part of the money with which his father had furnished him to carry on his business. Exhortations, reprimands, threatenings proved ineffectual to root out this passion, so that his father, being still desirous to cure him of this disease, conducted him to the mandarin's tribunal. The mandarin, who was a man of honor and probity, hearing the father's complaint, caused the young man to draw near, and after a severe reprimand and proper advice, he was going to have him bastinadoed, when his mother entered all of a sudden, and throwing herself at the mandarin's feet with tears in her eyes, besought him to pardon her son. The mandarin granted her petition and ordered a book to be brought, composed by the emperor for the instruction of the empire, and opening it chose the article which related to filial obedience. "You promise me," he said to the young man, "to renounce play and to listen to your father's directions. I therefore pardon you this time, but go and kneel in the gallery on the side of the hall of audience and learn by heart this article of filial obedience. You shall not depart from the tribunal till you repeat it and promise to observe it the remainder of your life." This order was exactly put in execution. The young man remained 3 days in the gallery, learned the article, and was dismissed. There are some crimes for which the criminals are marked on the cheek, and the mark which is impressed in a Chinese character signifying their crime. There are others for which they are condemned to banishment or to draw the royal barks. This servitude lasts no longer than 3 years. As for banishment, it is often perpetual, especially if Tartary is the place of exile. But before they depart, they are sure to be bastinadoed, and the number of blows is proportionable to their crime. Unless in some extraordinary cases which are mentioned in the body of the Chinese laws, or for which the emperor permits immediate execution upon the spot, no mandarin or superior tribunal can pronounce definitively the sentence of death. The judgments of all crimes worthy of death are to be examined, decided, and subscribed by the emperor. The mandarins send to court the account of the trials and their decision, mentioning the particular law on which their sentence is founded. For instance, such a one is guilty of a crime, and the law declares that those who are convicted of it shall be strangled, for which reason I have condemned him to be strangled. These informations being come to court, the Superior Tribunal of Criminal Affairs examines the fact, the circumstances, and the decision. If the fact is not clearly proved, or the tribunal has need of fresh information, it presents a memorial to the emperor containing the proof of the crime and the sentence of the inferior mandarin, and it adds, "To give a just judgment, it seems necessary that we should be informed of such a circumstance. Therefore we think it requisite to refer the matter to such a mandarin that he may clear up the difficulty that lies in our way." The emperor gives what order he pleases, but his clemency always inclines him to do what is desired, that a man's life may not be taken away for a slight cause and without sufficient proof. When the superior has received the information that it required, it presents a second time the deliberation to the emperor. Then the emperor either confirms the sentence or diminishes the rigor of the punishment. Sometimes he sends back the memorial, writing these words with his own hand, "Let the tribunal deliberate further upon this matter, and make their report to me." Every part of the judicature is extremely scrupulous when a man's life is concerned. End of section 62. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 63 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, read for LibriVox.org by Monica M.C. The Temple of Heaven, Peking, photograph, page 186. It has been rather unkindly declared that China has no architecture. However that may be, she has certainly some extremely interesting buildings. The most peculiar of these are the pagodas, or towers, as the Chinese call them. These are high, tapering towers, built in stories, each story with a projecting roof. Generally, these roofs have an appearance of sagging like an awning or a tent. Light bells are hung upon them, which tinkle in the breeze. The towers are made of brick, covered with either marble or glazed tiles. Some of these structures are 13 stories in height. The temples are built on the same general plan, but have pavilions for idols, rooms for priests, and enclosures for animals to be used in sacrifice. The Temple of Heaven at Peking, with its triple roof and deep blue porcelain tiles, is the most imposing of all Confucian temples. Here the Emperor of China was wont to offer sacrifice every 22nd of December, and also whenever drought or famine called for the special favor of the god Shang-Ti. The dwellings of the Chinese must by law correspond to the rank of the owners. A common plan is to make the house about 4 times as deep as it is wide, with a broad passage from the front to the dining room, which runs across the house in the rear. The kitchen is behind this. The larger rooms may at a moment's notice be divided by movable partitions, which are always kept ready. The Chinese begin a building by first making a roof supported by wooden posts. As the walls are built, these posts are removed. End of section 63. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 64 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Jim Locke. Why the Chinaman Wears a Queue by William Elliot Griffiths. The mark of nationality among these northeastern Tartars, the Manchus, was the queue. They shaved the whole front of the scalp and then let their hair grow behind into a long tail. A young Manchu warrior was as proud of his tail of hair as a Mohawk or Pawnee Indian was of his scalp lock. Before this time the Chinese wore their hair as the Koreans do, that is, done up in a sort of knot or chignon at the back of the head. Thus it happens that Chinese, on first coming to Korea, are amused at seeing the fashion of top knots prevalent, just as it was among their ancestors of the Ming period. If short by nature, the queue was lengthened out by means of black silk or false hair so as to reach below the knees. In China, this queue became the solemn mark of loyalty to the Manchu sovereign. Millions of natives were slaughtered before they would submit their heads to the razor. Although Chinese males wash their own clothes, being laundrymen by habit, they do not shave themselves, but pay for their tonsure. To the Manchus, the barbers of China are very grateful. Until our 20th century in China, not to wear the queue or to cut it off was a sign of disloyalty to the emperor. Some of the anti-dynastic secret societies showed their enmity to the Peking rulers by secretly snipping off the queues of prominent citizens or men high in office, thus bringing disgrace and shame upon them. Nevertheless, the Chinese are not peculiar in priding themselves on their hair tails, for it was the fashion with Europeans and Americans in the 18th century to wear them. Most of the continental soldiers and sailors in the Revolution had pigtails which they larded, powdered, or wore in eel skins, looking just as funny as do the Chinese. In every country in the world there is a language of hair. The fashions of hair and headgear serve as signs of nationality, sex, marital promise, or condition. The Japanese, however, cut off their top knots in 1870, the Koreans 2 decades later, and the Chinese are now slowly following the example of the world at large. In China, whether with or without hair tails, the men follow a uniform fashion, but there is an amazing variety among the women in arranging their tresses. When the Manchus appeared before the oft besieged and many times captured city of Liaoyang, the people submitted to their new masters, giving signs of their sincerity by shaving the front part of their scalps and waiting for their queues to grow. End of section 64. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. Section 65 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Locke. of Floyd, Virginia. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 65, How the Chinese Received the First English Ambassador, by Charles Gutslaff, 1792 A.D. For many centuries China had little intercourse with other countries. Various European nations tried to form commercial relations with her, and there was buying and selling between them, but it was most unsatisfactory. The rules made by the Chinese were as fickle as the wind. Often the merchants, or foreign devils, as the Chinese call them, were in danger of their lives. Several nations had sent representatives to China, and in 1792 England decided to send Lord Macartney as an ambassador to the Emperor in the hope of establishing safe and reasonable relations of trade. Even before the ambassador landed, the tricky Chinamen contrived to run up a flag on the vessel that bore him up the Peiho, whereon was written, "Tribute bearer from England." This was quite in accordance with the Chinese custom of claiming all gifts as tribute. Another custom of theirs was that whoever approached the throne of the emperor must perform the kowtow, that is, must kneel 3 times, and at each kneeling must bow 3 times till his head touched the floor. This was the way in which the greater idols were approached, and signified that the emperor was a god. Lord Macartney told the Chinese legate that he would not perform the kowtow unless a high officer of state would kowtow before a picture of the King of England. The emperor finally agreed to admit the ambassador, who bent his knee as he would have done before his own sovereign. The Editor. On the day of audience, the ambassadors were ushered into the garden of Jiho. Tents had been pitched. The imperial one had nothing magnificent, but was distinguished from all the others by its yellow color. The imperial family, as well as mandarins of the first rank, had all collected. Shortly after daylight, the sound of musical instruments announced the approach of the emperor. He was seated in an open chair, borne by 16 men, and seen emerging from a grove in the background. Clad in a plain dark silk, with a velvet bonnet and a pearl in front of it, he wore no other distinguishing mark of his high rank. As soon as the monarch was seated upon his throne, the master of the ceremonies led the ambassador toward the steps. The latter approached, bent his knee, and handed in a casket set with diamonds the letter addressed to His Imperial Majesty by the King of England. The emperor assured him of the satisfaction he felt at the testimony which His Britannic Majesty gave him of his esteem and goodwill in sending him an embassy with a letter and rare presents; that he, on his part, entertained sentiments of the same kind toward the sovereign of Great Britain, and hoped that harmony would always be maintained between their respective subjects. He then presented to the ambassador a stone scepter, whilst he graciously received the private presents of the principal personages of the embassy. He was perfectly good-humoured, and especially pleased with the son of Sir G. Staunton, who talked a little Chinese, and received as a token of imperial favour a yellow plain tobacco pouch with the figure of the 5-clawed dragon embroidered upon it. Afterward the ambassadors from Burma and Little Bukharia were introduced, and performed the 9 prostrations. A sumptuous banquet was then served up, and after their departure they had presents sent to them consisting of silks, porcelain, and teas. Upon an application made to the prime minister respecting a merchant ship which had accompanied the ambassador's frigate, they received the most flattering answer, and every request was fully granted to them. Having accompanied the embassy, the ship was to pay no duty. After their return to Peking, it was intimated to them that His Majesty, on his way to Yuen Ming Yuen, would be delighted if the ambassador came to meet him on the road. When the emperor observed him, he stopped short and graciously addressed him. He was carried in a chair and followed by a clumsy cart, which could not be distinguished from other vehicles if it had not been for the yellow cloth over it. On his arrival at Yuen Ming Yuen, he viewed with great delight the various presents which the ambassador had brought with him. A model of the royal sovereign, a ship of war of 110 guns, attracted much of his notice. In consequence of this embassy, His Imperial Majesty called together a council to deliberate what answer ought to be given to the letter. The result of this conference was that the ambassador was given to understand that, as the winter approached, he ought to be thinking about his departure. At an interview with the Minister of State, to which he was invited in the palace, he found the emperor's answer contained in a large roll covered with yellow silk and placed in a chair of state. From thence it was sent into the ambassador's hotel, accompanied by several presents. News which arrived from Canton, stating the probability of a rupture between England and the French Republic, hastened the departure of the ambassador. He had been very anxious to obtain some privileges for the British trade, but the prime minister was as anxious to evade all conversation upon business. The splendid embassy was only viewed as a congratulatory mission and treated as such. The Chinese were certainly not wanting in politeness, nor did the emperor even treat them rudely, but empty compliments were not the object of this expensive expedition. The next English ambassador, Lord Amherst, who came in 1817, refused to kowtow, was told that he was a rude man who did not know how to behave, and was bidden to go home at once. The Editor. End of section 65. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia.
Section 66 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Ready for LibriVox.org by Brianna. Opium Eaters by William Speer. The Chinese were certainly the most exasperating of mortals, but trade with them was growing more and more valuable, especially to the English, for in British India there were vast fields of the poppy, from which opium is obtained. The Chinese were fast becoming a nation of opium users. The emperor forbade the introduction of the drug into China, but it was easy to bribe the Chinese officials, and the quantity sold increased every year. This is the way its effects are described by a man who lived in the country for many years. The Editor. The face becomes pale and haggard, the eyes moist and vacant, the whole expression miserable and idiotic. The body wastes to a skeleton, the joints are tortured with pain. The sensation of gnawing in the stomach when deprived of the drug is described by those addicted to its use to be like the tearing of its tender coats by the claws of an animal of prey, while a return to it fills the brain with horrid and tormenting visions, like the mania of delirium tremens. I have seen strong men, when unable to obtain their accustomed dose, crazy with the suffering. The face crimsoned in some cases, and the perspiration streaming down in a shower. Few individuals of those whom it possesses are able to find a sufficient antidote. The subject lingers a few years, and a dreary and unpitied death ends the scene. End of section 66. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 67 of China, Japan and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monica MC. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 67. A Boston Tea Party in China by William Speer. Some of the Chinese officials urged the emperor to allow the sale of opium. The traders would pay him a large tax, they said, and thus an immense revenue would come to the government. The emperor positively refused. "I will not receive a revenue," he declared, "from a thing that will destroy the lives and happiness of my people." The editor. In January 1839, the government sent the police to search the native houses of Canton and seize opium wherever found. This led to a curious scene, highly characteristic of the democratic character of the Chinese institutions and the independence of the people. The people would not allow the search to begin until they had first searched the policemen, who were generally known as the greatest opium smokers in the city. A few days after this, the Canton authorities caused a native opium smuggler to be executed in front of the factories, whereupon all the foreign flags were immediately struck. The governor took no notice of a remonstrance addressed by him by Captain Elliot, the British Superintendent of Trade. A week after these occurrences, the celebrated Commissioner Lin arrived from court, vested with the most absolute powers that were ever delegated by the emperor. When he arrived at Canton, there were several British ships in the river, having not less than 20,000 chests of opium on board. These, he demanded, should be given up without delay to be destroyed. He blockaded the factories and even threatened to put the occupants to death, on which the British superintendent, Captain Elliot, deemed it advisable to agree to the surrender of the opium, in order to secure the safety of his countrymen. Several weeks were occupied in the landing of the forfeited drug, during which the merchants were still detained in the factories. But as soon as it was ascertained that all the chests had been brought on shore, the troops were withdrawn and the captives left at liberty to depart. In the meantime, the commissioner had sent to Peking for instructions how to dispose of the property he had seized, and received the following order in the name of the emperor. Lin and his colleagues are to assemble the civil and military officers and destroy the opium before their eyes, thus manifesting to the natives dwelling on the seacoast and the foreigners of the outside nations an awful warning. Respect this. Obey respectfully. In obedience to this command, on the 3rd of June 1839, the High Commissioner, accompanied by all the officers, proceeded to Chanhao, near the mouth of the river, where large trenches had been dug into which the opium was thrown, with a quantity of quicklime salt and water, so that it was decomposed, and the mixture ran into the sea. The operations for destroying the drug continued about 20 days, and were witnessed on the 16th by several English merchants who had an interview with Commissioner Lin. The market value of the property at the time was about 12 millions of Spanish dollars. Great Britain demanded that China should pay this 12 millions of Spanish dollars. China had no idea of doing any such thing, and therefore war was declared. The Chinese firmly believed that they were the best soldiers in the world and had the best weapons. When they were confronted by English troops and English artillery, and especially when they found that these foreigners had so little regard for their notions of military etiquette as to attack a fort from the rear, and, what was almost as bad, actually to capture it, they were horrified. Of course, such a war could have but one ending. The Chinese were obliged to pay 21 millions of dollars to open the ports of Canton, Amoy, Fuzhou, Ningpo, and Shanghai to foreign trade with a definite tariff, and to allow foreigners to reside in these cities. The island of Hong Kong was to be given to England, British prisoners were to be released, and all Chinese who had been in the service of the English were to be pardoned. It was agreed that intercourse between the rulers of the two nations should be on terms of perfect equality. The Editor. End of section 67. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 68 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Ready for LibriVox.org by Brianna. What the Chinese Thought About English by Unknown. From a paper that was agreed to at a great public meeting in Canton. Behold that vile English nation. Its ruler is at one time a woman, then a man, and then perhaps a woman again. Its people are at one time like vultures, and then they are like wild beasts, with dispositions more fierce and furious than the tiger or wolf, and natures more greedy than anacondas or swine. These people have long steadily devoured all the Western barbarians, and like demons of the night, they now suddenly exalt themselves here. During the reigns of the emperors Qian Lung and Kia King, these English barbarians humbly besought an entrance and permission to deliver tribute and presents. They afterwards presumptuously asked to have Chusan, but our sovereigns, clearly perceiving their traitorous designs, gave them a determined refusal. From that time, linking themselves with traitorous Chinese traders, they have carried on a large trade and poisoned our brave people with opium. Verily, the English barbarians murder all of us that they can. They are dogs whose desires can never be satisfied. Therefore, we need not inquire whether the peace they have now made be real or pretended. Let us all rise, arm, unite, and go against them. We do here bind ourselves to vengeance, and express these our sincere intentions in order to exhibit our high principles and patriotism. The gods from on high now look down on us. Let us not lose our just and firm resolution. End of section 68. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 69 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 69, How the Arrow War Began, by W. A. P. Martin. In 1850, what has been called an old-fashioned rebellion broke out in China. The leader was one Hung Tzu Tsuin. He called himself a Christian, and made his camp into a sort of Sunday school, though some of the doctrines taught there were anything but Christian. His followers called their leader Tai Ping Wang, that is, Prince of Peace, because they believed that his victory would drive the Tartar rule from the country, and would give the throne to Chinese sovereigns forever. There were neither telegraphs nor railroads in the land. A leader could collect about him a few thousand malcontents, swoop down on a city, add it to his force, and continue without much opposition until one or more provinces, and an army of 200,000 men stood at his back, before the imperial ears at Peking had received a hint as to the disturbance. For some years Hung Tzu Tsuin met with much success. In 1853 he captured Nanking and proclaimed himself emperor. This was trouble sufficient for an empire, but while this rebellion was still going on, the Arrow War broke out. The Editor. In the autumn of 1856, a chance spark at Canton produced an explosion that shook the empire and opened wider the breach already made in the wall of exclusiveness. The occurrence was on this wise. The Lhasa Arrow, a Chinese vessel flying the British flag, a privilege for which she had, in conformity with the vicious system then in vogue, paid a small fee to the government of Hong Kong, was seized by the Chinese authorities and her crew thrown into prison on a charge of piracy. The British consul lodged a protest, claiming jurisdiction on the grounds that the Lhasa was registered in a British colony, and demanding, not merely that the prisoners be restored to the deck of their vessel, but that the British flag be hoisted at the masthead in expiation of the affront offered in hauling it down. The viceroy, who was notoriously proud and obstinate, yielded so far as to send the captives under guard to the consulate. It takes two to make a quarrel, but no two could be better fitted to produce one and to nurse it into a war than the two who were parties in this dispute. Had prompt release of the captives been accepted as sufficient amends, there would have been no war, at least no Arrow War. But the consul, young, hot-headed, and inexperienced, unwilling to abate a jot of his demands, refused to receive the captives. They were carried back to the viceroy, who, in a fit of anger, ordered them to be beheaded. He was a truculent wretch, who boasted of the thousands he had decapitated for complicity in rebellion. No wonder, therefore, that he was hasty in cutting off the heads of a dozen boatmen. At this stage, the council referred the matter to the governor of Hong Kong, and the viceroy proving obdurate to all attempts to extract an apology, the governor placed the affair in the hands of Admiral Seymour. That brave officer, having lost an eye by the explosion of a Russian torpedo in the Baltic, could see only one way to negotiate. Appearing before the city, he invited the viceroy to meet him outside the gates. The stubborn old mandarin declining the interview, he announced his intention of calling at the viceregal palace. This he did at the hour named, though he had to blow up one of the city gates in order to keep his engagement. He, however, reckoned without his host. The viceroy was not at home, and the little squad of marines, only 300, withdrew to their ships, their daring feat having had no other effect than to fan a firebrand into a conflagration. Scarcely had they retired when the foreign quarter was set on fire by an infuriated populace. The foreigners took refuge on the shipping, and the shipping dropped down the river to Hong Kong. The little settlement at Hong Kong was in no small peril, its chief danger being a possible rising of the Chinese. But overwhelming as were their numbers, they refrained from open action, trusting, perhaps, to the effect of poison, which Olam, the city baker, mixed with his dough. The mixture was too strong and defeated its object. Only 2 or 3 died, though many suffered, and it was agreed on all hands that for once there was too much alum in the bread. This rupture was recognized as the beginning of a war, and troops were dispatched to the scene. End of section 69. Recording by Todd. Section 70 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 70, Receiving the Yellow Jacket, by A. Egmont Hake. The treaty which closed the war was signed in 1860. The Manchus were then free to suppress Hung Tzu Tsuin, if they could. By this time they had learned that the Chinese army was not the mightiest force in the world, and they appealed to their former foes. Major Gordon, afterwards General Gordon, took command, and now the fortunes of the rebels changed. In 1864 they were completely suppressed. The greatest honor that could be shown to Major Gordon was to bestow upon him the Order of the Yellow Jacket. Of course this, like all Chinese proceedings, was carried on with a vast amount of ceremony. The Editor. The Emperor of China had granted to Gordon for his eminent services the distinguished Order of the Yellow Jacket. The number of the recipients of this order is, I believe, limited to 12, and these 12 constitute His Imperial Majesty's bodyguard. Gordon had received, during our absence from the camp of instruction, a notification that the distinguished Chinese officials who were deputed to invest him with his order had arrived from Peking, and were awaiting his pleasure to settle when the ceremony of investiture should take place. A very large force of Imperial Chinese troops arrived and stockaded themselves about 3 miles from us. Gunboats conveying and escorting the Chinese dignitaries arrived, and an enormous amount of gunpowder was burnt in the way of salutes to them. It was decided that the ceremony should take place at the camp of instruction, and 2 very large marquee tents were pitched for the ceremony. The day arrived. All the Chinese officials wore their gorgeous robes. The air smelt of the villainous powder that they burnt in the countless salutes and crackers let off to do honor to the occasion, and countless banners and flags of all hues were flying. Altogether it was a very bright and animated scene. For some 2 or 3 hours Gordon did nothing but put on one suit of clothes, take them off and put on another, and to onlookers it became rather monotonous. The donning of the yellow jacket with all its paraphernalia was the climax of this interesting scene. More guns fired, crackers fizzed and burst, gongs were clashed, and huge brass horns brayed. The Chinese officials went down on their knees, and appeared as if seized with a sudden desire to find out which was the softer, their heads or the ground. After trying conclusions with the ground 3 times, all got up, looking very solemn, bewildered, and marching about the place with spectacles and hats in very dissipated positions on their faces and heads, and garments very much disarranged. All the time that this was going on, Gordon's face bore a sort of half-amused, half-satirical smile, and, though he hated the whole ceremony and fuss, still he entered into the whole affair with interest, asked about the various garments, and made comical allusions to his appearance in them. Altogether the ceremony lasted close on 5 hours. This over, the Chinese dignitaries left in the same ostentatious and noisy way as they had arrived. The paraphernalia connected with the Order of the Yellow Jacket is very considerable, and the outfit must have cost a very large sum of money, as it comprises silk dresses, robes, jackets, hats, caps, boots, shoes, fans, girdles, thumb rings of jade, and necklaces for all seasons and occasions. The outfit sent down by the Emperor was in fair-sized wood boxes, covered with white parchment, and the device of the imperial dragon in red painted on them. Each box contained a complete suit appertaining to the order. How many there were altogether I forget, but there were a great number. End of section 70. Recording by Todd.
Section 71 of China, Japan and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Mona Jahin. China Part 10. Language, Schools and Examinations. Historical Note. A national system of education has been one of the strongest forces in holding together the different races that make up the Chinese nation. For 17 centuries, all government offices have been filled by civil service, examination, and consequently, education is eagerly sought after by all classes. The Chinese language is extremely difficult to master. Words have but one syllable, and the same word may be a noun, adjective, verb or adverb, masculine or feminine, singular or plural. The Chinese write in vertical columns using brushes dipped in ink. Writing is an art with them, and fine specimens are as much admired as paintings are with us. End of section 71. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 72 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 72, The Mandarin Language, by Pierre du Halde. The Chinese have two sorts of languages. The first, vulgar, which is spoken by the common people and varies according to the different provinces. The other is called the Mandarin language, and is like the Latin in Europe among the learned. This latter appears poor, for it has not above 330 words, which are all monosyllables and indeclinable, and almost all end with a vowel or the consonant n or ng. Yet this small number of words is sufficient to express oneself upon all subjects, because without multiplying words the sense is varied almost to infinity by the variety of the accents, inflections, tones, aspirations, and other changes of the voice. And this variety of pronunciation is the reason that those who do not well understand the language frequently mistake one word for another. This will be explained by an example. The word tchu, pronounced slowly, drawing out the u and raising the voice, signifies lord or master. If it is pronounced with an even tone, lengthening the u, it signifies a hog. When it is pronounced quickly and lightly, it means a kitchen. If it be pronounced in a strong and masculine tone, growing weaker toward the end, it signifies a column. Further, the same word joined to various others signifies many different things. mou, for example, when it is alone, signifies a tree, a wood, but when it is compounded it has many other significations. Muao liao signifies wood prepared for building. Miao lan is bars or wooden gates. Mao hia, a box. Mao xiang, a chest of drawers. Miao xiang, a carpenter. Mao ul, a mushroom. Mao nu, a sort of small orange. Mao Sing, the planet Jupiter. Mao mian, cotton, etc. Thus the Chinese, by differently compounding their monosyllables, can make regular discourses and express themselves very clearly and with much gracefulness almost in the same manner as we form all our words by the different combinations of the 24 letters of our alphabet. The art of joining these monosyllables together is very difficult, especially in writing, and requires a great deal of study. As the Chinese have only figures to express their thoughts and have no accents in writing to vary the pronunciation, they are obliged to have as many different figures or characters as there are different tones which give so much various meanings to the same word. The characters of Cochin China, of Tongking, of Japan are the same as the Chinese, and signify the same things, though these nations in speaking do not express themselves alike, so that notwithstanding the languages are very different, and they cannot understand each other's speech, yet they understand each other's writing, and all their books are common. Their characters are in this respect like the figures of arithmetic. They are used by several nations with different names, but their meaning is everywhere the same. For this reason, the learned must not only be acquainted with the characters that are used in the common affairs of life, but they must also know their various combinations, and the various dispositions which of several simple strokes make the compound characters, and as the number of characters amounts to 80,000, he who knows the greatest number is also the most learned, and can read and understand the greatest number of books, by which one may judge how many years must be employed to learn such a vast magnitude of characters, to distinguish them when they are compounded, and to remember their shape and meaning. End of section 72. Recording by Todd.
Section number 73 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, the United States of America. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 73. How Chinese Children Learn to Read by Per du Halde. From the age of 5 or 6, according to the children's capacities, and the care that parents take of their education, the young Chinese begin to study letters. But as the number of the letters is so great and without any order as in Europe, this study would be very unpleasant if they had not found a way to make it a sort of play and amusement. For this purpose about 100 characters are chosen, which express the most common things and which are most familiar to the senses, as the sky, sun, moon, and man, some plants, animals, a house, and the most common utensils. All these things are engraved in a rude manner, and the Chinese characters set underneath, though these figures are very awkwardly represented, yet they quicken the apprehension of the children, fix their fancies, and help their memories. There is this inconvenience in the method, that the children imbibe an infinite number chimerical notions in their most tender years, for the sun is represented by a cock in a hoop, the moon by a rabbit pounding rice in a mortar, a sort of demon who holds lightning in his hands, nearly like the ancient representations of Jupiter, stands for thunder, so that in a manner the poor children suck in with their milk these strange whimsies, though I am informed that this method is but little in use at present. The next book they learn is called the San Tisi, King, containing duties of children and the method of teaching them. It consists of several short sentences of 3 characters in rhyme to help the memory of the children. There is likewise another, the sentence of which are of 4 characters, as likewise in Catechism made for the Christian children, the phrases of which are but of 4 letters, and which for this reason is called Satisi Kingver. After this, the children must learn by degrees all the characters, as the European children learn our alphabet, with this difference that we have but 24 letters, and they many thousand. At first they oblige a young Chinese to learn 4, 5, or 6 in a day, which he must repeat to his master twice a day, and if he often makes mistakes in his lessons, he is chastised. The punishment is in this manner. They make him get upon a narrow bench, on which he lies flat down on his face. When they give him 8 or 10 blows with a stick, something like a lathe, diaring the time of their studies, they keep them so close to their learning that they have very seldom any vacation, except a month at the beginning of the year and 5 or 6 days about the middle of it. As soon as they can read the Si-Chu, the 4 books which contain the doctrine of Confucius and Mencius, they are not suffered to read any other till they have got these by heart without missing a letter. And what is more difficult and less pleasing is that they must learn these books understanding almost nothing of them, it being the custom not to explain to them the sense of the characters till they know them perfectly. At the same time that they learn these letters, they teach them to use the pencil. At first they give them great sheets, written or printed in large red characters. The children do nothing but cover with their pencils the red strokes with black to teach them to make the strokes. When they have learned to make them in this manner, they give them others which are black and smaller, and laying upon these sheets other white sheets which are transparent, they draw the letters upon this paper in the shape of those which are underneath. But they oftener use a board varnished white and divide it into little squares, which make different lines, on which they write their characters, and which they rub out with water when they have done, to save paper. Finally, they take great care to improve their handwriting, for it is a great advantage to the learned to write well. It is accounted a great qualification, and in the examination which is made every 3 years for the degrees, they commonly reject those that write ill, especially if their writing is not exact, unless they give great proofs of their ability in other respects, either in the language or in composing good discourses. When they know characters enough for composing, they must learn the rules of the Ven to Cheng, which is a composition not much unlike the theses which the European scholars make before they enter upon rhetoric. But Ven to Cheng must be more difficult, because the sense is more confined, and the style of it is peculiar. They give for a subject but 1 sentence, taken out of the classic authors. In order to ascertain if the children improve, the following method is practiced in many places. 20 or 30 families, who are all of the same name, and in consequence have one common hall of their ancestors, agree to send their children together twice a month into this hall to compose. Every head of a family by turns gives the thesis and provides at his own expense the dinner for that day, and takes care that it be brought into the hall. Likewise it is he who judges of the compositions and who determines who has composed the best. And if any of this little society is absent on the day of composing, without a sufficient cause, his parents are obliged to pay about 20 shillings, which is a sure means to prevent his being absent. Besides this diligence, which is of a private nature and their own choice, all the scholars are obliged to compose together before the inferior mandarin of letters, which is done at least twice a year, once in the spring and once in the winter. Throughout the whole empire, I say, at least, for besides these 2 general examinations of the mandarin of letters, examines them pretty frequently, to see what progress they have made in their studies and to keep them in exercise. End of section 73. This recording is in the public domain. Section 74 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 74, When I Went to School in China, by Yan Fo Li. Schools in China are generally kept by private gentlemen. The government provides for advanced scholars only. But since the one qualification for office is education, and the avenue to literary distinction and public honors lies through competitive examinations, the encouragement that the government extends to education and learning can be estimated only by that eager pursuit of knowledge, which is common to all classes, and by the veneration in which scholars and scholarships are held. Therefore it is not strange that schools are to be found everywhere, in small hamlets as in large towns. Although the government appropriates no funds for the establishment of common schools, and although no such thing is known as compulsory education, there is a general desire, even among the poorer classes, to give their children a little schooling. Schools of the lower grades never boast more than 1 teacher each. The combination system of a headmaster and several assistants does not work well in China. The schoolmaster in China must be absolute. He is monarch of all he surveys. In his sphere, there is none to dispute his rights. You can always point him out among 1,000 by the scholar's long gown, by his stern look, by his bent form, by his shoulders rounded by assiduous study. He is usually near-sighted, so that an immense pair of spectacles also marks him as a trainer of the mind. He generally is a gentleman who depends on his teaching to make both ends meet. His school is his own private enterprise, for no such thing exists in China as a school board. And if he be an elegant penman, he increases the weight of his purse by writing scrolls. If he be an artist, he paints pictures on fans. If he has not taken a degree, he is a perennial candidate for academic honors, which the government only has a right to confer. A tuition fee in China varies according to the ability and reputation of the teacher, from $2 to $20 a year. It varies also according to the age and advancement of the pupil. The older he be, the more he has to pay. The larger sum I have named is paid to private tutors. A private tutor is also usually invited to take his abode in the house of the wealthy pupil, and he is also permitted to admit a few outsiders. During festivals and on great occasions, the teacher receives presents of money as well as of edibles from his pupils, and always he is treated with great honor by all, and especially by the parents of the pupils, for the future career of their children may, in one sense, be said to be in his hands. One who teaches 30 or 40 boys at an average tuition fee of $4 is doing tolerably well in China, for with the same amount he can buy 5 or 6 times as much of provisions or clothing as can be bought in America. Schools usually open about 3 weeks after the New Year's Day, and continue till the middle of the 12th month, with but a few holidays sprinkled in. However, if the teacher be a candidate for a literary degree, usually a vacation of about 6 weeks is enjoyed by the pupils in summer. During the New Year festival, a month is given over to fun and relaxation. Unlike the boys and girls of America, Chinese pupils have no Saturdays as holidays, no Sundays as rest days. School is in session daily from 6 to 10 a.m., at which time all go home to breakfast. At 11 a.m. all assemble again. At 1 p.m. a recess of about an hour is granted to the pupils to get lunch. From 2 p.m. to 4 is held the afternoon session. This, of course, is only approximate, as no teacher is set to a fixed regularity. He is at liberty to regulate his hours as he chooses. At 4 p.m. the school closes for the day. Schools are held either in private house or in the hall of a temple. The ancestral temples, which contain the tablets of deceased ancestors, are usually selected for schools, because they are of no other use and because they are more or less secluded and generally spacious, in a large hall, open to on one side towards a court, and having high ceilings, supported by lofty pillars. Besides the brick walls, you may see in the upper right-hand corner a square wooden table, behind which is the wooden chair. This is the throne of His Majesty, the schoolmaster. On this table are placed the writing materials, consisting of brushes, India ink, and inkwells made of slate. After pouring a little water in one of these wells, the cake of ink is rubbed in it until it reaches a certain thickness. When the ink is ready to be used, the brushes are held as a painter's brushes are. In conspicuous view are the articles for inflicting punishment, a wooden ruler to be applied to the head of the offender, and sometimes to the hands, also a rattan stick for the body. Flogging with this stick is the heaviest punishment allowed. For slight offences, the ruler is used upon the palms, and for reciting poorly, upon the head. The room at large is occupied by the tables and stools of the pupils, chairs being reserved for superiors. The pupils sit either facing the teacher or at right angles to him. Their tables are oblong in form, and if much use will show the carving habits and talents of their occupants. Usually the pupils are of one sex, for girls seldom attend other schools than those kept in the family, and then only up to 11 or 12 years of age. They are taught the same lessons as their brothers. The boys range all the way from 6 or 7 up to 16 or 17 years of age in an ordinary school, for there is no such thing as organizing them into classes and divisions. Each one is studying for himself. Still, there are schools in which all the pupils are advanced, and there are others which have none but beginners, but they are rare. I began to go to school at 6. I studied first the 3 primers, the trimetrical classic, the 1,000 words classic, and the incentive to study. They were in rhyme and meter, and you might think they were easy on that account, but no, they were hard. There being no alphabet in the Chinese language, each word had to be learned by itself. At first all that was required of me was to learn the name of the character and to recognize it again. Writing was learned by copying from a form written by the teacher, the form being laid under the thin paper on which the copying was to be done. The thing I had to do was to make all the strokes exactly as the teacher had made them. It was a very tedious operation. I finished the 3 primers in about a year, not knowing what I was really studying. The spoken language of China has outgrown the written. That is, we no longer speak as we write. The difference is like that between the English of today and that of Chaucer's time. I then took up the Great Learning, written by a disciple of Confucius, and then the Doctrine of the Mean, by the grandson of Confucius. These textbooks are rather hard to understand sometimes, even in the hands of older folks, for they are treatises on learning and philosophy. I then passed on to the Life and Sayings of Confucius, known as the Confucian Analects to the American scholars. These books were to be followed by the Life and Sayings of Mencius and the 5 Kings, 5 classics consisting of books of history, divination, universal etiquette, odes, and the spring and autumn, a brief and abstract chronicle of the times by Confucius. I had to learn all my lessons by rote, Commit them to memory for recitation the day following. We read from the top right-hand corner downwards, and then begin at the top with the next line, and so on. Moreover, we begin to read from what seems to you the end of the book. All studying must be done aloud. The louder you speak or shriek, the more credit you get as a student. It is the only way by which Chinese teachers make sure that their pupils are not thinking of something else or are not playing under the desks. Now let me take you into the school where I struggled with the Chinese written language for 3 years. Oh, those hard characters which refused to yield their meaning to me. But I gradually learned to make and to recognize their forms as well as their names. This school was in the ancestral hall of my clan, and was like the one I have described. There were about a dozen of us youngsters placed for the time being under the absolute sway of an old gentleman of 66. He had all the outward marks of a scholar, and in addition he was cross-eyed, which fact threw an element of uncertainty into our schemes of fun, for we used to like to get ahead of the old gentleman, and there were a few of us always ready for any lark. It is 6 a.m. All the boys are shouting at the top of their voices, at the fullest stretch of their lungs. Occasionally one stops and talks to someone sitting near him. 2 of the most careless ones are guessing pennies, and anon a dispute arises as to which of the 2 disputants writes a better hand. Here is one who thinks he knows his lessons, and having given his book to another, repeats it for a trial. All at once the talking, the playing, the shouting ceases. A bent form slowly comes up through the open court. The pupils rise to their feet. A simultaneous salutation issues from a dozen pairs of lips. All cry out, "Lao Si!" Venerable teacher. As he sits down, all follow his example. There is no roll call. Then one takes his book up to the teacher's desk, turns his back to him and recites. But see, he soon hesitates. The teacher prompts him, with which he goes on smoothly to the last and returns to his seat, with a look of satisfaction. A second one goes up, but, poor fellow, he forgets 3 times. The teacher is out of patience with the third. Stumble, and down comes the ruler. Whack, whack, upon his head. With one hand feeling the aching spot and the other carrying back his book, the discomfited youngster returns to his desk to recon his lesson. This continues until all have recited. As each one gets back to his seat, he takes his writing lesson. He must hold his brush in a certain position, vertically, and the tighter he holds it, the more strength will appear in his handwriting. The schoolmaster makes a tour of inspection, and sees that each writes correctly. Writing is as great an art in China as painting and drawing are in other countries, and good specimens of fine writing are valued as good paintings are here. After the writing lesson, it is time to dismiss school for breakfast. On reassembling, the lesson for the day is explained to each one separately. The teacher reads it over, and the pupil repeats it after him several times, until he gets the majority of the words learned. He then returns to his desk and shouts anew to get the lesson fixed in his memory. The more advanced scholars are then favored with the expounding of Confucius's Analects, or some literary essay. After the teacher concludes, each is given a passage of the text to explain. In this way, the meaning of words and sentences is learned and made familiar. The afternoon session is passed by the older pupils in writing compositions in prose or in verse, and by the younger in learning the next day's task. This is in the regular routine, the order of exercises, in Chinese schools. Grammar, as a science, is not taught, nor are the mathematics. Language and literature occupy the child's attention, as I have shown, for the first 5 or 6 years. Afterwards, essay writing and poetry are added. For excellence in these 2 branches, public prizes are awarded by the resident literary sub-chancellor. But public exhibitions and declamations are unknown, though Chinese fathers sometimes visit the schools. The relations of the sexes are such that a Chinese mother never has the presumption to appear at the door of a schoolroom in order to acquaint herself with the progress of her child's education. Parents furnish the textbooks as a rule. They are bound in volumes and printed usually within movable type. The pupils usually behave well. If not, the rattan stick comes promptly into use. Chinese teachers have a peculiar method of meting out punishment. I remember an episode in my school life which illustrates this. One afternoon, when the old schoolmaster happened to be away longer than his wont after the noon recess, some of the boys began to cut up. The fun had reached its height in the explosion of some firecrackers. As they went off, making the hall ring with a noise, the teacher came in, indignant you may be sure. His defective eyes darted about and dived around to fix upon the culprit. But as he did not happen to be in the line of their vision, the guilty boy stole back to his seat undetected. The old gentleman then seized the rattan, and in a loud voice demanded who it was that had let off the crackers. And when nobody answered, what do you suppose he did? He flogged the whole crowd of us, saying that he was sure to get hold of the right one, and that the rest deserved a whipping for not making the real offender known. Truly, the paths of Chinese learning in my day were beset with thorns and briars. End of section 74. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 75 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Ready for LibriVox.org by Brianna. A Child's First Lessons by Unknown. 1. Men at their birth are by nature radically good. In this all approximate, but in practice widely diverge. If not educated, the natural character is changed. A course of education is made valuable by close attention. That boys should not learn is an improper thing. For if they do not learn in youth, what will they do when old? 2. Formerly Confucius had the young Hiang To for his teacher, and Chao, too, though high in office, studied assiduously. One copied lessons on reeds, another on slips of bamboo. To conquer sleep, one suspended his head by the hair from a beam. One read by the light of glow worms, another by reflection from the snow. These, though their families were poor, did not omit to study. Jung, when only 8 years old, could recite the odes, and P, at the age of 7, understood the game of chess. The silkworm spins silk, the bee gathers honey. If men neglect to learn, they are inferior to brutes. He who learns in youth and acts when of mature age extends his influence to the prince, benefits the people, makes his name renowned, renders illustrious his parents, reflects glory on his ancestors, and enriches posterity. Diligence has merit, play yields no profit. Be ever on your guard, rouse all your energies. End of section 75. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 76 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 76, Civil Service Examinations in China, by W.A.P. Martin. Scholarship is a very different thing now from what it was in those ruder ages when books were few and the harp, the bow, and the saddle divided the student's time with the oral instructions of some famous master. Each century has added to the weight of his burden, and to the heir of all the ages each passing generation has bequeathed a legacy of toil. Doomed to live among the deposits of a buried world, and contending with millions of competitors, he can hardly hope for success without devoting himself to a life of unremitting study. True, he is not called upon to extend his researches beyond the limits of his own national literature, but that is all but infinite. It costs him at the outset years of labor to get possession of the key that unlocks it, for the learned language is totally different from his vernacular dialect, and justly regarded as the most difficult of the languages of man. Then he must commit to memory the whole circle of the recognized classics, and make himself familiar with the best writers of every age of a country which is no less prolific in books than in men. No doubt his course of study is too purely literary and too exclusively Chinese, but it is not superficial. In a popular student's guide we lately met with a course of reading drawn up for 30 years. We proposed putting it into the hands of a young American residing in China who had asked advice as to what he should read. "Send it," he replied, "but don't tell my mother." But it is time to take a closer view of these examinations as they are actually conducted. The candidates for offices, those who are acknowledged as such in consequence of sustaining the initial trial, are divided into the 3 grades of Siu Tsai, Ji Jin, and Sin Shi, budding geniuses, promoted scholars, and those who are ready for office. The trials for the first are held in the chief city of each district or hien, a territorial division which corresponds to our county or to an English shire. They are conducted by a chancellor whose jurisdiction extends over an entire province, containing, it may be, 60 or 70 such districts, each of which he is required to visit once a year, and each of which is provided with a resident sub-chancellor, whose duty it is to examine the scholars in the interval and to have them in readiness on the chancellor's arrival. About 2,000 competitors enter the lists, ranging in age from the precocious youth just entering his teens up to the venerable grandsire of 70 winters. Shut up for a night and a day, each in his narrow cell, they produce each a poem and 1 or 2 essays on themes assigned by the chancellor, and then return to their homes to await the bulletin announcing their place in the scale of merit. The chancellor, assisted by his clerks, occupies several days in sifting the heap of manuscripts, from which he picks out some 20 or more that are distinguished by beauty of penmanship and grace of diction. The authors of these are honored with the degree of budding genius, and are entitled to wear the decorations of the lowest grade in the corporation of mandarins. The successful student wins no purse of gold, and obtains no office, but he has gained a prize which he deems a sufficient compensation for years of patient toil. He is the best of 100 scholars, exempted from liability to corporal punishment, and raised above the vulgar herd. The social consideration to which he is now entitled makes it a grand day for him and his family. Once in 3 years these budding geniuses, these picked men of the districts, repair to the provincial capital to engage in competition for the 2nd degree, that of Ji Jin, or promoted scholar. The number of competitors amounts to 10,000, more or less, and of these only 1 in every 100 can be admitted to the coveted degree. The trial is conducted by a special examiner sent down from Peking, and this examination takes a wider range than the preceding. No fewer than 3 sessions of nearly 3 days each are occupied, instead of the single day for the 1st degree. Compositions in prose and verse are required, and themes are assigned, with a special view to testing the extent of reading and depth of scholarship of the candidates. Penmanship is left out of the account, each production marked with a cipher being copied by an official scribe, that the examiners may have no clue to its author and no temptation to render a biased judgment. The victor still receives neither office nor emolument, but the honor he achieves is scarcely less than that which is won by the victors in the Olympic games. Again, he is one of 100, each of whom was a picked man, and as a result of this second victory he goes forth an acknowledged superior among 10,000 contending scholars. He adorns his cap with the gilded button of a higher grade, erects a pair of lofty flag staves before the door of his family residence, and places a tablet over his door to inform those who pass by that this is the abode of a literary prize man. But our promoted scholar is not yet a mandarin in the proper sense of the term. The distinction already attained only stimulates his desire for higher honors which bring at last the solid recompense of an income. In the spring of the following year he proceeds to Peking to seek the next higher degree, attainment of which will prove a passport to office. The contest is still with his peers, that is, with other promoted scholars who, like himself, have come up from all the provinces of the empire, but the chances are this time more in his favor, as the number of prizes is now tripled, and if the gods are propitious, his fortune is made. Though ordinarily not very devout, he now shows himself peculiarly solicitous to secure the favor of the divinities. He burns incense and gives alms. If he sees a fish floundering on the hook, he pays its price and restores it to its native element. He picks struggling ants out of the rivulet made by a recent shower, distributes moral tracts, or better still, rescues chance bits of printed paper from being trodden in the mire of the streets. If his name appears among the favored few, he not only wins himself a place in the front ranks of the lettered, but he plants his foot securely on the rounds of the official ladder, by which, without the prestige of birth or the support of friends, it is possible to rise to a seat in the Grand Council of State or a place in the imperial cabinet. All this advancement presents itself in the distant prospect, while the office upon which he immediately enters is one of respectability, and it may be of profit. It is generally that of mayor or sub-mayor of a district city, or sub-chancellor in the district examinations, the vacant post being distributed by lot, and therefore impartially, among those who have proved themselves to be ready for office. Before the drawing of lots, however, for the post of a magistrate among the people, our ambitious student has a chance of winning the more distinguished honor of a place in the Imperial Academy. With this view, the 200 or 300 survivors of so many contests appear in the palace, where themes are assigned them by the emperor himself, and the highest honor is paid to the pursuit of letters, by the exercises being presided over by His Majesty in person. Penmanship reappears as an element in determining the result, and a score or more of those whose style is the most finished, whose scholarship the ripest, and whose handwriting the most elegant are drafted into the College of Han Lin, the Forest of Pencils, the kind of imperial institute, the members of which are recognized as standing at the head of the literary profession. These are constituted poets and historians to the celestial court, or deputed to act as chancellors and examiners in the several provinces. But the diminishing series in this ascending scale has not yet reached its final term. The long succession of contests culminates in the designation by the emperor of some individual whom he regards as the Chuang Yuan, or model scholar of the empire, the bright consummate flower of the season. This is not a common annual, like the senior wranglership of Cambridge, not the product of a private garden like the valedictory orator of our American colleges. It blooms but once in 3 years, and the whole empire yields but a single blossom, a blossom that is called by the hand of majesty and esteemed among the brightest ornaments of his dominion. Talk of academic honors such as are bestowed by Western nations in comparison with those which this Oriental empire heaps on her scholar laureate. Provinces contend for the shining prize, and the town that gives this victor birth becomes noted forever. Swift heralds bear the tidings of his triumph, and the hearts of the people leap at their approach. We have seen them enter a humble cottage, and amidst the flaunting of banners and the blare of trumpets announce to its startled inmates that one of their relations has been crowned by the emperor as the laureate of the year. And so high was the estimation in which the people held the success of their fellow townsmen that his wife was requested to visit the 6 gates of the city and to scatter before each a handful of rice, that the whole population might share in the good fortune of her household. A popular tale, La Bleue et la Blanche, translated from the Chinese by Monsieur Julien, represents a goddess as descending from heaven that she might give birth to the scholar laureate of the empire. All this has, we confess, an air of oriental display and exaggeration. It suggests rather the dust and sweat of the great national games of antiquity than the mental toil and intellectual triumphs of the modern world. But it is obvious that a competition which excites so profoundly the interest of a whole nation must be productive of very decided results. That it leads to the selection of the best talent for the service of the public, we have already seen. But beyond this, its primary object, it exercises a profound influence upon the education of the people and the stability of the government. It is all, in fact, that China has to show in the way of an educational system. She has few colleges and no universities in our Western sense, and no national system of common schools, yet it may be confidently asserted that China gives to learning a more effective patronage than she could have done if each of her emperors had been an Augustus and every premier a Maecenas. She says to all her sons, prosecute your studies by such means as you may be able to command, whether in public or in private, and when you are prepared, present yourselves in the examination hall. The government will judge of your proficiency and reward your attainments. Nothing can exceed the ardor which this standing offer infuses into the minds of all who have the remotest prospect of sharing in the prizes. They study not merely while they have teachers to incite them to diligence, but continue their studies with unabated zeal long after they have left the schools. They study in solitude and poverty. They study amidst the cares of a family and the turmoil of business, and the shining goal is kept steadily in view until the eye grows dim. Some of the aspirants impose on themselves the task of writing a fresh essay every day, and they do not hesitate to enter the lists as often as the public examinations recur, resolved, if they fail, to continue trying, believing that perseverance has power to command success, and encouraged by the legend of the man who, needing a sewing needle, made one by grinding a crowbar on a piece of granite. We have met an old mandarin who related with evident pride how, on gaining the 2nd degree, he had removed with his whole family to Peking from the distant province of Yunnan to compete for the 3rd, and how at each triennial contest he had failed, until after more than 20 years of patient waiting, at the 7th trial, and at the mature age of 80, he bore off the coveted prize. He had worn his honors for 7 years, and was then mayor of the city of Tientsin. In a list now on our table of 99 successful competitors for the 2nd degree, 16 are over 40 years of age, 1 62, and 1 83. The average age of the whole number is about 30, and for the 3rd degree the average is, of course, proportionately higher. So powerful are the motives addressed to them that this whole body of scholars who once enter the examination hall are devoted to study as a lifelong occupation. We thus have a class of men, numbering in the aggregate some millions, who keep their faculties bright by constant exercise, and whom it would be difficult to parallel in any Western country for readiness with the pen and retentiveness of memory. If these men are not highly educated, it is the fault, not of the competitive system, which proves its power to stimulate them to such prodigious exertions, but of the false standard of intellectual merit established in China. End of section 76. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Jim Locke. Section 77 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Jim Locke. Questions from a Civil Service Examination. 1. How do the rival schools of Wang and Qing differ in respect to the exposition of the meaning and the criticism of the text of the Book of Changes? 2. The great historian Zi Ma-tsien prides himself upon having gathered up much material that was neglected by other writers. What are the sources from which he derived his information? 3. From the earliest times, great attention has been given to the improvement of agriculture. Will you indicate the arrangements adopted for that purpose by the several dynasties? 4. The art of war arose under Huang Ti 4,400 years ago. Different dynasties have since that time adopted different regulations in regard to the use of militia or standing armies, the mode of raising supplies for the armies, etc. Can you state these briefly? 5. Give an account of the circulating medium under different dynasties, and state how the currency of the Sung dynasty corresponded with our use of paper money at the present day. End of section 77. This recording is in the public domain, recorded by Jim Locke.
Section 78 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. China, Part 11. In Recent Years. Historical Note. The war with Japan in 1894 showed for the first time the weakness of the Chinese Empire. Foreign nations were not slow to take advantage of this weakness, and within the next few years, Russia, England, Germany, and France obtained important concessions and grants of territory. Resentment at these proceedings resulted in the formation in 1900 of a society known as the Boxers, or Fist of Righteous Harmony, for the destruction of all foreigners. Secretly aided by the Dowager Empress, who had recently deposed the Emperor for favoring the reformers, the Boxers grew rapidly in strength and besieged the legations in Peking. The siege was raised in August by an allied army of Japanese, Russians, British, Americans, and French. The uprising was suppressed, and a huge indemnity exacted from the Chinese government. A leaven of progress, which had been for some time at work beneath the crust of national conservatism, broke forth at last in a demand for a constitution. The counselors of the boy emperor promised and evaded after the traditional Chinese fashion, and the sacred precincts of the imperial palace became a maze of plots and intrigues. The demand, however, had grown too strong to be resisted, and on February 12, 1912, the Mencius dynasty came to an end. By the abdication edicts of that date, it was declared that the constitution should thereafter be republican. 2 days later, Yuan Shikai was elected, the Nanking Council, provisional president of the Republic of China. In April 1913, the First Chinese Congress met. Throughout the land, the day was celebrated with holiday rejoicings. End of section 78. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 79 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 79. War between China and Japan by W. A. P. Morton. Once upon a time, says a Japanese Aesop, the fish of the sea were thrown into consternation by the appearance of a new enemy, a man with a net and drag. Calling a council to provide for their safety, one proposed this, another that. The clam said that for himself he had no fear. He had only to close his shell to keep out all enemies. Splash! Came the drag. The fish scattered, and he lay snug until all was quiet. Then, cautiously peeping out, he saw scrawled on an opposite wall, "This clam, 2 cents," and he knew that he was sold. At the epoch of the Opium War, the attitude of China and Japan toward the outside world was identical. From that point, or to be exact, from 1854, the date of our first treaty with Japan, their policies diverged. Compelled to abandon her old exclusiveness, China has yielded as little as possible. Japan renounced hers without waiting for the application of force. Every step in Japan's progress has intensified the old animosity. China hates her as a traitor to the Asiatic traditions, and she despises China as a laggard in the race. The first aggressions came from the side of Japan, as might have been expected from her awakened energies. She began with the absorption of Liu Chiu, which China regarded as her vassal, though the little kingdom, for its own purposes, had maintained a divided allegiance. Her next move was a descent on Formosa, ostensibly to punish the savages of the eastern coast for murdering the crew of a Liu Chiwan junk, in reality with the intention of occupying a port, if not the whole of that island. The right to do so the Japanese defended by specious arguments drawn from text writers on international law. These batteries the Chinese easily silenced, as I can testify, having had something to do with the loading of their guns. The contest would not have ended without drawing blood if the British minister, Sir Thomas Wade, had not come forward as peacemaker, and persuaded the invaders to withdraw on the payment of a small indemnity, which, to save the face of China, was considered as compensation for war material left on the island. A third storm center was Korea. Confessedly a vassal of China, the Hermit Kingdom had been unwisely permitted to send embassies and enter into direct treaty relations with foreign courts, making the Korean capital a nest of intrigue. In 1878, the destruction of the Japanese consulate at Seoul came very near embroiling the two empires. In the dispute which followed, the Japanese won a diplomatic victory. China weakly consented to something like a dual control, which naturally had the effect of making the peninsula more than ever a bone of contention. A petty rebellion breaking out in 1894, the king appealed to China, not to Japan, for succor. The insurgents, who called themselves Tunghak, champions of Eastern learning, in opposition to Western innovations, dispersed on the appearance of Chinese troops, and the troops entrenched themselves on the seacoast. The Japanese were notified, and exercised their right of sending a force. But instead of camping on the coast, they pushed on to the capital for the better protection of king and court. Both parties, perceiving the real issue, pushed forward their troops as fast as their ships could carry them. Their ostensible object was to annihilate the Tunghaks, their real aim to settle at once and forever the question of Chinese supremacy. They kept up the forms of friendship until the 25th of July, when two collisions in one day compelled them to throw off the mask. Then came the shock of war. as unforeseen as an earthquake, and infinitely more destructive. In the earlier battles the Chinese fought well, but they soon came to expect defeat as a matter of course, a constant succession of victories telling as much for the organizing talent of Japan at headquarters as for the courage and discipline of her forces in the field. In possession of king and capital, the Japanese enjoyed a great advantage. The poor king, as helpless as Matsuma, bound himself by treaty to furnish supplies for their troops until the independence of Korea should be secured, and allowed himself to be persuaded into insulting his liege lord by assuming the title of emperor. How great their advantage will not be apparent unless we suppose the situation reversed, with a Chinese army in Seoul commanding the resources of the kingdom. Who can say that the issue of the conflict might not have been otherwise? In that first bold stroke, the palm of strategy belongs to Japan. An incidental advantage, not to be overlooked, was the glamour of chivalry which it gave her as the defender of the oppressed, enabling her to inscribe on her banners a noble object. Whatever arrière-pensée she may have indulged, politically this was shrewd, but knight-errantry of that sort is out of date. Japan's action in taking the initiative is to be justified, if at all, on the ground that the disguised hostility of the Chinese made war inevitable sooner or later, and it was wise for her to strike when she was ready. Before spring the Chinese had been driven out of Korea, and the Manchurian seaboard occupied by the Japanese. The two great naval fortresses had fallen into their hands, and the Chinese navy was annihilated. To save her capital, China sued for peace, and Japan stood revealed as a power no longer to be disregarded by the cabinets of Europe. End of section 79. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nikki 504, New Orleans.
Section 80 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 80, The Adventures of Yao Chen Yuan, one of the four successful messengers to and from Tientsin during the Boxer War. The Boxers were a secret society whose aim was to drive out the foreigners. In 1900 they massacred both missionaries and their converts. The great European powers made a formal protest to the Chinese government. The government was ready to promise anything, but secretly aided the Boxers. The nations sent forth forces to protect their citizens and property. War ensued. The most horrible tortures of the foreigners and the most ghastly massacres took place, encouraged by the Empress Wu. Ambassadors and ministers and other foreigners were shut up, together with Christian natives, in the British legation in Peking. It was of the utmost importance that messages be sent to Tientsin. The following is an account of the adventures of one of the messengers. The Editor. When the letters of the various ministers had been committed to my care, I returned to Su Wang Fu, saying to myself, how shall I ever be able to take these letters to Tientsin? I breathed a simple prayer to God to give me some method by which I might reach my destination in safety. The words had scarcely left my lips when I noticed on the wall a large straw hat, such as is commonly used by coolies in the summer time, and as it was composed of 2 layers of straw, I wet it, ripped it apart, and concealed my letters between the 2 sections, after which I carefully sewed it together as before, with the prayer upon my lips, Lord, when do you wish me to start? When I left the legation, I crossed the bridge and climbed over a wall of barricades into Su Wang Fu, where 2 Japanese soldiers said to me, "What are you doing here?" "I am going to Tientsin with letters," I replied. "What is your name?" inquired one of them. When I told him, he said in a kind but warning tone, "You must be careful, or you will be killed before you are well started on your way." He took me to a small lane at the outskirts of the barricades, where he left me to go on alone, but I had not gone far when I discovered that a Boxer watchman was stationed at the other end of the street, and my heart almost stood still. I had gone too far, however, to turn back, so I put on a bold front, prayed the Lord for guidance, and walked boldly onward. "Give me 10 cents and I will let you pass," was all he said, which I was quite ready to do. My way through the east gate was without incident, but when halfway to Tung Chu, I overtook some 300 of Tung Fu Hsiang's soldiers, to whom I joined myself and continued on my way. The canal had overflowed its banks at the 8 Li bridge, and at their suggestion we had our dinner, for which they paid, after which one of them offered to swim across with me on his back, which kindness I was glad to accept, as I saw no other way of getting to the opposite side. I continued with the soldiers, stopping with them that night at a Mohammedan inn, the proprietor of which was very kind to me. He refused to accept payment for my entertainment, and asked me to take vows of friendship before I left. During the night a crowd passed by, led by a woman Boxer, a member of the Society of the Red Lantern, who asked me my name, my business, and where I was going. As I seemed to satisfy them with my answer, they went about their business, which was the destruction of a Catholic village and the murder of the Christians. The next morning I continued on my way, being early joined by a Boxer, who invited me to dine with him, after which we separated. That night I heard the keeper of the inn at which I stopped say to a Boxer, "We have no Christians here," and I spent the night in peace. The following day a child warned me not to go through a certain village, saying that the Boxers were taking every one they suspected, and I saw the fire kindled, at which they burnt 20 Christians, while I at the same time thanked the Lord for putting it into the mind of a child to warn me, and thus save me, and perhaps the people of the legation, from a like horrible fate. The country was flooded. I was compelled to wade through water, the depth of which I knew nothing about, and I was wet and discouraged. I had just emerged from the water when a man with a gun on his shoulder called out to me in a loud voice, "Where are you going?" "I am going to Tientsin," I answered. "What for?" "To find the head of a flower establishment in which I was employed before this trouble broke out." The readiness of my answer seemed to satisfy him, and he allowed me to continue on my way. It ought to be said in Mr. Yao's defence that he had been connected with such a business the head of which lived in Tientsin, so that his answer was not wholly fiction. At the next village a shoemaker informed me that the road was dangerous, being crowded with Chinese troops, a thing which I soon found to be true by being made prisoner and having my money taken from me. My money being all they wanted, the soldiers at once set me free, and I in turn complained to the officer that I had been robbed by his troops. "Wait," said he, "until I see who did it." "No, no," said I, "do not let me trouble you to that extent. The day is far spent, and I should like to spend the night in your camp." "With pleasure," said he. So I spent the night in the protection of my enemies. "Please search me," said I in the morning, "to see that I have taken nothing, and I will proceed on my way." He returned my money, warning me not to go on the great road, lest I fall into the hands of the foreign troops and suffer at their hands. "I understand," said I, with a meaning which he did not comprehend, and I left. When I came to the river, I noticed a boatman and accosted him as follows: "Will you take me to the Red Bridge in Tientsin?" "We do not dare to go as far as the Red Bridge," he answered. "The Japanese soldiers are there, and they will shoot us." "You need not be afraid," said I can protect you from Japanese soldiers." On hearing this he readily consented, but he put me off some distance from the bridge. I saw the soldiers in the distance, but waved my handkerchief as a token that I was a messenger, and thus encountered no danger. They escorted me to the foreign settlement, and then left me to go alone, but the Russians refused to allow me to pass, and I was compelled to return to the Red Bridge. I took one of the letters out of the hat and showed it to 3 Japanese officers who happened to be passing. "Where do you come from?" they asked. "From Peking." "Were you not afraid of the Boxers?" "No." "You are a good man. Wait till I give you a pass." While he was writing, it began to rain, and they took me to their headquarters, where I saw a high official, dined with him, and related all my adventures by the way, as well as the condition of affairs in Peking, all of which he wrote down, and then sent 4 of his soldiers to accompany me to the British and American consulates. When I saw the American consul, I burst into tears, and told him of all that the people in Peking were suffering, how the Boxers were firing on them from all sides and trying to burn them out, how each man was limited to a small cup of grain a day, while at the same time they were compelled to labor like coolies under a burning sun, in employments to which they were not accustomed, and I urged him to send soldiers at once to relieve them. He sent a man to take me to my room, and I found among the servants one of my old acquaintances, with whom I spent a pleasant evening, and then had a good night's rest. The following day I went to the Methodist Mission, where I met those who had passed through a siege similar to the one I had left. When Dr. Ben saw how sore my feet were, she washed and bandaged them with her own hands. After a rest of 2 days, I secured the letters of the various consuls, together with others from friends of some of the besieged, and started on my return journey, depending upon the Lord for his protection. I had not gone a mile from the city when I was arrested by 2 foreign soldiers, robbed of all my money, and taken to the tent of their officer, who, when he saw my pass, recognized it as that of a messenger from Peking, and restored both my money and my liberty. 2 miles from the city I came to a stream I was unable to cross, and found myself compelled to return and leave by way of the north gate of the city. 7 miles from the city I fell into a nest of Boxers, the head of whom asked me, "Where have you been?" "To Tientsin," I replied. "What for?" "To see the head of the flower establishment with which I was connected before this trouble broke out," I answered. "How old is he?" 76 years," I replied without hesitation. He said no more, and I asked if I could dine with them. After dinner I said to the head Boxer, I wish to go to Peking. Can you tell me the safest route for me to take?" He told me, and after wishing him good-bye, I left, taking the direction he suggested. The following day, when passing a melon patch watched by Boxers, I walked up to them and asked them to give me a melon, thinking that they would be less likely to disturb me if I first addressed them. "Where are you going?" they asked. "To Peking," I answered. "Can you tell me which road it would be safest for me to take?" They told me, and as in the former case, I followed their directions, reaching the city without further adventure other than that of avoiding several crowds of Boxers and Chinese soldiers. Outside the east gate I ate 2 bowls of vermicelli while I watched the soldiers and Boxers on top of the city wall. I went west to the Su Pai Lu, then south to the Tan Pai Lu, where I turned west toward the British Legation. All the way through the city I was compelled to saunter slowly, as though I was merely looking about and not going anywhere, so that it took me from noon till evening to go from the east gate to the Legation. The soldiers in the lines between the Chinese and foreign quarters were gambling as I passed, and paid no attention to me. In the Austrian Legation grounds I noticed a Chinese soldier digging as though for treasure. Walking up to him, I addressed him thus: "Hello, Captain, what are you doing?" "What are you doing here?" said he, staring at me and speaking in a loud voice. "Please do not speak so loud," said I, in an undertone, as though to enter into a secret alliance with him. "I was originally a coolie in this place. My home is in the country, and I have just been to see if my family were killed, and finding them safe, I have returned to get some treasure I have in the Su Wang Fu." "How much have you?" he inquired. "About $1,000. "What is your name?" he inquired further. "Yao Chen Yuan. What is your honourable name?" "Wu Lien Tai," he replied. "Now you go and get your silver, and we two will open an opium shop." "Very well," I replied. "Have you any silver with you?" he asked. "Only about 4 or 5 ounces." "Well, you give that to me. Not that I want the silver, but it will cement our friendship, and I will return it to you when you come back." "Very well," said I, giving him what silver I had. While we were talking, an officer with 40 or 50 soldiers came up and wanted to have me killed. "Do not kill him," said the soldier to whom I had been talking. "He is an old friend of mine from the country, here to make money out of the foreigners." "If he is a friend of yours, what is his name?" "Yao Chen Yuan," he replied. "What is this soldier's name?" asked the officer, turning to me. "Wu Lien Tai," I answered without hesitation. "Quite right," he said, and passed on to the great street. Just then a crowd of Boxers came up, and the leader asked, "What is this fellow doing here?" "Do not meddle with my affairs," said the soldier. "He is my friend." And with this they passed on, leaving us alone. "Now you go into Su Wang Fu," said the soldier, "and get your money, and if you cannot come out to morrow, stand behind the wall and hold your hand aloft that I may know you are safe." "Very well," I replied, "but how am I to get in?" "I will take you to the end of that alley where you will be safe," he said, at which place I bade him good afternoon. In a few moments the Japanese soldiers, who had observed and recognized me, pulled me up over the wall, and I was once more safe. I was at once taken to the officer, and met Mr. Squires, to whom I delivered the letters. When he saw me ripping open the hat and taking them out, one after another, until I had given him 11, he could not refrain from laughing. He took me with him to the American Legation, where, as we entered, he held aloft the letters. The people clapped their hands and cheered, and many of them wanted to talk with me, but I was led out through the Russian into the British Legation. Here I met Mr. King, who, after a short conversation, asked me for my hat. "It is all ripped apart," I replied. "I can sew it together again," he answered. "What do you want to do with it?" I inquired. "Take it back to America as a relic of your trip," said he. While we were talking, someone came to say that Lady MacDonald wanted to see me and hear about my trip, to whom I told it much as I have told it to you, not even concealing the deceit I was sometimes compelled to practice in order, as I then supposed, to accomplish my ends. End of section 80. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. Section 81 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 81. When the Allies entered Pekin, by Pierre Loti, Louis-Marie Julien, Viau. Here we are at the gates, the triple gates, deep as tunnels and formed of the most powerful masonry. Gates surmounted by deadly dungeons, each one 5 stories high, with strange curved roofs. Extravagant dungeons, colossal black things above a black enclosing wall. Our horses' hoofs sink deeper and deeper, disappear, in fact, in the coal-black dust, which is blinding and all-pervading in the atmosphere as well as on the ground, in spite of the light rain and the snowflakes which make our faces tingle. Noiselessly, as though we were stepping upon wadding or felt, we pass under the enormous vaults and enter the land of ruin and ashes. A few slatternly beggars shivering in corners in their blue rags, and that is all. Silence and solitude within as well as without these walls. Nothing but rubbish and ruin. Ruin. The land of rubbish and ashes and little grey bricks, little bricks all alike, scattered in countless myriads upon the sites of houses that have been destroyed or upon the pavement of what once were streets. Little grey bricks, this is the sole material of which Pekin was built, a city of small, low houses decorated with a lacework of gilded wood, a city of which only a mass of curious debris is left, after fire and shell have crumbled away its flimsy materials. We have come into the city at one of the corners where there was the fiercest fighting, the Tartar quarter, which contained the European legations. Long, straight streets may still be traced in this infinite labyrinth of ruins. Ahead of us all is grey or black. To the sombre grey of the fallen brick is added the monotonous tone which follows a fire, the gloom of ashes and the gloom of coal. Sometimes in crossing the road they form obstacles, these tiresome little bricks. These are the remains of barricades where fighting must have taken place. After a few hundred meters we enter the street of the legations, upon which for so many months the anxious attention of the whole world was fixed. Everything is in ruins, of course, yet European flags float on every piece of wall, and we suddenly find as we come out of the smaller streets the same animation as at Tientsin, a continual coming and going of officers and soldiers and an astonishing array of uniforms. A big flag marks the entrance to what was our legation, 2 monsters in white marble crouch at the threshold. This is the etiquette for all Chinese palaces. 2 of our soldiers guard the door which I enter, my thoughts recurring to the heroes who defended it. We finally dismount amid piles of rubbish in an inner square near a chapel, and at the entrance to a garden where the trees are losing their leaves as an effect of the icy winds. The walls about us are so pierced with balls that they look like sieves. The pile of rubbish at our right is the legation proper, destroyed by the explosion of a Chinese mine. At our left is the Chancellor's house, where the brave defenders of the place took refuge during the siege because it was in a less exposed situation. They have offered to take me in there. It was not destroyed, but everything is topsy-turvy, as though it were the day after a battle. And in the room where I am to sleep, the plasterers are at work repairing the walls, which will not be finished until this evening. As a new arrival, I am taken on a pilgrimage to the garden where those of our sailors who fell on the field of honor were hastily buried amid a shower of balls. There is no grass here, no blossoming plants, only a grey soil trampled by the combatants, crumbling from dryness and cold, trees without leaves and with branches broken by shot, and over all a gloomy, lowering sky with snowflakes that are cutting. We remove our hats as we enter this garden, for we know not upon whose remains we may be treading. The graves will soon be marked, I doubt not, but have not yet been, so one is not sure as one walks of not having underfoot some one of the dead who merits a crown. In this house of the Chancellor, spared as by a miracle, the besieged live helter-skelter, slept on a floor space the size of which was day by day decreased by the damage done by shot and shell, and were in imminent danger of death. In the beginning, their number, alas, rapidly diminished. There were 60 French sailors and 20 Austrians meeting death side by side with equally magnificent courage. To them were added a few French volunteers who took their turns on the barricades or on the roofs, and 2 foreigners, Monsieur and Madame Rawsthorn of the Austrian legation. Our officers in command of the defence were Lieutenant Darcy and Midshipman Herbert. The latter was struck full in the face by a ball and sleeps today in the garden. The horrible part of the siege was that no pity was to be expected from the besiegers. If starved, and at the end of their strength, it became necessary for the besieged to surrender. It was death, and death with atrocious Chinese refinements to prolong the paroxysms of suffering. Neither was there the hope of escape by some supreme sortie. They were in the midst of a swarming city. They were enclosed in a labyrinth of buildings that sheltered a crowd of enemies, and were still further imprisoned by the feeling that surrounding them, walling in the whole, was the colossal black rampart of Pekin. It was during the torrid period of the Chinese summer. It was often necessary to fight while dying of thirst, blinded by dust, under a sun as destructive as the balls, and with the constant sickening fear of infection from dead bodies. Yet a charming young woman was there with them, an Austrian, to whom should be given one of our most beautiful French crosses. Alone amongst men in distress, she kept an even cheerfulness of the best kind. She cared for the wounded, prepared food for the sick sailors with her own hands, and then went off to aid in carrying bricks and sand for the barricades, or to take her turn as watch on the roof. Day by day the circle closed in upon the besieged as their ranks grew thinner, and the garden filled with the dead. Gradually they lost ground, although disputing with the enemy, who were legion, every piece of wall, every pile of bricks. And when one sees their little barricades hastily erected during the night out of nothing at all, and knows that 5 or 6 sailors succeeded in defending them, for 5 or 6 toward the end were all that could be spared, it really seems as though there were something supernatural about it all. As I walked through the garden with one of its defenders, and he said to me, "At the foot of that little wall we held out for so many days, and in front of this little barricade we resisted for a week." It seemed a marvelous tale of heroism. And their last entrenchment, it was alongside the house, a ditch dug tentatively in a single night, banked up with a few poor sacks of earth and sand. It was all they had to keep off the executioners, who scarcely 6 meters away were threatening them with death from the top of a wall. Beyond is the cemetery, that is the corner of the garden in which they buried their dead, until the still more terrible days when they had to put them here and there, concealing the place for fear the graves would be violated, in accordance with the terrible custom of this place. It was a poor little cemetery, whose soil had been pressed and trampled upon in close combat, whose trees were shattered and broken by shell. The interments took place under Chinese fire, and an old white-headed priest, since a martyr whose head was dragged in the gutter, said prayers at the grave in spite of the balls that whistled about him, cutting and breaking the branches. Toward the end, their cemetery was the contested region, after they had little by little lost much ground, and they trembled for their dead. The enemy had advanced to its very border. They watched, and they killed at close quarters over the sleeping warriors so hastily put to rest. If the Chinese had reached this cemetery and had scaled the last frail trenches of sand and gravel in sacks made of old curtains, then for all who were left there would have been horrible torture to the sound of music and laughter, horrible dismemberment, nails torn off, feet torn off, disemboweling, and finally the head carried through the streets at the end of a pole. They were attacked from all sides and in every possible manner, often at the most unexpected hours of the night. It usually began with cries and the sudden noise of trumpets and tom-toms. Around them thousands of howling men would appear. One must have heard the howlings of the Chinese to imagine what their voices are. Their very timbre chills your soul. Gongs outside the walls added to the tumult. Occasionally, from a suddenly opened hole in a neighboring house, a pole 20 or 30 feet long, ablaze at the end with oakum and petroleum, emerged slowly and silently like a thing out of a dream. This was applied to the roofs in the hope of setting them on fire. They were also attacked from below. They heard dull sounds in the earth and understood that they were being undermined, that their executioners might spring up from the ground at any moment, so that it became necessary at any risk to attempt to establish countermines to prevent this subterranean peril. One day toward noon, 2 terrible detonations, which brought on a regular tornado of plaster and dust, shook the French legation, half burying under rubbish the lieutenant in command of the defences and several of his marines. But this was not all. All but 2 succeeded in getting clear of the stones and ashes that covered them to the shoulders, but 2 brave sailors never appeared again. And so the struggle continued desperately and under conditions more and more frightful. And still the gentle stranger remained when she might so easily have taken shelter elsewhere. At the English legation, for instance, where most of the ministers with their families had found refuge, the balls did not penetrate to them. They were at the centre of the quarter, defended by a few handfuls of brave soldiers, and could there feel a certain security so long as the barricades held out. But no, she remained and continued in her admirable role at that blazing point, the French legation, a point which was the key, the cornerstone of the European quadrangle, whose capture would bring about general disaster. One time they saw with their field glasses the posting of an imperial edict commanding that the fire against foreigners cease. What they did not see was that the men who put up the notices were attacked by the crowd with knives. Yet a certain lull, a sort of armistice, did follow. The attacks became less violent. They saw that incendiaries were everywhere abroad. They heard fusillades, cannonades, and prolonged cries among the Chinese. Entire districts were in flames. They were killing one another. Their fury was fermenting as in a pandemonium, and they were suffocated, stifled with the smell of corpses. Spies came occasionally with information to sell, always false and contradictory, in regard to the relief expedition, which amid ever-increasing anxiety was hourly expected. It is here, it is there, it is advancing, or it has been defeated and is retreating, were the announcements, yet it persisted in not appearing. What then was Europe doing? Had they been abandoned? They continued, almost without hope, to defend themselves in their restricted quarters. Each day they felt that Chinese torture and death were closing in upon them. They began to lack for the essentials of life. It was necessary to economize in everything, particularly in ammunition. They were growing savage. When they captured any Boxers, instead of shooting them, they broke their skulls with a revolver. One day their ears, sharpened for all outside noises, distinguished a continued deep, heavy cannonade beyond the great black ramparts, whose battlements were visible in the distance, and which enclosed them in a Dantesque circle. Pekin was being bombarded. It could only be by the armies of Europe come to their assistance. Yet one last fear troubled their joy. Would not a supreme attack against them be attempted, an effort be made to destroy them before the Allied troops could enter? As a matter of fact, they were furiously attacked, and this last day, the day of their deliverance, cost the life of one of our officers, Captain Labrousse, who went to join the Austrian commander in the glorious little cemetery of the legation. But they kept up their resistance until all at once not a Chinese head was visible on the barricades of the enemy. All was empty and silent in the devastation about them. The Boxers were flying, and the Allies were entering the city. End of section 81. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia.
Section 82 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 82. A Diplomatic Correspondence between the United States and China. After the suppression of the Boxer Uprising, representatives of the nations that had lost by the failure of the Chinese government to protect their citizens and property demanded reparation. Nearly $25 million was allotted to this country. The United States, however, in continuance of its former friendship for China, offered to accept only an amount covering the actual loss incurred. 1. Mr. Rockhill to the Prince of Qing. Your Highness, it is with great satisfaction that I have the honor to inform Your Highness, under direction of the Secretary of State of the United States, that a bill has passed the Congress of the United States authorizing the President to modify the indemnity bond given the United States by China from $24,440,000 to $13,655,492.29, with interest at 4% per annum. Of this amount, $2 million are held pending the result of hearings on private claims presented to the Court of Claims of the United States within 1 year. Any balance remaining after such adjudication is also to be returned to the Chinese government, in such manner as the Secretary of State shall decide. The President is further authorized under the bill to remit to China the remainder of the indemnity as an act of friendship, such payments and remissions to be made at such times and in such a manner as he may deem just. I am also directed by the Secretary of State to request the imperial government kindly to favor him with its views as to the time and manner of the remissions. Trusting that your Imperial Highness will favor me with an early reply to communicate to my government, I avail myself of this occasion to renew to your Highness the assurance of my highest consideration. W. W. Rockhill, to His Highness, Prince of Qing, President of the Wai Wu Pu, Board of Foreign Affairs. 2. Prince of Qing to Mr. Rockhill. Translation. July 14th, 1908. Your Excellency, I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your dispatch of July 11th, informing me that you had been directed to notify me. Here follows a resume of Mr. Rockhill's letter. On reading this dispatch, I was profoundly impressed with the justice and great friendliness of the American government, and wish to express our sincerest thanks. Concerning the time and manner of the return of the amounts to be remitted to China, the imperial government has no wishes to express in the matter. It relies implicitly on the friendly intentions of the United States government, and is convinced that it will adopt such measures as are best calculated to attain the end it has in view. The imperial government, wishing to give expression to the high value it places on the friendship of the United States, finds in its present action a favorable opportunity for doing so. Mindful of the desire recently expressed by the President of the United States to promote the coming of Chinese students to the United States to take courses in the schools and higher educational institutions of the country, and convinced by the happy results of past experience of the great value to China of education in American schools, the imperial government has the honor to state that it is its intention to send henceforth yearly to the United States a considerable number of students, there to receive their education. The Board of Foreign Affairs will confer with the American minister in Peking concerning the elaboration of plans for the carrying out of the intention of the imperial government. A necessary dispatch. Seal of the Wai Wu Pu. 3. The Wai Wu Pu to Mr. Rockhill, July 14th, 1908. To His Excellency, W. W. Rockhill, American Minister, Peking. Referring to the dispatch just sent to Your Excellency regarding sending students to America, it has now been determined that from the year when the return of the indemnity begins, 100 students shall be sent to America every year for 4 years, so that 400 students may be in America by the 4th year. From the 5th year and throughout the period of the indemnity payments, a minimum of 50 students will be sent each year. As the number of students will be very great, there will be difficulty in making suitable arrangements for them. Therefore, in the matter of choosing them, as well as in the matters of providing suitable homes for them in America, and selecting the schools which they are to enter, we hope to have your advice and assistance. The details of our scheme will have to be elaborated later, but we take this occasion to state the general features of our plan, and ask you to inform the American government of it. We sincerely hope that the American government will render us assistance in the matter. Wishing you all prosperity. Signed, Prince of Qing, Na Tung, Liang Tunyen, Yuan Shi Kai, Lien Fang. Already, and quite apart from the scheme proposed in the note of the Wai Wu Pu, there are maintained in the United States by imperial and provincial funds 155 Chinese students, picked boys and young men, sons of officials and prominent and wealthy merchants, chosen often by competitive examinations. The students now to be sent annually by the imperial government will be still more carefully selected. These are the men destined for positions of responsibility and influence in that awakening China, of which we hear so much. And because of these things, our schools and colleges, the undergraduates, and the people at large may have sight of the opportunities and possibilities which are theirs and ours. From the Outlook. End of section 82. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 83 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Republic of China. The Manchu dynasty has abdicated, after holding the Chinese imperial throne for nearly 3 centuries. The decree of abdication will be of historic moment. It reads as follows. The whole country is tending towards a republican form of government. It is the will of heaven, and it is certain that we could not reject the people's desire for the sake of one family's honor and glory. We, the Dowager Empress and the Emperor, hand over the sovereignty to the people. We decide the form of government to be a constitutional republic. In this time of transition, in order to unite the South and the North, we appoint one Shikai to organize the provisional government, consulting the People's Army regarding the union of the 5 peoples: Manchus, Chinese, Mongolians, Mohammedans, and Tibetans. These peoples jointly constitute the great state of Zhuanghua Mingkus, a Republic of China. We retire to a peaceful life and will enjoy the respectful treatment of the nation. This was signed by the Empress Dowager for herself and the little Emperor, by one Shikai as Prime Minister, and also by the other ministers. End of Section 83. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 84 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Ava Yi. Korea. Historical note. Korean history begins with the 12th century BC, when the nation is said to have been founded by one Ki-tse. In BC 108, China conquered and took possession of the country, but soon after the Christian era, Korea regained her independence. The golden age of Korea was from the 10th to the 14th centuries. At length, a palace revolution resulted in the overthrow of Buddhism, the banishment of the priests, and the establishment of a dynasty that held the throne until the 20th century. In 1592, the Japanese invaded the country, but with the assistance of a Chinese army, the Koreans at length drove them back. Soon after, the Manchu emperors of China placed Korea under vassalage, and for nearly 3 centuries tribute was sent annually to Peking. The Koreans have been even more distrustful of foreigners than were their neighbors, Japan and China, and it was not until 1876 that her ports were opened to foreign trade. By the War of 1894 between China and Japan, Korea was freed from her allegiance to the former nation, only to fall, as the result of the Russo-Japanese War, under the more exacting sway of the latter. In 1910, the Korean king was deposed and his authority transferred to a Japanese governor-general. End of Section 84. This recording is in the public domain. Section 85 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Ava Yi. A grain shop in Korea. Photograph, page 264. Among the Koreans are many followers of Confucius, and there are also Buddhist monasteries and Christian missions, but the one article of belief that is generally prevalent is the worship of ancestors. The ancestral fire must never be allowed to go out. The Koreans are devoted to their children, and the children return this devotion by every possible courtesy and attention. The Korean houses are of 1 story, built of wood and clay and rice straw. The roofs are generally thatched, and there are very few windows. The illustration shows particularly well the dress of the Koreans. The men wear huge pairs of white cotton trousers, padded with cotton wool and tied around the waist with a long ribbon and tassels. The Koreans laugh at the folly of foreigners in cutting buttonholes in good cloth. Their socks are also padded, and into them the trousers are thrust and tied at the ankle with ribbon. Their coats are short, tight at the shoulders, and have short, wide sleeves. Part of the hair hangs down the back. The rest is twisted into a hard little horn at the top of the head. They have no pockets, but keep money, tobacco, etc., in little silken bags of white, blue, or orange. Married men wear hats shaped like an inverted flower pot on a round tray, and tied with white ribbon under the chin. Bachelors wear no hats and are obliged to dress like children. The women of Korea wear trousers like those of men, but over them a short skirt, both generally white. A tiny jacket of white, red, or green comes next, and over this they put a long green coat, throwing it over the head with the sleeves hanging down. End of section 85. This recording is in the public domain. Section 86 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in February 2018. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 86, When Hideyoshi Invaded Korea, by Homer B. Hulbert. As the century wore on and the great Hideyoshi became shogun in Japan, the ambitious designs of that unscrupulous usurper, together with the extreme weakness of Korea, made a combination of circumstances which boded no good for the peninsular people. A succession of bloody civil wars had put into Hideyoshi's hands an immense body of trained veterans, and the cessation of war in Japan left this army on his hands without anything to do. It could not well be disbanded, and it could not safely be kept on a war footing with nothing to do. This also gave Hideyoshi food for thought, and he came to the conclusion that he could kill several birds with one stone by invading Korea. His main intention was the conquest of China. Korea was to be but an incident along the way. It was necessary to make Korea the road by which he should invade China, and therefore he sent an envoy suggesting that, as he was about to conquer the four corners of the earth, Korea should give him free passage through her territory, or, better still, should join him in the subjugation of the Flowery Kingdom. To this the king replied that, as Korea had always been friendly with China, and looked upon her as a child upon a parent, or as a younger brother upon an elder, she could not think of taking such a wicked course. After a considerable interchange of envoys, Hideyoshi became convinced that there was nothing to do but crush Korea as a preliminary to the greater work. It was in 1592 that Hideyoshi launched his armies at Korea. He was unable to come himself, but he put his forces under the command of Hideyi as chief, while the actual leaders were Kato and Konishi. The Korean and Japanese accounts agree substantially in saying that the Japanese army consisted of approximately 250,000 men. They had 5,000 battle axes, 100,000 long swords, 100,000 short swords, 500,000 daggers, 300,000 firearms, large and small, but no cannon. There were 50,000 horses. Many of the Japanese wore hideous masks with which to frighten the enemy, but it was the musketry that did the work. The Koreans had no firearms at all, and this enormous discrepancy is the second of the main causes of Japanese success. The Koreans could not be expected to stand against trained men armed with muskets. Korea had long expected the invasion and had kept China well informed of the plans of Hideyoshi and his demands, but when the blow was struck, it found Korea unprepared. She had enjoyed the blessings of peace so long that her army had dwindled to a mere posse of police, and her generals were used simply to grace their empty pageants. There may also have been the notion that Japan was simply a medley of half-savage tribes, whose armies could not be truly formidable. If so, the Koreans were greatly mistaken. At the first blow it became apparent that Korea could do nothing against the invaders. Husan, Tongna, Kimha, and the other towns along the route to Seoul fell in quick succession. It was found that the Japanese army was too large to advance by a single route, especially as they had to live off the country in large part. So the army divided into 3 sections. One, led by General Konishi, came north by the middle road. Another, to the east of this, was led by General Kato, and the western one was led by General Kuroda. It was on the 17th of the 4th moon that the terrible news of the landing of the Japanese reached Seoul by messenger, though the fire signals flashing from mountain top to mountain top had already signified that trouble had broken out. The king and the court were thrown into a panic, and feverish haste was used in calling together the scattered remnants of the army. The showing was extremely meagre. A few thousand men, poorly armed and entirely lacking in drill, were found, but their leaders were even worse than the men. It was resolved to send this inadequate force to oppose the Japanese at the great Choryung, or Bird Pass, where tens of men in defense were worth thousands in attack. The doughty general Shil Yip led this forlorn hope, but ere the pass was reached, the gruesome tales of the Japanese prowess reached them, and Shil Yip determined to await the coming of the enemy on a plain, where he deemed that the battle flails of the Koreans would do better execution than among the mountains. The pass was, therefore, undefended, and the Japanese swarmed over, met Shil Yip with his ragged following, swept them from their path, and hurried on towards Seoul. We must pause a moment to describe the Japanese leaders, Kato and Konishi, who were the animating spirits of the invasion. Kato was an old man and a conservative. He was withal an ardent Buddhist and a scholar of the old school. He was disgusted that such a young man as Konishi was placed in joint command with him. This Konishi was a new school man, young and clever. He was a Roman Catholic convert, and in every respect the very opposite of Kato, except in bravery and self-assertion. They proved to be flint and steel to each other. They were now vying with one another which would reach Seoul first. Their routes had been decided by lot, and Konishi had proved fortunate, but he had more enemies to meet than Kato, and so their chances were about even. General Yi Il was the ranking Korean field officer, and he, with 4,000 men, was hurried south to block the path of the Japanese wherever he chanced to meet them. He crossed Bird Pass and stationed his force at Sungju, in the very track of the approaching invaders. But when his scouts told him the numbers and the armaments of the foe, he turned and fled back up the pass. This was bad enough, but his next act was treason, for he left the pass where 10 men could have held 1,000 in check, and put a wide stretch of country between himself and that terrible foe. He is not much to blame, considering the following that he had. He never stood up and attempted to fight the Japanese, but fell back as fast as they approached. Konishi with his forces reached the banks of the Han River first, but there were no boats with which to cross, and the northern bank was defended by the Koreans, who here had a good opportunity to hold the enemy in check. But the sight of that vast array was too much for the Korean general in charge, and he retreated with his whole force, after destroying all his engines of war. Meanwhile, Seoul was in turmoil indeed. There was no one to man the walls, the people were in a panic of fear, messengers were running wildly here and there. Everything was in confusion. Some of the king's advisers urged him to flee to the north, others advised to stay and defend the city. He chose the former course, and on that summer night, at the beginning of the rainy season, he made hasty preparations and fled out the west gate along the Peking road. Behind him, the city was in flames. The people were looting the government storehouses, and the slaves were destroying the archives in which were kept the slave deeds, for slaves were deeded property, like real estate, in those days. The rain began to fall in torrents, and the royal cortege was drenched to the skin. Food had not been supplied in sufficient quantities, and the king himself had to go hungry for several hours. 7 days later he crossed the Tadong River and was safe for a time in Pyongyang. Meanwhile, the Japanese were reveling in Seoul. Their great mistake was this delay. If they had pushed on resolutely and without delay, they would have taken China unprepared, but they lingered by the way and gave time for the preparation of means for the ultimate victory of the Koreans. The country was awakening from the first stupor of fear, and loyal men were collecting forces here and there and drilling them in hope of ultimately being able to give the Japanese a home thrust. Strong though the Japanese army was, it labored under certain difficulties. It was cut off from its source of supplies and was living on the country. Every man that died by disease or otherwise was a dead loss, for his place could not be filled. This inability to obtain reinforcements was caused by the loyalty and the genius of Admiral Yi Sun-shin, a Korean whose name deserves to be placed beside that of any of the world's great heroes. Assuming charge of the Korean fleet in the south, he had invented a curious ironclad in the shape of a tortoise. The back was covered with iron plates and was impervious to the fire of the enemy. With his boat he met and engaged the Japanese fleet, bringing 60,000 reinforcements to Hideyoshi's army. With his swift tortoise boat, he rammed the smaller Japanese craft left and right, and soon threw the whole fleet into confusion. Into the struggling mass he threw fire arrows, and a terrible conflagration broke out, which destroyed almost the entire fleet. A few boats escaped and carried the news of the disaster back to Japan. This may be called the turning point in the war, for although the Japanese forces went as far as Pyongyang, and the king had to seek asylum on the northern frontier, yet the spirit of the invasion was broken. China, moved at last by Korea's appeals, was beginning to wake up to the seriousness of the situation, and the Japanese, separated so long from their homes and entirely cut off from Japan, were beginning to be anxious. The mutual jealousies of the Japanese leaders also had their effect, so that when the allied Koreans and Chinese appeared before Pyongyang and began to storm the place, the Japanese were glad enough to steal away by night and hurry southward. They were pursued, and it was not till they had gone back as far as the capital that they could rest long enough to take breath. It should be noted that China did not come to the aid of Korea until the backbone of the invasion was practically broken. It was a pity that Korea did not have an opportunity to finish off the Japanese single-hand. With no hope of reinforcement, the Japanese army would have been glad to make terms and retire, but the peculiar actions of the Chinese, which gave rise to the suspicion that they had been tampered with by the Japanese, gave the latter ample time to reach the southern coast and fortify themselves there. The very presence of the Chinese tended to retard the growth of that national spirit among the Koreans, which led them to arm in defense of their country. It might have been the beginning of a new Korea, even as the recent war gives hopes of the beginning of a new Russia, by awakening her to her own needs. Entrenched in powerful forts along the southern coast, the Japanese held on for 2 full years, the Koreans swarming about them and doing good service at guerrilla warfare. Countless are the stories told of the various bands of patriots that arose at this time and made life a torment for the invaders. The Japanese at last began to use diplomacy in order to extricate themselves from their unpleasant position. Envoys passed back and forth between Korea and China continually, and at last, in the summer of 1596, the Japanese army was allowed to escape to Japan. This was a grievous mistake. Konishi was willing to get away to Japan because the redoubtable Admiral Yi Sun-shin was still alive, and so long as he was on the sea, the Japanese could not hope to bring reinforcements to the peninsula. They had lost already 180,000 men at the hands of this Korean Nelson, and they were afraid of him. We here meet with one of the results of party strife, the seeds of which had been sown half a century earlier. When the immediate pressure of war was removed, the various successful generals began vilifying each other and laying the blame for the initial disasters upon one another. Not a few of the very best men were either killed or stripped of honors. Some of them retired in disgust and refused to have anything more to do with a government that was carried on in such a way. But the most glaring instance of all this was that of Admiral Yi Sun-shin. When the Japanese went back to their own country, they began to plan another invasion, this time for the less ambitious purpose of punishing Korea. Only one thing was necessary to their success. Admiral Yi must be gotten out of the way. Korean accounts say that this was accomplished as follows. A Korean who had attached himself to the fortunes of the Japanese was sent by the latter back to Korea, and he appeared before one of the Korean generals and offered to give some very important information. It was that a Japanese fleet was coming against Korea, and it would be very necessary to send Admiral Yi Sun-shin to intercept it at a certain group of islands. The king learned of this, and immediately ordered the admiral to carry out this work. Admiral Yi replied that the place mentioned was very dangerous for navigation, and that it would be far better to await the coming of the Japanese at a point nearer the Korean coast. His detractors used this as a handle and charged him with treason in not obeying the word of the king. After refusing for a second time to jeopardize his fleet in this way, he was shorn of office and degraded to the ranks. He obeyed without a murmur. This was precisely what the Japanese were waiting for. Hearing that the formidable Yi was out of the way, they immediately sailed from Japan. The Korean fleet had been put under the command of a worthless official who fled from before the enemy, and thus allowed the Japanese to land a second time. This was in the first moon of 1597, and it took 1,000 boats to bring the Japanese army. When it landed, all was again in turmoil. A hasty appeal was made to China for help, and a loud cry was raised for the reinstatement of Admiral Yi Sun-shin in his old station. This was done, and he soon cut off the new army of invasion from its source of supplies, and had them exactly where they were before. But this time the Japanese army did not have its own way upon the land as in the former case. The Koreans had been trained to war. Firearms had been procured, and their full initiation into Japanese methods had prepared them for defense. Small bands of Koreans swarmed about the Japanese, cutting off a dozen here and a score there, until they were glad to get behind the battlements of their forts. A powerful army of the Japanese started for Seoul by the western route, but they were made in Jiksan by the allied Koreans and Chinese, and so severely whipped that they never again attempted to march on the capital. For a time the war dragged on, neither side scoring any considerable victories, and in truth for part of the time there was so little fighting that the Japanese settled down like immigrants and tilled the soil, and even took wives from among the peasant women. But in 1598 it was decided that a final grand effort must be made to rid the country of them. The Japanese knew that their cause was hopeless, and they only wanted to get away safely. They had some boats, but they dared not leave the shelter of the guns of their forts, for fear that they would be attacked by Admiral Yi Sun-shin. They tried to bribe the Chinese generals, and it is said that in this they had some success. But when, relying on this, they boarded their vessels and set sail for Japan, they found that the famous admiral was not included in the bargain, for he came out at them, and, in the greatest naval battle of the war, destroyed almost the whole fleet. In the battle he was mortally wounded, but he did not regret this, for he saw that his country was freed of invaders, and he felt sure that his enemies at court would eventually compass his death, even if he survived the war. It was during this second invasion that the Japanese shipped back to Japan a large number of pickled ears and noses of Koreans, which were buried at Kyoto. The place is shown today and stands a mute memorial of as savage and wanton an outrage as stains the record of any great people. During the years of Japanese occupancy, they sent back to Japan enormous quantities of booty of every kind. The Koreans were skilled in making a peculiar kind of glazed pottery, which the Japanese admired very much. So they took the whole colony bodily to Japan with all their implements and set them down in western Japan to carry on their industry. This succeeded so well that the celebrated Satsuma ware was the result. The remnants of the descendants of the Koreans are still found in Japan. Only a few years elapsed before the Japanese applied to the Korean government to be allowed to establish a trading station at Busan, or rather to re-establish it. Permission was granted, and elaborate laws were made limiting the number of boats that could come annually, the amount of goods that they could bring, and the ceremonies that must be gone through. The book in which these details are set down is of formidable size. The perusal of it shows conclusively that Japan assumed a very humble attitude, and that Korea treated her at best no better than an equal. This trading station may be called the back door of Korea, for her face was ever toward China, and, while considerable trade was carried on by means of these annual trading expeditions of the Japanese, it was as nothing compared with the trade that was carried on with China by junk and overland through Manchuria. End of section 86. Section 87 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, read for LibriVox.org by Avai. Japan, Part 1. In Ancient Times. Historical Note. The history of Japan, like that of China, begins with a time of legend and myth, when gods and demigods mingled in the affairs of men. It was probably about 1500 years before the birth of Christ when the first bands of Mongolians arrived from the continent of Asia and began the work of wresting the islands from the original inhabitants, the Ainus. But it is not until 660 BC, with the coming of Jimmu Tenno, leader of a fresh band of invaders, that even legendary history begins. In 552 AD, Buddhist missionaries arrived from Korea, bringing with them writing, calendars, and methods of computing time, and soon after Buddhism was proclaimed the state religion. By the 7th century, the power of the Mikado, or emperor, had become subordinated to that of the court officials. During the 12th century, the great families of the Taira and Minamoto contended for the power, and this struggle, known as the Wars of Genji and Heike, has ever since been a favorite subject for the writer and the artist. End of section 87. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 88 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 88. Jimmu Tenno, the First Mikado of Japan, by William Elliot Griffith. In the beginning, heaven and earth were not yet separated. Chaos, enveloping all things like an egg, contained a germ. The clear, airy substance expanded and became heaven. The heavy and thick part coagulated and became the earth. Then the young land floated in the water like oil and drifted about like a jellyfish. Out of this warm earth sprouted a bush-like object, from which were born two deities, pleasant reed-shoot Prince Elder God and the deity standing eternally in heaven. After these heavenly deities, 7 generations of gods were born. Their names are the deity standing eternally on earth, luxuriant thick Mud Master, Mud Earth Lord, Mud Earth Lady, and others with very long names, usually ending in the word Mikoto, which we translate augustness. These kami or gods, though in pairs called a generation, were each single and had no sex, but the last 2 of the series were Izanagi and Izanami.
and their names mean the male who invites and the female who invites. After these 7 divine generations had come into existence, all the heavenly gods, granting to Izanagi and Izanami a heavenly jeweled spear, commanded the pair to make, consolidate, and give life to the drifting land. The 2 gods stood on the floating bridge of heaven, and Izanagi pushed down the jeweled spear and stirred the soft warm mud and salt water. When the spear was drawn up, the drops that fell from it thickened and formed the island of the congealed drop. In common geography, this island is Awaji, at the entrance of the inland sea. Upon this, the 2 gods descended, and planting the jeweled spear in the ground, they made it the central pillar of a palace. They then separated to walk round the island. When they met, Izanami, the female god, cried out, "How lovely to meet a handsome male!" Izanagi was offended that the female had spoken first, and demanded that the tour around the island be repeated. Meeting the second time, Izanagi, the male god, spoke first, and cried out, "How joyful to meet a lovely female!" Thus began the art of love. Then followed the creation of the various islands of Japan, and all the gods who live on earth are called the earthly deities. These earthly gods married among each other, and from them were born many good things, such as rice, wheat, millet, beans, sorghum, and other articles of food. And gradually the earth was filled with trees and plants and beautiful objects, as gems and shells and waves. Down below the earth was the land of roots, or home of darkness. Izanami, when offended at her husband, fled to this palace and died in giving birth to the god of fire. Izanagi had to go after her to win her back. He found it a region of awful foulness, and his wife a mass of worms. Rushing out, he washed himself in the sea, and from the rinsing were born a great many evil gods. These trouble the good gods and vex and annoy mankind. But out of his left eye was born a beautiful maiden whose body shone brilliantly. This time the heaven and earth were close together, united by a pillar. Going up this pillar into heaven, Izanagi's beautiful daughter became the sun, or the heaven-illuminating goddess. Izanagi's son became the moon, and was commanded to rule the blue plain of the sea and multitudinous salt waters. The names of these 2 are Amaterasu and Susanoo. As the early gods and evil deities multiplied, and confusion reigned on the earth, the sun goddess, or heaven illuminator, resolved to send her grandson Ninigi down to earth to rule over it. She gave him 3 precious treasures: a mirror, the emblem of her own soul, a sword of divine temper, which her brother had taken from the tail of an 8-headed dragon which he had slain, and a ball of crystal without a flaw. Great was the day when the mighty company of gods, escorting Ninigi, marched down out of heaven, and, on the floating bridge of heaven, by which the 2 heavenly gods had first descended, came down to earth. Reaching the top of the great mountain Kirishima, which lies between Satsuma and Hyuga, they descended into the wild regions of Japan. Ninigi began at once to reduce the earthly gods in order and maintain good government. Heaven and earth now grew wider and wider apart, and at last separated, so that communication was no longer possible. The sons of Ninigi were named Princes Firefade and Fireglow. While fishing, they had a quarrel, and Prince Firefade went down beneath the sparkling ocean waves to Ryugu, the palace of the Dragon King of the world under the sea. There he married the king's daughter, the Jewel Princess. After a time spent in the undersea world, the Dragon King, or Ocean Possessor, sent Prince Firefade back to earth on the back of a crocodile, armed with jewels of ebbing and flowing tides. With these he was able to cause or quell a flood of waters. He raised one that threatened to drown the whole world, and then his brother, Prince Fireglow, behaved himself. Prince Fireglow begged pardon and became the servant of his brother, who possessed the wonderful tide jewels. Prince Firefade now built a hut on the seashore, and roofed it with cormorant wings. Here was born the child that became Jimmu Tenno, the great-grandson of the Sun Goddess and the first Mikado of Japan. Prince Firefade, filled with curiosity, ventured to peep into the hut roofed with cormorant wings. There he saw only a crocodile 8 fathoms long, which crawled into the sea and plunged down to the Dragon King's palace far below. The child thus born of a sea monster grew up to be a great warrior, and after many years' conquests, made himself a master of the island now called Kyushu. One day, on coming to the edge of the sea, he He saw a tiny little earth god riding towards him in the shell of a tortoise, raising his wings as he came. Knowing the sea path, he became Jimmu's guide to Naniwa, near the place now called Osaka. On landing with his army and fighting the enemy, the brother of Jimmu was mortally wounded in his hand by an arrow. Ascribing this calamity to the fact that they had marched against or in face of the sun, they turned and made their way round to the southern side, with their back to the sun. Meanwhile, the heavenly gods came to Jimmu's aid and dropped a sword of divine temper through the roof of a storehouse owned by a native of the region. He brought and presented it to Jimmu. Before this sword the enemy fell down. The heavenly gods also sent a crow 8 feet long to guide the army. Many earthly gods, ancestors of tribes, now submitted themselves to Jimmu. At a great cave 80 earth spiders were hiding, which he attacked and killed. So having thus subdued the savage deities and extirpated the rebellious people, Jimmu built a palace at Kashiwabara, the Oak Moor in Yamato. There he married the princess Ahira. Jimmu died when 137 years old. Thus began the dynasty of the Emperor of everlasting Great Japan, unbroken from ages eternal. End of section 88. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 89 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. The World's Story, Volume 1. China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 89. The Japanese Storyteller by Sir Edwin Arnold. The Hanashika, or storyteller of Japan, is a highly popular personage in town and country, who, possessing a good voice and tuneful ear, and being primed full of the legends and records which best suit native taste, gives his primitive but very alluring entertainments in one spot after another, as he trudges along the Tokiado, or any other main road of the empire. The general place for the performances is a large upper room over the principal shop of the village street. In front of the entrance will be planted bamboo flagstaffs, with dark blue banners laced vertically to them, bearing the name of the performer and perhaps the titles of some of the tales or songs which he proposes to offer. During the day an assistant will perambulate the village, beating a drum and blowing a horn, after which he proclaims at every corner the eminent gifts of his sensei, and invites the public to be present. At evening you go with the crowd, dropping off shoes or slippers at the foot of the polished ladder leading to the yosei, as the hall of entertainment is called. You may enter for the modest price of 4 sen, or 2 pence, after which, if desirous to be ranked with a quality, an additional payment of 10 sen, or 5 pence, will give you a right to the very best situation upon the mats, and to a cushion on the floor, as well as a tobacco box and teapot, with perhaps a fan. The narrator sits cross-legged before a low desk, tsukuye, holding in his left hand a fan or bamboo paper knife, with which he beats energetically upon his desk at the critical passages of his story. The company listen with the admirable patience and politeness of the race, and, if at all bored, smoke extra pipes and drink incessant tea. Generally, they are very much amused, and that too by the simplest stories, for the reciter intersperses his prose with vivid gestures, snatches of singing, and ejaculations that wake up the sleepiest, while, if there be many children present, he will perhaps narrate one of the old fairy tales of Japan, which everybody loves, like this, which Mrs. James so well translated, of the fisher boy who married the princess. The fisher boy Urashima. Long ago there lived on the coast of the Sea of Japan a young fisherman named Urashima, a kindly lad and clever with his net and line. One day he went out in his boat to fish, but instead of catching any fish, he caught a big tortoise with a hard shell, a wrinkled, ugly face, and a foolish tail. Tortoises always live 1,000 years. At least Japanese tortoises do. So Urashima thought to himself, a fish would do for my dinner just as well as this tortoise. In point of fact, better. Why should I kill the poor thing and prevent it from enjoying itself for another 999 years? No, no, I won't be so cruel. And with these words, he threw the tortoise back into the sea. The next incident that happened was that Urashima went to sleep in his boat, for it was one of those hot summer days when the sea rocks its children to slumber. And, as he slept, there came up from beneath the waves a beautiful girl, who climbed into the boat and said, I am the daughter of the sea god, and I live with my father in the dragon palace beyond the waves. It was not a tortoise that you caught just now, and so kindly threw back into the water instead of killing it. It was myself. My father, the sea god, had sent me to see whether you were good or bad in your inmost heart. We now know that you are good and kind, and do not like to do cruel things, and so I have come to fetch you. You shall marry me, if you please, and we will live happily together for 1,000 years in the dragon palace beyond the deep blue sea. So Urashima took one oar, and the sea god's daughter took the other, and they rowed till at last they came to the dragon palace where the sea god lived, and ruled as king over all the dragons and tortoises and crabs and fishes. The walls of the palace were of coral, the trees had emeralds for leaves and rubies for berries, the fishes' scales were of silver, and the dragons' tails of solid gold. All the most beautiful glittering things that have ever been seen met together there, and the liveliest imagination will never picture what this palace looked like. It all belonged to Urashima. Here they lived very happily for countless years, wandering about every day among the beautiful trees with emerald leaves and ruby berries. But one morning Urashima said to his wife, I am quite happy with you, delightful one. Still, I want to go home and see my father and mother and brothers and sisters. Permit me to depart for a short time, and by truth of my love, I will soon be back again. I don't like you to go, said she. I am very much afraid that something dreadful will happen. However, if you will go, there is no help for it. Only you must take this box, which will protect you, on condition that you are very careful not to open it. When you open it, you will never be able to come back here. So Urashima promised to take great care of the box, and not to open it on any account. And then, getting into his boat, he rowed off, and at last landed on the shore of his own country. But much had happened while he had been away. Whither had his father's cottage gone? What had become of the village where he used to live? The mountains, indeed, were there as before, but the trees on them had been cut down. The little brook that ran close by his father's cottage was still running, but there were no women washing clothes in it any more. It seemed very strange that everything should have changed so much in 3 short years. Just then 2 men chanced to pass along the beach, and Urashima went up to them and said, "Can you tell me, if you please, to what spot Urashima's cottage, which used to stand here, has been moved?" "Urashima," said they. "Why, it is 400 years ago since he was drowned out fishing. His parents and his brothers and their great-great-grandchildren are all dead long ago. It is an old, very old story. How can you be so foolish as to ask after his cottage? It fell to pieces hundreds of years ago." Then it suddenly flashed across Urashima's mind that the sea god's palace beyond the waves, with its coral walls and its ruby fruits and its dragons with tails of solid gold, must be part of fairyland, and that one day in that land was probably as long as a year in this world, so that his swift years in the sea god's palace had really endured for hundreds of years. Of course, there was no use in staying at home, now that all his friends were dead and buried, and even the village had passed away. So Urashima was in a great hurry to get back to his wife, the dragon princess, beyond the sea. But which was the way? He could not find it without anyone to show it to him. "Perhaps," thought he, "if I open the box which she gave me, I shall be able to learn the road." So he disobeyed her orders not to open the box. Or possibly he forgot them. Anyhow, he opened the box, and out of it came... what? Here the fan of our storyteller would furiously beat the desk. Nothing but a white cloud, which floated away over the sea. Urashima shouted to the cloud to stop, rushed about and screamed with sorrow, for he remembered now what his wife had told him, and how, after opening the box, he should never be able to go to the sea god's palace again. But soon he could neither run nor shout any more. Suddenly his hair grew as white as snow, his face got wrinkled, and his back bent like that of a very old man. Then his breath stopped short, and he fell down dead on the beach. Ah, Zanyen, Zanyen! Woe for Urashima! He died because he had been foolish and disobedient. If only he had done as he was told, he might have lived another 1,000 years. If we could only go and see the dragon palace beyond the waves, where the sea god lives and rules as king over the dragons and the tortoises and the fishes, where the trees have emeralds for leaves and rubies for berries, where the fishes' tails are of silver and the dragons' tails all of solid gold, never would we open that stupid box. No. End of section 89. This recording is in the public domain. Section 90 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. The World's Story, Volume 1. China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 90. The Fisher Boy Urashima, by Unknown. 'Tis spring, and the mist comes stealing o'er Suminoye's shore, and I stand by the seaside musing on the days that are no more. I muse on the old world story as the boats glide to and fro, of the fisher boy Urashima, who a fishing loved to go. How he came not back to the village, though 7 suns had risen and set, but rode on past the bounds of ocean, and the sea god's daughter met. How they pledged their faith to each other, and came to the evergreen land, and entered the sea god's palace, so lovingly hand in hand. To dwell for aye in that country, the ocean maiden and he, the country where youth and beauty abide eternally. But the foolish boy said, "Tomorrow I'll come back with thee to dwell, but I have a word to my father, a word to my mother to tell." The maiden answered, "A casket I give into thine hand, and if that thou hopest truly to come back to the evergreen land, then open it not, I charge thee, open it not, I beseech." So the boy rode home o'er the billows to Suminoye's beach. But where is his native hamlet? Strange hamlets line the strand. Where is his mother's cottage? Strange cots rise on either hand. "What, in 3 short years since I left it," he cries in his wonder sore, "has the home of my childhood vanished? Is the bamboo fence no more? Perchance if I open the casket which the maiden gave to me, my home in the dear old village will come back as they used to be." And he lifts the lid, and there rises a fleecy silvery cloud that floats off to the evergreen country, and the fisher boy cries aloud. He waves the sleeve of his tunic, he rolls over on the ground, he dances with fury and horror, running wildly round and round. But a sudden chill comes o'er him that bleaches his raven hair, and furrows with hoary wrinkles the form erst so young and fair. His breath grows fainter and fainter, till at last he sinks dead on the shore, and I gaze on the spot where his cottage once stood, but now stands no more. Of this legend of Urashima, Basil Hall Chamberlain says, "Urashima's tomb, together with his fishing line, the casket given him by the maiden, and 2 stones said to be precious, are still shown at one of the temples in Kanagaha near Yokohama, and by most of even the educated Japanese, the story, thus historically and topographically certified, is accepted as literally true." According to the official annals, the boy was absent from 477 AD to 825 AD. The Editor. End of section 90. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 91 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 91, Social Life in Kyoto, by William Elliott Griffiths. Social life in Kyoto was the standard for that in good society everywhere throughout the empire. Etiquette was cultivated with almost painful earnestness, and the laws about costume were equally rigid. Tea was introduced into Japan by a Buddhist priest in the year 805, and soon became a common drink. The oldest tea plantations and the most luscious leaves are at Uji, near Kyoto. The preparation and serving of the beverage were matters upon which much attention was bestowed. The making of cups, dishes, and all facilities for drinking was greatly stimulated by the use of the hot drink, and when the potter's wheel was brought over from Korea, the ceramic art entered upon a new era of development. Flowers in gardens were much enjoyed, and visits of ceremony were many and prolonged. The invention of the fan was not at first thought to be an aid to good manners, but it soon won its way to favor. As early as the 7th century it came into use for personal comfort. In course of time the fan developed into many varieties. The kuge, or court nobles, had one kind, and the court ladies, with their long hair sweeping down their back to their feet, and arrayed in white and crimson silk, had another. In art we see that the dragon queen of the underworld holds a flat fan with double wings. The long-nosed king of the Tengus, or mountain sprites, who is said to have taught Yoshitsune his wisdom and secrets of power, holds a fan exactly like the old pulpit feather fans, which it once was thought proper for clergymen to make use of. The judges at wrestling matches flourish a peculiar sort, while in war the wight who received a thwack over the noddle with the huge iron-bone fan might lie in gore. The firemen of Kyoto and the men in the procession in honor of the sun goddess at Ise carry fans that would cool the face of a giant. The earliest fans were all of the flat kind, but in the 7th century it is said that a man of Tamba, seeing that bats could fold their wings, imagined that the motion and effect could be imitated. Accordingly he made the oji, or fan that opens and shuts. This was a great advantage, securing economy in space and ease of use. Another story declares that when the widow of a young Taira noble, slain in the civil wars, retired to a temple to hide her grief, she cured the abbot of a fever by fanning him. Folding a piece of paper in plaits and then opening it out, muttering incantations the while, the lady brought great prosperity to the temple, for thereafter the priests excelled in making folding fans. From the sale of these novelties a steady revenue flowed into the temple. In time the name of this temple was adopted by fan makers all over the country, as a shelter of the face or bare head from the sun, for hats and bonnets were not fashionable in old Japan, for use as trays or salvers to hand flowers, letters, or presents to friends, or to one's master as thoughtful defences against one's breath while talking to superiors, and for 1,000 polite uses, to say nothing of its value as an article of dress. The folding fan is a distinctly Japanese gift to civilization. It had many centuries of history and honor in Japan before the Chinese borrowed the invention. In the cast of fashion, the flat fan, which too often sank to the level of a dustpan, grain winnower, or fire blower, is in the lowest grade. The chief food as well as the ceremonial drink came from rice. This grain was imported from Korea and very early became the standard article of diet among the upper classes. The Japanese have never yet learned to like bread, nor is rice usually the food of the poorer people. The best rice is raised in Higo. It is cooked, served, and flavored in a great variety of ways, and many extracts and preparations such as gluten, mochi, or pastry flour, and alcohol are made from it. The making of sake, by which we mean beer, wine, or brandy made from rice, is as old as the first commerce with Korea. It was the favorite drink of Japanese men and gods. The festivals in celebration of the planting, reaping, and offering of rice in the sheaf, or hulled and cleaned, and of the fermentation or presentation of the liquor to the gods, form a notable feature in the Shinto religion. This sake, or brewed rice, was the drink enjoyed at feasts, poetry parties, picnics, and evening gatherings. Like tea, it was heated and drunk when hot. Besides the pleasures of music, poetry, and literature, cards, checkers, games of skill and chance of many kinds, even to the sniffing of perfumes, helped the hours of leisure to pass pleasantly. Outdoor sports were also diligently cultivated by these elegantly dressed lords and ladies of the capital. The ladies amused themselves by catching fireflies and various brilliantly colored or singing insects, by feeding the goldfish in the garden ponds, or viewing the moon and the landscape. The delights of the young men were in horsemanship, archery, football, and falconry. The art of training falcons to hunt and kill the smaller or defenseless birds was copied from Korea and has been practiced in Japan somewhat over 1,000 years. Cockfights, dog matches, and fishing by means of cormorants were also common. A method of racing and shooting from horseback at dogs with blunt arrows was cultivated for the sake of skill in riding. Polo is said to have come from Persia into China and thence to Japan, where it is called ball striking or da kiyu. A polo outfit with elegant costume and the liveliest of ponies was costly, so that polo, like hawking, was always an aristocratic game. The warrior's dance had been described as a giant quadrille in armor. The more robust and exciting exercise of hunting the boar, deer, bear, and other wild animals was often indulged in by the military men in time of peace, in order to keep up their vigor and discipline. In hunting, the bold riders and footmen could have something like the excitement of war, with only a small amount of its danger. This curious social life in old Kyoto is quite fully shown in Japanese art, in books and pictures, and the theatre, and is a favorite subject for the poets, novelists, and artists. On fans, paper napkins, lacquer ware, carved ivories, bronzes, sword hilts, and all the rich and strange artworks of old Japan, this court life can be pleasantly studied. It was a state of things which existed before feudalism came in completely to alter the face of the Mikado's empire, and before Chinese learning, pedantry, and literary composition cramped the native genius. He who understands the method and meaning of the artist has a great fund of enjoyment. The painter and carver, or even the decorator on a 5-cent fan, tells his tale well, and one who knows Japanese life from its ancient and medieval literature, as well as by modern travel and study, needs no interpreter. Best of all, however, life in the Mikado's capital is reflected in the classic fiction written in the Middle Ages, and mostly by ladies of the court. From a literary point of view, the women of Japan did more to preserve and develop their native language than the men. The masculine scholars used Chinese, and composed their books in what was as Latin to the mass of the people. The lady writers employed their own beautiful speech, and such famous monogatari, or novels, as the Sagoromo, Genji, Issei, and others, besides hundreds of volumes of poetry in pure classical Japanese, are from their pens. A number of famous novels, the oldest of which is the Old Bamboo Cutter's Story, which dates from the 10th century, picture the life and work, the loves and adventures of the lads and lasses, priests and warriors, lords and ladies, in this extremely refined, highly polished, and very licentious society of Kyoto 1,000 years or less ago. Those who would study it carefully must read Mr. Chamberlain's Classical Poetry of the Japanese, or Mr. Sayamatsu's Genji Monogatari. Miss Harris's Log of a Japanese Journey is a rendering in English of the Tosa Nikki, or Diary of the Voyage from Tosa to Kyoto, of the famous poet Tsurayuki. The Tosa Nikki book is a great favorite with native students on account of its beauty of style. Tsurayuki was appointed by the Mikado to be governor of Tosa. After serving 4 years, he starts homeward for Kyoto by ship and carriage, or rather by junk and bullock cart. He left Tosa in January A.D. 935, and the diary of his voyage is written in woman's style of writing, that is, in pure Japanese. He calls himself a certain person, and is a jolly good-natured fellow, always, when opportunity serves, writing poetry and enjoying the sake cup. As Japanese junks usually wait for the wind, sail only in the daytime, or at least not all night, and keep out of storms if possible, he stopped at many places where official friends called upon him, and presents were exchanged, cups of sake drunk, and poems written. Most of the presents had verses tied to them, but the pheasants had a flowering branch of the plum tree attached. We translate a stanza. As o'er the waves we urge, while roars the whitening surge, louder shall rise my cry, that left behind am I. Whereat the traveller notes in his diary that the poet must have a pretty loud voice. He tells of the storks and the fir trees, which have been comrades for 1,000 years, how the passengers went ashore at one place to take a hot bath, how a sailor caught a tai, or a splendid red fish for his dinner, jests at the bush of the man in the moon, throws his metal mirror in the sea to quiet the storm raised by the god of Sumi Yoshi, escapes the pirates with whom he had, as governor, dealt very severely, and completes his sea journey not at Osaka, which did not then exist, but at Yamazaki, near the capital. There he waits for a bullock cart to come from Kyoto, which he must, of course, enter in state as becomes a kuje, or noble. This charming little book shows first that human nature in Japan 1,000 years ago was wonderfully like that of today in Japan, or anywhere else, that good style will make a book live as long as the rocks, and that in those days the spoken idiom differed very little from the language employed in literature. Brave Tsurayuki, he wrote in woman's style, really because he loved his native tongue and did not want to see it overlaid by the Chinese. In our days, not a few Japanese are heartily ashamed that their own beautiful language has not been more developed by scholars. So much dependence on China has paralyzed originality and weakened intellect. After 1,500 years, the patriotic Japanese feels ashamed that the literary and intellectual product of his country is so small, and that the best work in his native tongue has been done by women. No wonder he does not always take kindly to the fulsome flatteries of Europeans who tell him what a wonderful fellow he is, and how much superior Japanese civilization is to that of Europe. How he really feels about the matter is shown in his eager desire, on the one hand, to absorb all the ideas and adopt all the inventions of the foreigners, and on the other, to bridge the gulf between the spoken and the written forms of his own vernacular. End of section 91. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Jim Locke of Floyd, Virginia.
Section 92 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 92. The Story of Yoshitsune by Yae Theodora Ozaki. In old Japan, more than 700 years ago, a fierce war was raging between the two great clans, the Taira and the Minamoto, also called the Heiki and the Genji. These two famous clans were always contesting together for political power and military supremacy, and the country was torn in two with the many bitter battles that were fought. Indeed, it may be said that the history of Japan for many years was the history of these two mighty martial families, sometimes the Minamoto and sometimes the Taira gaining the victory, or being beaten as the case might be, but their swords knew no rest for a period of many years. At last, a strong and valiant general arose in the house of Minamoto. His name was Yoshitomo. At this time, there were two aspirants for the imperial throne, and civil war was raging in the capital. One imperial candidate was supported by the Taira, the other by the Minamoto. Yoshitomo, though a Minamoto, sided at first with the Taira against the reigning emperor, But when he saw how cruel and relentless their chief Kiyomori was, he turned against him and called all his followers to rally round the Minamoto standard and fight to put down the Taira. But fate was against the gallant and doughty warrior Yoshitomo, and he suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Taira. He and his men, while fleeing from the vigilance of their enemies, were overtaken within the city gates and ruthlessly slaughtered by Kiyomori and his soldiers. Yoshitomo left behind him his beautiful young wife, Tokiwa Gozen, and 8 children to mourn his untimely death. 5 of the elder children were by a first wife. The third of these became Yoritomo, the great first shogun of Japan, while the 8th and youngest child was Ushiwaka, about whom this story is written. Ushiwaka and the hero of Yoshitsune were one and the same person. Ushiwaka, young ox, he was so called because of his wonderful strength, was his name as a boy, and Yoshitsune was the name he took when he became of age. At the time of his father's death, Ushiwaka was a babe in the arms of his mother, Tokiwa Gozen, but his tender age would not have saved his life had he been found by his father's enemies. After the defeat they had inflicted on the rival clan, the Taira were all-powerful for a time. The Minamoto clan were in dire straits, and in danger of being exterminated now, for so fierce was Kiyomori's hatred against his enemies that when a Minamoto fell into his cruel hands, he immediately put the captive to death. Realizing the great peril of the situation, Tokiwa Gozen, the widow of Yoshitomo, full of fear and anxiety for the safety of her little ones, quietly hid herself in the country, taking with her Ushiwaka and her 2 other children. So successful was Tokiwa Gozen in concealing her hiding place that though the Taira clan either killed or banished to a faraway island all the elder sons, relations, and partisans of the Minamoto chief, they could not discover the whereabouts of the mother and her children, notwithstanding the strict search Kiyomori had made. Determined to have his will, and angry at being thwarted by a woman, Kiyomori at last hit on a plan which he felt sure would not fail to draw the wife of Yoshitomo from her hiding place. He gave orders that Sakiya, the mother of the fair Tokiwa, should be seized and brought before him. He told her sternly that if she would reveal her daughter's hiding place, she would be well treated, but if she refused to do as she was told, she would be tortured and put to death. When the old lady declared that she did not know where Tokiwa was, as in truth she did not, Kiyomori thrust her into prison and had her treated cruelly day after day. Now, the reason why Kiyomori was so set on finding Tokiwa and her sons was that while Yoshitomo's heirs lived, he and his family could know no safety, for the strongest moral law in every Japanese heart was the old command, "A man may not live under the same heaven with the murderer of his father," and the Japanese warrior recked nothing of life or death, of home or love in obeying this, as he deemed supreme commandment. Women, too, burned with the same zeal in avenging the wrongs of their fathers and husbands. Tokiwa Gozen, though hiding in the country, heard of what had befallen her mother, and great was her sorrow and distress. She sat down on the mats and moaned aloud. "It is wrong of me to let my poor innocent mother suffer to save myself and my children. But if I give myself up, Kiyomori will surely take my lord's sons and kill them. What shall I do? Oh, what shall I do?" Poor Tokiwa! Her heart was torn between her love for her mother and her love for her children. Her anxiety and distraction were pitiful to see. Finally she decided that it was impossible for her to remain still and silent under the circumstances. She could not endure the thought that her mother was suffering persecution while she had the power of preventing it. So, holding the infant Ushiwaka in her bosom under her kimono, she took his 2 elder brothers, one 7 and the other 5 years of age, by the hand and started for the capital. There were no trains in those days, and all traveling by ordinary people had to be done on foot. Daimyos and great and important personages were carried in palanquins, and they only could travel in comfort and in state. Tokiwa could not hope to meet with kindness or hospitality on the way, for she was a Minamoto, and the Taira being all-powerful, it was death to anyone to harbor a Minamoto fugitive. So the obstacles that beset Tokiwa were great, but she was a samurai woman, and she quailed not at her duty, however hard or stern that duty was. The greater the difficulties, the higher her courage rose to meet them. At last she set out on her momentous and celebrated journey. It was winter time, and snow lay on the ground, and the wind blew piercingly cold, and the roads were bad. What Tokiwa, a delicately nurtured woman, suffered from cold and fatigue, from loneliness and fear, from anxiety for her little children, from dread lest she should reach the capital too late to save her old mother, who might die under the cruel treatment to which she was being subjected, or be put to death by Kiyomori in his wrath, or finally lest she herself should be seized by the Taira and her filial plan be frustrated before she could reach the capital. All this must have been greater than any words can tell. Sometimes poor distressed Tokiwa sat down by the wayside to hush the wailing babe she carried in her bosom, or to rest the two little boys who, tired and faint and famished, clung to her robes, crying for their usual rice. On and on she went, soothing and consoling them as best she could, till at last she reached Kyoto, weary, footsore, and almost heartbroken. But though she was well nigh overcome with physical exhaustion, yet her purpose never flagged. She went at once to the enemy's camp and asked to be admitted to the presence of General Kiyomori. When she was shown into the dread man's presence, she prostrated herself at his feet and said that she had come to give herself up and to release her mother. I am Tokiwa, the widow of Yoshitomo. I have come with my 3 children to beseech you to spare my mother's life and to set her free. My poor old mother has done nothing wrong. I am guilty of hiding myself and the little ones. Yet I pray humbly for your august forgiveness. She pleaded in such an agonizing way that Kiyomori, the Taira chieftain, was struck with admiration for her filial piety, a virtue more highly esteemed than any other in Japan. He felt sincerely sorry for Tokiwa in her woe, and her beauty and her tears melted his hard heart, and he promised her that if she would become his wife, he would spare not only her mother's life, but her 3 children also. For the sake of saving her children's lives, the sad-hearted woman consented to Kiyomori's proposal. It must have been terrible to her to wed with her lord's enemy, the very man who had caused his death, but the thought that by so doing she saved the lives of his sons, who would one day surely arise to avenge their father's cruel death, must have been her consolation and a recompense for the sacrifice. Kiyomori showed himself kinder to Tokiwa than he had ever shown himself to anyone, for he allowed her to keep the babe Ushiwaka by her side. The 2 elder boys he sent to a temple to be trained as acolytes under the tutelage of priests. By placing them out of the world in the seclusion of the priesthood, Kiyomori felt that he would have little to fear from them when they attained manhood. How terribly and bitterly he was mistaken, we learn from history, for 2 of Yoshitomo's sons, banished though they had been for years and years, arose like a rushing, mighty whirlwind from the obscurity of the monastery to avenge their father, and they wiped the Taira from off the face of the earth. Time passed by, and when the little babe Ushiwaka at last reached the age of 7, Kiyomori likewise took him from his mother and sent him to the priests. The sorrow of Tokiwa, bereft of the last child of her beloved lord Yoshitomo, can better be imagined than described. But in her golden captivity, even Kiyomori had not been able to deprive her of one iota of the incomparable power of motherhood, that of influencing the life of her child to the end of his days. As the little fellow had lain in her arms night and day, as she crooned him to sleep and taught him to walk, she forever whispered the name of Minamoto Yoshitomo in his ear. At last one day her patience was rewarded, and Ushiwaka lisped his father's name correctly. Then Tokiwa clasped him proudly to her breast and wept tears of thankfulness and joy, and of sorrowing remembrance, for she never could even for a day banish Yoshitomo from her mind. As Ushiwaka grew older and could understand better what she said, Tokiwa would daily whisper, "Remember thy father, Minamoto Yoshitomo. Grow strong and avenge his death, for he died at the hands of the Taira." And day by day she told him stories of his great and good father, of his martial prowess in battle, and of his great strength and wonderful wielding of the sword, and she bade her little son remember and be like his father. And the mother's words and tears, sown in the long years of patience and bitter endurance, bore fruit beyond all she had ever hoped or dreamed. So Ushiwaka was taken from his mother at the age of 7, and was sent to the Tokobo monastery at Kuramayama to be trained as a monk. Even at that early age he showed great intelligence, read the sacred books with avidity, and surprised the priests by his diligence and quickness of memory. He was naturally a very high-spirited youth, and could brook no control, and hated to yield to others in anything whatsoever. As the years passed by and he grew older, He came to hear from his teachers and school friends of how his father Yoshitomo and his clan, the Minamoto, had been overthrown by the Taira, and this filled him with such intense sorrow and bitterness that, sleeping or waking, he could never banish the subject from his mind. As he listened daily to these things, the words of his mother, which she had whispered in his ear as a child, now came throbbing back to his mind, and he understood their full meaning for the first time. In the lonely nights he felt again her hot tears falling on his face, and heard her repeat, as clearly as a bell in the silence of the darkness, "Remember thy father, Minamoto Yoshitomo. Avenge his death, for he died at the hands of the Taira." At last one night the lad dreamt that his mother, beautiful and sad as he remembered her in the days of his childhood, came to his bedside and said to him, while the tears streamed down her face, "Avenge thy father Yoshitomo. Unless thou remember my last words, I cannot rest in my grave. I am dying, Ushiwaka, remember." And Ushiwaka awoke as he cried aloud in his agony, "I will, honorable mother, I will." From that night his heart burned within him, and the fire and love of clan race stirred his soul. Continual brooding over the wrongs of his clan generated in his heart a fierce desire for revenge, and he finally resolved to abandon the priesthood, become a great general like his father, and punish the Taira. And as his ambition was fired and exalted, and his mind thrilled back to the days when his poor unhappy mother Tokiwa prayed and wept over him, daily whispering in his ear the name of his father, his will grew to purpose strong. Tokiwa had not suffered in vain. From this time on, Ushiwaka bided his time every night, till all in the temple were fast asleep. When he heard the priest snoring and knew himself safe from observation, he would steal out from the temple, and making his way down the hillside into the valley, he would draw his wooden sword and practice fencing by himself, and, striking the trees and stones, imagine that they were his Taira foes. As he worked in this way, night after night, he felt his muscles grow strong, and this practice taught him how to wield his sword with skill. One night, as usual, Ushiwaka had gone out to the valley, and was diligently brandishing about his wooden sword. His mind fully bent upon his self-taught lesson, he was marching up and down, chanting snatches of war songs and striking the trees and the rocks, when suddenly a great cloud spread over the heavens, the rain fell, the thunder roared, and the lightning flashed, and a great noise went through the valley as if all the trees were being torn up by the roots and their trunks were splitting. While Ushiwaka wondered what this could mean, a great giant over 10 feet in height stood before him. He had large, round, glaring eyes that glinted like metal mirrors. His nose was bright red, and it must have been about a foot long. His hands were like the claws of a bird, and to each there were only 2 fingers. The feathers of long wings at each side peeped from under the creature's robes, and he looked like a gigantic goblin. Fearful indeed was this apparition. But Ushiwaka was a brave and spirited youth and the son of a soldier, and he was not to be daunted by anything. Without moving a muscle of his face, he gripped his sword more tightly and simply asked, "Who are you, Sirrah?" The goblin laughed aloud and said, "I am the king of the Tengu, the elves of the mountains, and I have made this valley my home for many a long year." Footnote. The Tengu are strange creatures with very long noses. Sometimes they have the head of a hawk and the body of a man. End of footnote. I have admired your perseverance in coming to this place night after night for the purpose of practicing fencing all by yourself, and I have come to meet you with the intention of teaching you all I know of the art of the sword. Ushiwaka was delighted when he heard this, for the Tengu have supernatural powers, and fortunate indeed are those whom they favor. He thanked the giant elf and expressed his readiness to begin at once. He then whirled his sword and began to attack the Tengu, but the elf shifted his position with the quickness of lightning, and, taking from his belt a fan made of 7 feathers, parried the showering blows right and left so cleverly that the young knight's interest became thoroughly aroused. Every night he came out for the lesson. He never missed once, summer or winter, and in this way he learned all the secrets of the art which the Tengu could teach him. The Tengu was a great master, and Ushiwaka an apt pupil. He became so proficient in fencing that he could overcome 10 or 20 small Tengu in the twinkling of an eye, and he acquired extraordinary skill and dexterity in the use of the sword, and the Tengu also imparted to him the wonderful adroitness and agility which made him so famous in after life. Now Ushiwaka was about 15 years old, a comely youth and tall for his age. At this time there lived on Mount Hei, just outside the capital, a wild bonze named Musashi Bo Benkei, who was such a lawless and turbulent fellow that he had become notorious for his deeds of violence. The city rang with the stories of his misdeeds, and so well known had he become that people could not hear his name without fear and trembling. Benkei suddenly made up his mind that it would be good sport to steal 1,000 swords from various knights. No sooner did the wild idea enter his head than he began to put it into practice. Every night he sauntered forth to the Gojo Bridge of Kyoto, and when a knight or any man carrying a sword passed by, Benkei would snatch the weapon from his girdle. If the owners yielded up their blades quietly, Benkei allowed them to pass unhurt, but if not, he would strike them dead with a single blow of the huge halberd he carried. So great was Benkei's strength that he always overcame his victim. Resistance was useless, and night by night 1 and sometimes 2 men met death at his hands on the Gojo Bridge. In this way, Benkei gained such a terrible reputation that everybody far and near feared to meet him, and after dark no one dared to pass near the bridge he was known to haunt. So fearful were the tales told of the dreaded robber of swords. At last this story reached the ears of Ushiwaka, and he said to himself, "What an interesting man this must be. If it is true that he is a bonze, he must be a strange one indeed. But as he only robs people of their swords, he cannot be a common highwayman. If I could make such a strong man a retainer of mine, he would be of great assistance to me when I punish my enemies, the Taira clan. Good! Tonight I will go to the Gojo Bridge and try the mettle of this Benkei." Ushiwaka, being a youth of great courage, had no sooner made up his mind to meet Benkei than he proceeded to put his plan into execution. He started out that same evening. It was a beautiful moonlight night, and taking with him his favorite flute, he strolled forth through the streets of the sleeping city till he came to the Gojo Bridge. Then, from the opposite direction, came a tall figure, which appeared to touch the clouds, so gigantic was its stature. The stranger was clad in a suit of coal-black armor, and carried an immense halberd. "This must be the sword robber. He is indeed strong," said Ushiwaka to himself, but he was not in the least daunted, and went on playing his flute quite calmly. Presently the armed giant halted and gazed at Ushiwaka, but evidently thought him a mere youth, and decided to let him go unmolested, for he was about to pass him by without lifting a hand. This indifference on the part of Benkei not only disappointed but angered Ushiwaka. Having waited in vain for the stranger to offer violence, our hero approached Benkei and, with the intention of picking a quarrel, suddenly kicked the latter's halberd out of his hand. Benkei, who first thought to spare Ushiwaka on account of his youth, became very angry when he found himself insulted by a lad to whom he had been intentionally kind. In a fury he exclaimed, "Miserable stripling!" and raising his halberd, struck sideways at Ushiwaka, thinking to slice him in 2 at the waist and to see his body fall asunder. But the young knight nimbly avoided the blow which would have killed him, and springing back a few paces, he flung his fan at Benkei's head and uttered a loud cry of defiance. Footnote: the fighter's fan was always made of metal and was often used as a weapon. End of footnote. The fan struck Benkei on the forehead right between the eyes, making him mad with pain. In a transport of rage, Benkei aimed a fearful blow at Ushiwaka, as if he were splitting a log of wood with an axe. This time Ushiwaka sprang up to the parapet of the bridge, clapped his hands, and laughed in derision, saying, "Here I am, don't you see? Here I am!" And Benkei was again thwarted thus. Benkei, who had never known his strokes to miss before, had now failed twice in catching this nimble opponent. Frantic with chagrin and baffled rage, he now rushed furiously to the attack, whirling his great halberd round in all directions, till it looked like a water-wheel in motion, striking wildly and blindly at Ushiwaka. But the young knight had been taught tricks innumerable by the giant Tengu of Kuramayama, and he had profited so well by his lessons that the King Tengu had at last said that even he could teach him nothing more, and now, as it may well be imagined, he was too quick for the heavy Benkei. When Benkei struck in front, Ushiwaka was behind, and when Benkei aimed a blow behind, Ushiwaka darted in front. Nimble as a monkey and swift as a swallow, Ushiwaka avoided all the blows aimed at him, and, finding himself outmatched, even the redoubtable Benkei grew tired. Ushiwaka saw that Benkei was played out. He kept up the game a little longer, and then changed his tactics. Seizing his opportunity, he knocked Benkei's halberd out of his hand. When the giant stooped to pick his weapon up, Ushiwaka ran behind him and with a quick movement tripped him up. There lay the big man on all fours, while Ushiwaka nimbly strode across his back, and pressing him down, asked him how he liked this kind of play. All this time Benkei had wondered at the courage of the youth in attacking and challenging a man so much larger than himself, but now he was filled with amazement at Ushiwaka's wonderful strength and adroitness. "I am indeed astonished at what you have done," said Benkei. "Who in the world can you be? I have fought with many men on this bridge, but you are the first of my antagonists who has displayed such strength. Are you a god or a tengu? You certainly cannot be an ordinary human being." Ushiwaka laughed and said, "Are you afraid for the first time, then?" "I am," answered Benkei. "Will you from henceforth be my retainer?" demanded Ushiwaka. "I will in very truth be your retainer, but may I know who you are?" asked Benkei meekly. Ushiwaka now felt sure that Benkei was in earnest. He therefore allowed him to get up from the ground and then said, "I have nothing to hide from you. I am the youngest son of Minamoto Yoshitomo, and my name is Ushiwaka." Benkei started with surprise when he heard these words, and said, "What is this I hear? Are you in truth a son of the Lord Yoshitomo of the Minamoto clan? That is the reason I felt from the first moment of our encounter that your deeds were not those of a common person. No wonder that I thought this. I am only too happy to become the retainer of such a distinguished and spirited young knight. I will follow you as my lord and master from this very moment, if you will allow me. I can wish for no greater honor." So there and then, on the Gojo Bridge in the silver moonlight, the Bonze Benkei vowed to be the true and faithful vassal of the young knight Ushiwaka, and to serve him loyally till death, and thus was the compact between lord and vassal made. From that time on, Benkei gave up his wild and lawless ways, and devoted his life to the service of Ushiwaka, who was highly pleased at having won such a strong liegeman to his side. Although Ushiwaka had now secured Benkei, it was impossible for only two men, however strong, to think of fighting the Taira clan, so they both decided that the cherished plan must wait until the Minamoto were stronger. While thus waiting, they heard a report to the effect that a descendant of Tawara Toda Hidesato named Hidehira was now a famous general in Kaiwai of the Ashu province, and that he was so powerful that no one dared oppose him. Hearing this, Ushiwaka thought that it would be a good plan to pay the general a visit, and try to interest him, if possible, in the fortunes of the house of Minamoto. He consulted with Benkei, who encouraged the young knight in his scheme of enlisting the General Hidehira as a partisan, and the two therefore left Kyoto secretly, and journeyed as quickly as possible to Oshu on this errand. On the way there, Ushiwaka and Benkei came to the temple of Atsuda, and as they considered it important that the young knight should look older now, Ushiwaka performed the ceremony of Gembuku at the shrine. This was a rite performed in olden times when youth reached the age of manhood. They then had to shave off the front part of their hair, and to change their names as a sign that they had left childhood behind. Ushiwaka now took the name of Yoshitsune. As he was the eighth son, it would have been more correct for him to have assumed the name of Hachiro, but as his uncle Tametomo the archer was named Hachiro, he purposely did not take this name. From this time forth our hero is known as Yoshitsune, and this name he is glorified forever by his wonderful bravery and many heroic exploits. In Japanese history he is the knight without fear and without reproach, the darling of the people, to them almost an incarnation of Hachiman, the popular god of war. As for Benkei, never can you find in all history a vassal who was more true or loyal to his master than Benkei. He was Yoshitsune's right hand in everything, and his strength and wisdom carried them successfully through many a dire emergency. From Kyoto to Oshu is a long journey of about 300 miles. But at length Yoshitsune, as we must now call him, and Benkei reached their destination and craved the General Hidehira's assistance. They found that Hidehira was a warm adherent of the Minamoto cause, and under the late Lord Yoshitomo he and his family had enjoyed great favor. When the general learned, therefore, that Yoshitsune was the son of the illustrious Minamoto chief, his joy knew no bounds, and he made Yoshitsune and Benkei heartily welcome, and treated them both as guests of honor and importance. Just at this time, Yoshitsune's eldest brother, Yoritomo, who had been banished to an island in Idzu, collected a great army and raised his standard against the Taira. When the news about Yoritomo reached Yoshitsune, he rejoiced, for he felt that the hour had at last come when the Minamoto would be revenged on the Taira for all the wrongs they had suffered at the hands of the latter. With the help of Hidehira and the faithful Benkei, he collected a small army of warriors and at once marched over to his brother's camp in Idzu. He sent a messenger ahead to inform Yoritomo that his youngest brother, now named Yoshitsune, was coming to aid him in his fight against the Taira. Yoritomo was exceedingly glad at this unexpected good news, for all that helped to swell his forces now brought nearer the day when he would be able to strike his long-planned blow at the power of the hated Taira. As soon as Yoshitsune reached Idzu, Yoritomo arranged for an immediate meeting. Although the two men were brothers, it must be remembered that their father had been killed and the family utterly scattered when they were mere children, Yoshitsune being at that time but an infant in his mother's arms. As this was therefore the first time they had met, Yoritomo knew nothing of his younger brother's character. One of Yoshitsune's elder brothers had come with him, and Yoritomo, being a shrewd general, wished to test them both to see of what metal they were made. He ordered his retainers to bring a brass basin full of boiling water. When it was brought, Yoritomo ordered Noriyori, the elder of the two, to carry it to him first. Now brass being a good conductor of heat, the basin was very hot, and Noriyori stupidly let it fall. Yoritomo ordered it to be filled again, and bade Yoshitsune bring it to him. Without moving a muscle of his handsome face, Yoshitsune took hold of the almost unbearably hot vessel, and carried it with due ceremony slowly across the room. This exhibition of nerve and endurance filled Yoritomo with admiration, and he was favorably struck with Yoshitsune's character. As for Noriyori, who had been unable to hold a hot basin for a few moments, he had no use for him at all, except as a common soldier. Yoritomo begged Yoshitsune to become his right-hand man and zealously to espouse his cause. Yoshitsune declared that this had been his lifelong ambition ever since he could remember. As they both were sons of the same father, so was their cause and destiny one. Yoritomo made Yoshitsune a general of part of his army, and ordered him in the name of his father Yoshitomo to chastise the Taira. Delighted beyond all words at the wonderfully auspicious turn events were taking, Yoshitsune hastened his preparations for the march. The longed-for hour had come to which through his whole childhood and youth he had looked forward, and for which his whole being had thirsted for many years. He could now fulfill the last words of his unhappy mother, and punish the Taira for all the evil they had wrought against the Minamoto. All the wild restlessness of his youth, which had driven him forth to wield his wooden sword against rocks in the Kuramayama Valley, and to try his strength against Benkei on the Gojo Bridge, now found vent in action most dear to a born warrior's heart. With several thousands of troops under him, Yoshitsune marched up to Kyoto and waged war against the Taira, and defeated them in a series of brilliant engagements. The stricken Taira multitudes fled before the avenger like autumn leaves before the blast, and Yoshitsune pursued them to the sea. At Dan no Ura, the Taira made a last stand, but all in vain. Their lion leader, Kiyomori, was dead, and there was no great chieftain to rally them in the disordered retreat that now ensued. Yoshitsune came sweeping down upon them, and they and their fleet and their infant emperor likewise, with their women and children, sank beneath the waves. Only a scattered few lived to tell the tale of the terrible destruction that overtook them on the sea. Thus did Yoshitsune become a great warrior and general. Thus did he fulfill the ambitions of his youth and avenge his father Yoshitomo's death. He was without a rival in the whole country for his marvelous bravery and successive victories. He was adored by the people as their most popular hero and darling, and throughout the length and breadth of the land his praise was sung by everyone. End of section 92. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Colleen McMahon.
Section 93 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Nima. 3 Japanese poems. Translated by Frederick Victor Dickens. The Pine Tree by Chi Nagon Yukihira. Inoba's lofty range is crowned by many a tall pine tree. Ah, quickly were I homewards bound, if thou shouldst pine for me. The Faded Flower by Kino Tomonori. 'Tis a pleasant day of merry spring, no bitter frost are threatening, no storm winds blow, no rain clouds lower, The sun shines bright on high, yet thou, poor little trembling flower, dost wither away and die. Faithfulness by Dalai no Sami. More fickle thou than the winds that pour down Erima or Ina's moor, and still my love for thee as yet I have forgotten to forget. End of section 93. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 94 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Nikki 504. The Great Buddha of Kamakura, page 318. The gentleness, the dreamy passionlessness of those features, the immense repose of the whole figure, are full of beauty and charm, and, contrary to all expectation, the nearer you approach the giant Buddha, the greater this charm becomes. You look up into the solemnly beautiful face, into the closed eyes that seem to watch you through their eyelids of bronze as gently as those of a child. And you feel that the image typifies all that is tender and calm in the soul of the East. Yet you feel that only Japanese thought could have created. Its beauty, its dignity, its perfect repose reflect the higher life of the race that imagined it. And, though doubtless inspired by some Indian motto, as the treatment of the hair and various symbolic marks reveal, the art is Japanese. So mighty and beautiful the work is, that you will not for some time notice the magnificent lotus plants of bronze, fully 15 feet high, planted before the figure, on either side of the great tripod in which incense rods are burning. Through an orifice in the right side of the enormous lotus blossom on which the Buddha is seated, you can enter into the statue. The interior contains a little shrine of Kwannon and a statue of the priest Yuten, and a stone tablet bearing in Chinese characters the sacred formula Namu Amida Butsu. A ladder enables the pilgrim to ascend into the interior of the colossus as high as the shoulders, in which are two little windows commanding a wide prospect of the grounds, while a priest, who acts as guide, states the age of the statue to be 630 years, and asks for some small contribution to aid in the erection of a new temple to shelter it from weather. For this Buddha once had a temple. A tidal wave following an earthquake swept walls and roof away, but left the mighty Amida unmoved, still meditating upon his lotus. So Lafcadio Hearn describes the great Buddha of Kamakura. End of section 94. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nikki 504, New Orleans.
Section 95 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Avai. Japan, Part 2. The Rule of the Shoguns. Historical Note. By the 13th century, the supreme power had been largely taken over by the shogun, or commander-in-chief, and the Mikado was little more than a figurehead. Toward the end of the century, the Mongols under Kublai Khan attempted several invasions of Japan, but were repulsed. In the 16th century, Hideyoshi, the shogun of the time, succeeded in getting complete control of the realm and permitted the Mikado no share in the government. His power became supreme, owing chiefly to his wisdom in dividing the fiefs of the daimyos, or nobility, into holdings so small that the owners were powerless against him. In the middle of the 16th century, some Portuguese sailors were wrecked on the Japanese coast, and a little later Mendes Pinto was driven upon the shores of the island kingdom. Japan had no wish for commercial or other intercourse with foreign nations, but now that Portugal had found the way, this could hardly be avoided, and trade with both Portuguese and Dutch followed, though with numerous restrictions. Christianity had been preached in Japan, and many converts had been made. These converts had been so bitterly persecuted that they had joined the Portuguese in a plot to overthrow the government. As a result, the Portuguese were expelled from the country. End of section 95. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 96 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 96. The Great Khan Kublai Invades Japan by Marco Polo. Zipangu, Japan, is an island in the Eastern Ocean, situated at the distance of about 1,500 miles from the mainland, or coast of Manji. It is of considerable size. Its inhabitants have fair complexions, are well made, and are civilized in their manners. Their religion is the worship of idols. They are independent of every foreign power, and govern only by their own kings. They have gold in the greatest abundance, its sources being inexhaustible, but as the king does not allow its being exported, few merchants visit the country, nor is it frequented by much shipping from other parts. To this circumstance we are to attribute the extraordinary richness of the sovereign's palace, according to what we are told by those who have access to the place. The entire roof is covered with a plating of gold, in the same manner as we cover houses, or more properly churches, with lead. The ceiling of the halls are of the same precious metal. Many of the apartments have small tables of pure gold of considerable thickness, and the windows also have golden ornaments. So vast indeed are the riches of the palace that it is impossible to convey an idea of them. In this island there are pearls also, in large quantities, of a red, pink color, rounded shape, and of great size, equal in value to, or even exceeding that of the white pearls. It is customary with one part of the inhabitants to bury their dead, and with another part to burn them. The former have a practice of putting one of these pearls into the mouth of the corpse. There are also found there a number of precious stones. Of so great a celebrity was the wealth of this island that a desire was excited in the breast of the Grand Khan Kublai, now reigning, to make the conquest of it and to annex it to his dominions. in order to effect this, fitted out a numerous fleet, and embarked a large body of troops under the command of two of his principal officers, one of whom was named Abakatan, the other Vonasikin. The expedition sailed from the parts of Zaitun and Kinsay, and crossed the intermediate sea, reached the island in safety, but in consequence of a jealousy that arose between the two commanders, one of whom treated the plans of the other with contempt and resisted the execution of his orders, they were unable to gain possession of any city or fortified place, with the exception of one only, which was carried by assault, the garrison having refused to surrender. Directions were given for putting the whole to the sword, and in obedience thereto the heads were all cut off, excepting of 8 persons, who, by the efficiency of a diabolical charm, consisting of a jewel or an amulet introduced into the right arm between the skin and the flesh, were rendered secure from the effects of iron, either to kill or wound. Upon this discovery being made, they were beaten with a heavy wooden club, and presently died. It happened after some time that a north wind began to blow with great force, and the ships of the Tartars, which lay near the shore of the island, were driven foul of each other. It was determined thereupon in a council of the officers on board that they ought to disengage themselves from the land, and accordingly, as soon as the troops were re-embarked, they stood out to sea. The gale, however, increased to so violent a degree that a number of the vessels foundered. The people belonging to them, by floating upon pieces of the wreck, saved themselves upon an island lying about 4 miles from the coast of Zipangu. The other ships, which, not being so near to the land, did not suffer from the storm, and in which the 2 chiefs were embarked, together with the principal officers, or those whose rank entitled them to command 100,000 or 10,000 men, directed their course homewards, and returned to the Grand Khan. Those of the Tartars who remained upon the island where they were wrecked, and who amounted to about 30,000 men, find themselves left without shipping, abandoned by their leaders, and having neither arms nor provisions, expected nothing less than to become captives or perish, especially as the island afforded no habitations where they could take shelter and refresh themselves. As soon as the gale ceased and the sea became smooth and calm, the people from the main island of Zipangu came over with a large force, in numerous boats, in order to make prisoners of the shipwrecked Tartars, and having landed, proceeded in search of them, but in a straggling, disorderly manner. The Tartars, on their part, acted with prudent circumspection, and, being concealed from view by some high land in the center of the island, whilst the enemy was hurrying in pursuit of them by one road, made a circuit of the coast by another, which brought them to the place where the fleet of boats was at anchor. Finding these all abandoned, but with their colors flying, they instantly seized them, and pushing off from the island, stood for the principal city of Zipangu, into which, from the appearance of the colors, they were suffered to enter unmolested. Here they found few of the inhabitants besides women. When the king was apprised of what had taken place, he was much afflicted, and immediately gave directions for a strict blockade of the city, which was so effectual that not any person was suffered to enter or escape from it during the 6 months that the siege continued. At the expiration of this time, the Tartars, despairing of succor, surrendered upon the condition of their lives being spared. These events took place in the course of the year 1264. The Grand Khan having learned some years after that the unfortunate issue of the expedition was to be attributed to the dissension between the two commanders, caused the head of one of them to be cut off. The other he sent to the savage island of Zorza, where it is the custom to execute criminals in the following manner. They are wrapped round both arms in the hide of a buffalo fresh taken from the beast, which is sewed tight. As this dries, it compresses the body to such a degree that the sufferer is incapable of moving or in any manner helping himself, and thus miserably perishes. End of section 96. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Section 97 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in February 2018. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 97, The Coming of Will Adams to Japan, by Will Adams. Will Adams was the first Englishman to make his home in Japan. His knowledge of shipbuilding made him so useful to the emperor that, although he was treated with honors and liberality, he was not allowed to leave the country. The Japanese of the street in Yedo, which was named for him, still hold an annual celebration in his memory. The letter from which the following extracts are taken, with modernized spelling, was written in 1611. It begins with his departure from the coast of Peru. The Editor. It was agreed that we should leave the coast of Peru and direct our course for Japan, having understood that cloth was good merchandise there, and also how upon that coast of Peru the king's ships were out seeking us, having knowledge of our being there, understanding that we were weak of men, which was certain, for one of our fleet for hunger was forced to seek relief at the enemy's hands in St. Ago. So we stood away directly for Japan, and passed the equinoctial line together, until we came in 28 degrees to the northward of the line, in which latitude we were about the 23rd of February 1600. We had a wondrous storm of wind as ever I was in, with much rain, in which storm we lost our consort, whereof we were very sorry. Nevertheless, with hope that in Japan we should meet the one the other, we proceeded on our former intention for Japan, and in the height of 30 degrees sought the northernmost cape of the forenamed island, but found it not, by reason that it lieth false in all cards and maps and globes, for the cape lieth in 35 degrees and 1/2, which is a great difference. In the end, in 32 degrees and 1/2, we came in sight of the land, being the 19th day of April. So that between the Cape of St. Maria and Japan we were 4 months and 22 days, at which time there were no more than 6 besides myself that could stand upon his feet. So we in safety let fall our anchor about a league from the place called Bungo, at which time came to us many boats, and we suffered them to come aboard, being not able to resist them, which people did us no harm, neither of us understanding the one the other. The king of Bungo showed us great friendship, for he gave us an house and land, where we landed our sick man, and had all refreshing that was needful. We had, when we came to anchor in Bungo, sick and whole 24 men, of which number the next day 3 died. The rest for the most part recovered, saving 3, which lay a long time sick, and in the end also died. In the which time of our being here, the Emperor, hearing of us, sent presently 5 galleys, or frigates, to us to bring me to the court where His Highness was, which was distant from Bungo about 80 English leagues. So that as soon as I came before him, he demanded of me of what country we were. So I answered him in all points, for there was nothing that he demanded not, both concerning war and peace between country and country, so that the particulars here to write would be too tedious. And for that time I was commanded to prison, being well used with one of our mariners that came with me to serve me. 2 days after, the Emperor called me again, demanding the reason of our coming so far. I answered, "We are a people that sought all friendship with all nations, and to have trade in all countries, bringing such merchandise as our country did afford into strange lands in the way of traffic." He demanded also as concerning the wars between the Spaniards or Portugal and our country and the reasons, the which I gave him to understand of all things, which he was glad to hear, as it seemed to me. In the end I was commanded to prison again, but my lodging was bettered in another place. So that 39 days I was in prison, hearing no more news, either of our ship nor captain, whether he were recovered of his sickness or not, nor of the rest of the company, in which time I looked every day to die, to be crossed, crucified, as the custom of justice is in Japan, as hanging in our land. In which long time of imprisonment, the Jesuits and the Portuguese gave many evidences against me and the rest to the Emperor that we were thieves and robbers of all nations, and where we suffered to live it should be against the profit of His Highness and the land, for no nation should come there without robbing. His Highness's justice being executed, the rest of our nation without doubt should fear and not come here any more, thus daily making access to the Emperor and procuring friends to hasten my death. But God, that is always merciful at need, showed mercy unto us, and would not suffer them to have their wills of us. In the end the Emperor gave them answer, that we as yet had not done to him, nor to none of his land any harm or damage, therefore against reason and justice to put us to death. If our countries had war the one with the other, that was no cause that he should put us to death, with which they were out of heart that their cruel pretence failed them, for which God be for evermore praised. Now, in this time that I was in prison, the ship was commanded to be brought so near to the city where the Emperor was as she might be, for grounding her, the which was done. 41 days being expired, the Emperor caused me to be brought before him again, demanding of me many questions more, which were too long to write. In conclusion, he asked me whether I were desirous to go to the ship to see my countrymen. I answered very gladly, the which he bade me do. So I departed and was free from imprisonment. And this was the first news that I had that the ship and company were come to the city. So that with a rejoicing heart I took a boat and went to our ship, where I found the captain and the rest recovered of their sickness, and when I came aboard with weeping eyes was received, for it was given them to understand that I was executed long since. Thus, God be praised, all we that were left alive came together again. From the ship all things were taken out, so that the clothes which I took with me on my back I only had. All my instruments and books were taken. Not only I lost what I had in the ship, but from the captain and the company generally what was good or worth the taking was carried away, all which was done unknown to the Emperor. So, in process of time having knowledge of it, he commanded that they which had taken our goods should restore it to us back again, but it was here and there so taken that we could not get it again, saving 50,000 reals in ready money was commanded to be given us, and in his presence brought and delivered in the hands of one that was made our governor, who kept them in his hands to distribute them unto us as we had need for the buying of victuals for our men with other particular charges. In the end the money was divided according to every man's place, but this was about 2 years that we had been in Japan, and when we had a denial that we should not have our ship, but to abide in Japan. So that the part of everyone being divided, everyone took his way where he thought best. In the end, the emperor gave every man, much as was worth 11 or 12 ducats a year, namely myself, the captain, and mariners all alike. So, in process of 4 or 5 years, the emperor called me as divers times he had done before. So one time above the rest, he would have me to make him a small ship. I answered that I was no carpenter and had no knowledge thereof. Well, do your endeavour, saith he. If it be no good, it is no matter. Wherefore at his command I built him a ship of the burden of 80 tons or thereabout, which ship being made in all respects as our manner is, he coming aboard to see it, liked it very well, by which means I came in favour with him, so that I came often in his presence, who from time to time gave me presents, and at length a yearly stipend to live upon, much about 70 ducats by the year with 2 pounds of rice a day daily. Now being in such grace and favour, by reason I learned him some points of geometry and understanding of the art of mathematics with other things, I pleased him so that what I said he would not contrary, at which my former enemies did wonder, and at this time must entreat me to do them a friendship, which both Spaniards and Portuguese have I done, recompensing them good for evil. So to pass my time to get my living, it hath cost me great labour and trouble at the first, but God hath blessed my labour. In the end of 5 years I made supplication to the king to go out of this land, desiring to see my poor wife and children according to conscience and nature. With the which request the emperor was not well pleased, and would not let me go any more for my country, but to bide in his land. Yet, in process of time, being in great favour with the emperor, I made supplications again, by reason we had news that the Hollanders were in Xi'an and Patania, which rejoiced us much with hope that God should bring us to our country again by one means or other. So I made supplication again, and boldly spoke myself with him, at which he gave me no answer. I told him if he would permit me to depart, I would be a means that both the English and Hollanders should come and traffic there. But by no means he would let me go. I asked him leave for the captain, the which he presently granted me. So by that means my captain got leave, and in a Japan junk sailed to Patan, and in a year's space came no Hollanders. In the end he went from Patan to Eor, where he found a fleet of 9 sail, of which fleet Matleaf was general, and in this fleet he was made master again, which fleet sailed to Malacca and fought with an armado of Portugal, in which battle he was shot and presently died, so that, as I think, no certain news is known whether I be living or dead. Therefore I do pray and entreat you, in the name of Jesus Christ, to do so much as to make my being here in Japan known to my poor wife, in a manner a widow, and my 2 children fatherless, which thing only is my greatest grief of heart and conscience. I am a man not unknown in Radcliffe and Limehouse, by name to my good master Nicholas Diggins and Mr. Thomas Best, and Mr. Nicholas Isaac and William Isaac, brothers, with many others, also to Mr. William Jones and Mr. Beckett. Therefore may this letter come to any of their hands, or the copy. I do know that compassion and mercy is so that my friends and kindred shall have news that I do as yet live in this vale of my sorrowful pilgrimage, the which thing again and again I do desire for Jesus Christ his sake. End of section 97. Section 98 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in January 2018. The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 98. Long spears or short spears? by Walter Denning. The Tokichi of this story is the famous Japanese General Hideyoshi. The Editor. Once it happened that Nobunaga gave a feast to his chief retainers, and in the course of conversation spoke as follows. Weapons of war have changed from age to age. In very ancient times bows and arrows were all the fashion, then spears and swords came into use, and recently guns are all the rage. These weapons all have their advantages, but I intend to make the spear the weapon on which to rely in battle. Now, as you know, there are some who advocate the use of long spears, and others who prefer short ones. I should like to hear what you, Mr. Mondo, have to say on this point. Mondo, in a most pompous manner, commenced thus to state his opinion. To me it seems there can be no difference of opinion as to short spears being preferable to long ones. When thrust into an opponent's body they enter with great strength. When flourished about in self-defense they can be moved rapidly, and when an enemy comes to close quarters, whereas nothing can be done with a long spear, a short one can be wielded at will. That weapon which can be moved about with the greatest freedom to suit the exigencies of the occasion is surely the best. In my idea, therefore, no spear should be longer than 8 feet. Nobunaga, being in the habit of using a spear about 18 feet long, felt disconcerted as he listened to these remarks, but since they proceeded from the lips of a professor of the art of spear exercise in his own employ, he did not care to reply to them in person. Looking around, he saw Tokichi Hideyoshi coming in, and without telling him what had happened, turned to him and said, "Ah, Tokichi, come here. Which is to be preferred, a long spear or a short one?" "Why ask me such a question?" replied Tokichi. Then, pointing to Mondo, he continued, "Here is a man who is versed in these matters. Consult him." "No, no," replied Nobunaga. "Today everyone is to give his opinion on the subject, so just say what you think, will you?" "Well, then," replied Tokichi, "I will. Long spears are the better, of course." "What are you talking about?" exclaimed Mondo, burning with rage. "Am I not employed by Lord Oda Nobunaga for the special purpose of giving instruction in spear exercise? And have I not decided that short spears are the better? You have the audacity to assert the opposite. I don't suppose you know anything about the matter, but if you do, I should like to know your reasons for the assertion you have made." "I do not pretend to be versed in the matter," replied Tokichi, "but as I was commanded by the Baron to say what I think, and since I am decidedly of the opinion that long spears are the better, surely I am not to be blamed for saying so." Without waiting for him to finish his reply, Mondo, who was growing more and more angry, came close to him, and, pushing him as he spoke, again asked, "What is your reason for saying that long spears are the better?" "All I know is that a long spear reaches a long way, and therefore is better than a short one," replied Tokichi. "You cannot decide the matter in this summary manner," replied Mondo. "You should not talk such nonsense in the presence of the Baron. Please in future be more careful what you say." "Was I not commanded by Lord Oda to speak my mind on the subject?" asked Tokichi. "You cannot have everyone thinking alike on such matters. You hold that short spears are the best, but other persons are evidently of a different opinion, or there would be no long spears used in the country. For a man that professes to be a teacher of spear exercise to take such a narrow view of things is extremely absurd." "Having had experience in the matter," replied Mondo, "I speak as one that knows, and I am not theorizing like you." Here Nobunaga interposed. "You two may go on forever like this without settling anything. Suppose we put the matter to a practical test. Do you each take command of 50 soldiers, and for 3 days let them be instructed in the use of your respective spears, after which you shall all meet and fence, and we will see who gets the best of it." The leaders agreed. But none of the soldiers wished to belong to Tokichi's side. "What does he know about spear exercise?" said they. "Of course he will be beaten." Nobunaga, seeing this, commanded that lots be drawn, and that the men on whom the lots fell should fence on Tokichi's side. Mondo was much pleased with the arrangement made. "We shall soon see what this fellow's theories are worth," said he. He instructed his 50 men day by day, telling them how to turn aside the thrusts of their foes, and how to get into close quarters with them and render their long spears useless. But they, being novices at the art, made little progress. Mondo, seeing this, grew very angry with them, and mingling blows with abuse, tried to frighten them into acquiring the art, but all to no purpose. They became utterly sick of the whole thing, and did nothing but complain of their ill luck in being chosen to fight on Mondo's side. Tokichi gathered his men together and addressed them as follows. "We have been commanded by our lord to try whether long spears are not better than short ones by fencing with Mondo and his men. As Nobunaga is of opinion that long spears are the better, and I think so too, of course we shall conquer. If you do not know already, it is impossible that in the space of 3 days you can learn how to use a spear. So what you would better do is to make up your minds that you will fight together. Provided you obey orders and keep together, you may use your spears any way you please. Dash at Mondo's men and hit them about anyhow, and they will give in. As today is the first day of our preparation for war, we should better propitiate Hachiman by making some offerings to him." Here Tokichi caused food and sake to be presented to Hachiman. These he afterwards took and handed around to his men, who, after having thoroughly regaled themselves, went home thinking that their leader was a very jolly fellow. The next day Tokichi divided his men into 3 bands, consisting of 2 bands of 16 men each, which were to approach the enemy from the right, and another of 18 men, which was to advance from the center. "I will give the word of command," said he. "Do you all obey orders promptly?" He then feasted them again, and, after praising them for the attention which they had paid to what he had said, sent them home. The next day he spent a short time in ordering them about. They obeyed his commands with great promptness. So, after giving them another good meal, he said, "Tomorrow is the day of trial. Remember you are to make up your minds not to be beaten." "No fear," they replied, "those fellows won't stand a chance before us." While on their way home at sunset, they fell in with Mondo's men. "Well, how are you getting on?" they inquired. Mondo's men all began to grumble. "We have only just finished our drill," said they. "From morning to night every day we have been at it. Mondo hardly gives us time to get our lunch. We are utterly worn out with fatigue and hunger, and our limbs are stiff with using the spear. How it will fare with us tomorrow, goodness knows. We are in no condition to fight. A hard life of it we warriors have to pass, sure enough." The next day Tokichi reported to Nobunaga that his men had been duly trained, and he was prepared to meet Mondo and his party. Nobunaga had great confidence in Tokichi's superior intelligence, and felt sure that by some means or other he would outwit Mondo, so he gave orders for the preparation of a large fencing ring, and decided that the match should take place that same day. The contest commenced in the customary way, the sound of the drum being the signal for the onset to begin. At the command of Tokichi, the 18 men appointed to face the central part of the enemy's force advanced with spirit and all together. Mondo's men had not been drilled to combined effort, and so when they were suddenly set upon by these 18 men, they lost their heads, and while they were in a state of confusion, Tokichi commanded the right and left wings to advance to the attack, which, being done, all Mondo's men were driven from the position they had occupied. While this was going on, Mondo was engaged in giving orders to individual men as to how they were to ward off the blows of their opponents. But as they knew nothing of the art of fencing, and were bewildered by the combined attack of their foes, his commands were not obeyed. While he was considering what to do, the drum sounded for the fight to cease. Mondo, overcome with remorse, begged Nobunaga to allow him to try a second time. Tokichi, on being consulted as to this, said, "Certainly, there is no saying how many times one may have to fight an enemy. I am ready to fight any number of times." On the renewal of the contest, Mondo encountered another defeat, and this time Tokichi by a stratagem surrounded all his opponent's men, so that they could not move forward or back. Nobunaga, seeing the skill with which Tokichi gave orders, determined to employ him as one of his generals. The fencing being over, Nobunaga called Mondo and Tokichi and addressed them as follows. "The contest you have had today has been no real test as to which spear is the better, the long or the short one. As Tokichi is skillful in maneuvering troops, he has come off victorious. If the contest had depended on Mondo's use of the spear, of course it would have been otherwise. All that has happened has been a fight between a number of unskillful men. So you two have no reason for bearing any ill will to each other." Here they returned to their homes. Mondo's angry feelings had been somewhat appeased by Nobunaga's remarks, but he still thought that Tokichi ought to be humbled in some way or other. So, knowing that Sakuma and Shibata, two of Nobunaga's chief vassals, looked with envious eyes on Tokichi's rapid promotion, he determined to unite with them in concocting something that would tend to lower Tokichi in the eyes of his master. In the meanwhile, Tokichi's suspicions in reference to Mondo began to be aroused. He bore in mind Mondo's assertion that he had come from Chugoku, but to Tokichi his language and manners appeared unlike those of a man who had come from a distant province. Might he not be a spy from some neighboring enemy of Nobunaga? In order to find out who he was, Tokichi summoned from his native village of Nakamura a man called Yasuke. Him he ordered to become Mondo's servant and to watch his movements closely. While this was taking place, Mondo, Sakuma, and Shibata were consulting together as to how they should get rid of Tokichi. Mondo suggested that, as there had been a controversy about the spears, and subsequently a match to test their merits, he should ask Nobunaga to allow him and Tokichi to have a fencing match. "And then," said he, "during the match I will kill him." This plan met with the approval of the other two. Nobunaga, being asked to allow the match to be held, called Tokichi and consulted him about it. Tokichi immediately accepted Mondo's challenge. Before the fencing commenced, they each agreed that whoever was defeated should become the servant of the victor. Mondo, though confident of victory, was no match for Tokichi, who was extremely proficient in all the military arts of those days. Overcome with shame, Mondo bowed his head and offered to become his adversary's servant. "According to the agreement made, Mondo," interposed Nobunaga, "you are to become Tokichi's follower, and see to it that you bear no malice in your heart on this account." Tokichi bade Mondo come to his house that evening, saying that he had something he wished to say to him. On his arrival, Tokichi spoke to him as follows. "My getting the best of the contest today is something that I never expected. I hope that you will not on this account harbor any ill feelings toward me. Although an ignorant man, I have intelligence enough to see that in most matters you are extremely shrewd, and that your skill in the art you profess is very considerable. I am anxious that your powers should be employed in effecting what is good, and not what is bad. My saying today that you should become my servant was not said in pride. My object in making you a servant was that I might have an opportunity of correcting what is wrong in you. As I am thus dealing honestly with you and telling you the real truth, I trust that you will hide nothing from me. You are not from Chugoku, but are no other than a spy of Saito, sent here to watch for an opportunity of killing Nobunaga. Tokichi now produced the letter which Yasuke had seized, that contained a clear reference to the plot, and then continued. And this you deem acting faithfully to your master, do you? You may call it loyalty, but it is a loyalty which should not be practiced. Without asking whether a master is virtuous or not, a fool or a wise man, obedient to the laws or not, to expend effort in furthering this course is the height of folly. You may get a kind of reputation by doing this, but what is it worth? Mondo was utterly taken aback by these revelations, and did not know what to say in reply. After thinking over the matter a little, "This man is too much for me," he said to himself. "He outwits me in everything. Even my plot against Nobunaga has not escaped his notice." Then, turning to Tokichi, he exclaimed, "You astound me by your sharpness. It is as you say, and as my contemplated crime is discovered, please do cut off my head and take it to Nobunaga." "Nobunaga has no wish to kill you, or he would have done it before," replied Tokichi. "You are serving a wicked master, a man who has been guilty of parenticide, and this being so, in serving him you are offending against heaven. Your life Nobunaga does not seek, but your reform he does. If you will give up serving this wicked man and enlist in the service of Lord Oda, then I have orders from him to deal leniently with you." Mondo, still more impressed by this treatment, agreed to follow Tokichi the rest of his days. Whereupon Tokichi took Mondo to Nobunaga and told him what had happened, and Mondo swore fealty to his new master. Being thoroughly acquainted with Saito's affairs, subsequently, when Nobunaga made war on that baron, he rendered him great assistance. Here again Tokichi displayed that magnanimity which distinguished his whole career, and the testing of the spears proved to be the means of revealing the respective characters of the two men that wielded them. End of section 98.
Section number 99 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The World Story, Volume 1. China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section number 99. How a Man Became a God, by Lafcadio Hearn. Before telling the story of Hamaguchi Gohei, I must say a few words about certain laws, or, more correctly speaking, customs having all the force of laws, by which many village communities were ruled in pre-Meiji times. These customs were based upon the societal experience of ages, and though they differ in minor details according to province or district, their main signification was everywhere about the same. Some were ethical, some industrial, some religious, and all matters were regulated by them, even individual behavior. They preserved peace, and they compelled mutual help and mutual kindness. Sometimes there might be serious fighting between different villages, little peasant wars about questions of water supply or boundaries. But quarreling between men of the same community could not be tolerated in an age of vendetta, and the whole village would resent any needless disturbance of the internal peace. To some degree this state of things still exists in the more old-fashioned provinces. The people know how to live without quarreling, not to say fighting. Anywhere, as a general rule, Japanese fight only to kill, and when a sober man goes so far as to strike a blow, he virtually rejects communal protection, and takes his life into his own hands, with every probability of losing it. The obligation of mutual help in time of calamity or danger was the most imperative of all communal obligations. In case of fire, especially, everybody was required to give immediate aid to the best of his or her ability. Even children were not exempted from this duty. In towns and cities, of course, things were differently ordered, but in any little country village the universal duty was very plain and simple, and its neglect would have been considered unpardonable. A curious fact is that this obligation of mutual help extended to religious matters. Everybody was expected to invoke the help of the gods for the sick or the unfortunate whenever asked to do so. For example, the village might be ordered to make a sendo mari on behalf of some one seriously ill. Footnote: to perform a sendo mari means to make 1,000 visits to a temple and to repeat 1,000 invocations to the deity, but it is considered necessary only to go from the gate or the torii of the temple court to the place of prayer and back 1,000 times, repeating the invocation each time, and the task may be divided upon any number of persons, 10 visits by 100 persons, for instance, being quite as efficacious as 1,000 visits by a single person. End footnote. On such occasions, the kumi-cho, each kumi-cho was responsible for the conduct of 5 or more families, would run from house to house, crying, "Such and such a one is very sick. Kindly hasten all to make a sendo mari." Thereupon, however occupied at the moment, every soul in the settlement was expected to hurry to the temple, taking care not to trip or stumble on the way, as a single misstep during the performance of a sendo mari was believed to mean misfortune for the sick. Now concerning Hamaguchi. From immemorial time the shores of Japan have been swept, at irregular intervals of centuries, by enormous tidal waves. Tidal waves caused by earthquakes or by submarine volcanic action. These awful sudden risings of the sea are called by the Japanese tsunami. The last one occurred on the evening of June 17, 1896, when a wave nearly 200 miles long struck the northeastern provinces of Miyagi, Iwate, and Omori, wrecking scores of towns and villages, ruining whole districts, and destroying nearly 30,000 human lives. The story of Hamaguchi Gohi is the story of a like calamity which happened long before the era of Meiji on another part of the Japanese coast. He was an old man at the time of the occurrence that made him famous. He was the most influential resident of the village to which he belonged. He had been for many years its morosa, or head man, and he was not less liked than respected. The people usually called him Ojiasen, which means grandfather, but being the richest member of the community, he was sometimes officially referred to as the Choja. He used to advise the smaller farmers about their interests, to arbitrate their disputes, to advance them money at need, and to dispose of their rice for them on the best terms possible. Hamaguchi's big thatched farmhouse stood at the verge of a small plateau overlooking a bay. The plateau, mostly devoted to rice culture, was hemmed in on 3 sides by thickly wooded summits. From its outer verge the land sloped down in a huge green concavity, as if scooped out, to the edge of the water, and the whole of this slope, some 3/4 of a mile long, was so terraced as to look, when viewed from the open sea, like an enormous flight of green steps, divided in the center by a narrow white zigzag, a streak of mountain road. 90 thatched dwellings and a Shinto temple, composing the village proper, stood along the curve of the bay, and other houses climbed straggling up the slope for some distance on either side of the narrow road leading to the Choja's home. One autumn evening Hamaguchi Gohei was looking down from the balcony of his house at some preparations for a merry-making in the village below. There had been a very fine rice crop, and the peasants were going to celebrate their harvest by a dance in the court of the Ujigami. Footnote: Shinto parish temple. End of footnote. The old man could see the festival banners, nobori, fluttering above the roofs of the solitary street, the strings of paper lanterns festooned between bamboo poles, the decorations of the shrine, and the brightly colored gathering of the young people. He had nobody with him that evening but his little grandson, a lad of 10. The rest of the household having gone early to the village. He would have accompanied them had he not been feeling less strong than usual. The day had been oppressive, and in spite of a rising breeze, there was still in the air that sort of heavy heat which, according to the experience of the Japanese peasant, at certain seasons precedes an earthquake. And presently an earthquake came. It was not strong enough to frighten anybody, but Hamaguchi, who had felt hundreds of shocks in his time, thought it queer. A long, slow, spongy motion. Probably it was but the after-tremor of some immense seismic action very far away. The house crackled and rocked gently several times, then all became still again. As the quaking ceased, Hamaguchi's keen old eyes were anxiously turned toward the village. It often happens that the attention of a person gazing fixedly at a particular spot or object is suddenly diverted by the sense of something not knowingly seen at all, by a mere vague feeling of the unfamiliar in that dim outer circle of unconscious perception which lies beyond the field of clear vision. Thus it chanced that Hamaguchi became aware of something unusual in the offing. He rose to his feet and looked at the sea. It had darkened quite suddenly, and it was acting strangely. It seemed to be moving against the wind. It was running away from the land. Within a very little time the whole village had noticed the phenomenon. Apparently no one had felt the previous motion of the ground, but all were evidently astounded by the movement of the water. They were running to the beach, and even beyond the beach, to watch it. No such ebb had been witnessed on that coast within the memory of living man. Things never seen before were making apparition. unfamiliar spaces of ribbed sand and reaches of weed-hung rock were left bare even as Hamaguchi gazed, and none of the people below appeared to guess what that monstrous ebb signified. Hamaguchi Gohei himself had never seen such a thing before, but he remembered things told him in his childhood by his father's father, and knew all the traditions of the coast. He understood what the sea was going to do. Perhaps he thought of the time needed to send a message to the village, or to get the priests of the Buddhist temple on the hill to sound their big bell, but it would take very much longer to tell what he might have thought than it took him to think. He simply called to his grandson, "Tada, quick, very quick, light me a torch." Tamimasu, or pine torches, are kept in many coast dwellings to use on stormy nights, and also for use at certain Shinto festivals. The child kindled a torch at once, and the old man hurried with it to the fields, where hundreds of rice stacks, representing most of his invested capital, stood awaiting transportation. Approaching those nearest the verge of the slope, he began to apply the torch to them, hurrying from one to another as quickly as his aged limbs could carry him. The sun-dried stalks caught like tinder. The strengthening sea breeze blew the blaze landward, and presently, rank behind the rank, the stacks burst into flame, sending skyward columns of smoke that met and mingled into one enormous cloudy whirl. Tada, astonished and terrified, ran after his grandfather, crying, "Oji-san, why? Oji-san, why? Why?" But Hamaguchi did not answer. He had no time to explain. He was thinking only of the 400 lives in peril. For a while the child stared wildly at the blazing rice, then burst into tears and ran back to the house, feeling sure that his grandfather had gone mad. Hamaguchi went on firing stack after stack till he had reached the limit of his field. Then he threw down his torch and waited. The acolyte of the hill temple, observing the blaze, set the big bell booming, and the people responded to the double appeal. Hamaguchi watched them hurrying in from the sands and over the beach and up from the village like a swarming of ants, and to his anxious eyes scarcely faster, for the moments seemed terribly long to him. The sun was going down. The wrinkled bed of the bay, and a vast sallow speckled expanse beyond it, lay naked to the last orange glow, and still the sea was fleeing toward the horizon. Really, however, Hamaguchi did not have very long to wait before the first party of succor arrived, a score of agile young peasants, who wanted to attack the fire at once. But the Choja, holding out both arms, stopped them. "Let it burn, lads," he commanded. "Let it be. I want the whole mura here. There is great danger. Tahenda!" The whole village was coming, and Hamaguchi counted. All the young men and boys were soon on the spot, and not a few of the more active women and girls. Then came most of the older folk, and mothers with babies at their backs, and even children, for children could help to pass water, and the elders too feeble to keep up with the first rush could be seen well on their way up the steep ascent. The growing multitude, still knowing nothing, looked alternately, in sorrowful wonder, at the flaming fields and at the impassive face of their Choja. And the sun went down. "Grandfather is mad. I am afraid of him," sobbed Tada in answer to a number of questions. He is mad. He set fire to the rice on purpose. I saw him do it." "As for the rice," cried Hamaguchi, "the child tells the truth. I set fire to the rice. Are all the people here?" The Kimicho and the heads of families looked about them and down the hill, and made reply. "All are here, or very soon will be. We cannot understand this thing." "Kita!" shouted the old man at the top of his voice, pointing to the open. "Say now if I be mad." Through the twilight eastward all looked, and saw at the edge of the dusky horizon a long, lean, dim line, like the shadowing of a coast where no coast ever was, a line that thickened as they gazed, that broadened as a coastline broadens to the eyes of one approaching it, yet incomparably more quickly. For that long darkness was the returning sea, towering like a cliff, and coursing more swiftly than the kite flies. "Tsunami!" shrieked the people, and then all shrieks and all sounds and all power to hear sounds were annihilated by a nameless shock heavier than any thunder, as the colossal swell smote the shore with a weight that sent a shudder through the hills, and with a foam burst like a blaze of sheet lightning. Then, for an instant, nothing was visible but a storm of spray rushing up the slope like a cloud, and the people scattered back in panic from the mere menace of it. When they looked again, they saw a white horror of sea raving over the place of their homes. It drew back roaring, and tearing out the bowels of the land as it went. Twice, thrice, 5 times the sea struck and ebbed, but each time with lesser surges. Then it returned to its ancient bed and stayed, still raging, as after a typhoon. On the plateau for a time there was no word spoken. All stared speechlessly at the desolation beneath, the ghastliness of hurled rock and naked riven cliff, the bewilderment of scooped up deep-sea wrack and shingle shot over the empty site of dwelling and temple. The village was not. The greater part of the fields were not. Even the terraces had ceased to exist. And of all the homes that had been about the bay, there remained nothing recognizable except 2 straw roofs tossing madly in the offing. The after-terror of the death escaped, and the stupefaction of the general loss kept all lips dumb, until the voice of Hamaguchi was heard again, observing gently, "That was why I set fire to the race." Here their Choja now stood among them almost as poor as the poorest, for his wealth was gone, but he had saved 400 lives by the sacrifice. Little Tada ran to him, and caught his hand, and asked forgiveness for having said naughty things. Whereupon the people woke up to the knowledge of why they were alive, and began to wonder at the simple, unselfish foresight that had saved them, and the headmen prostrated themselves in the dust before Hamaguchi Gohei, and the people after them. Then the old man wept a little, partly because he was happy, and partly because he was aged and weak, and had been sorely tried. "My host remains," he said, as soon as he could find words, automatically caressing Tada's brown cheeks, "and there is room for many. Also the temple on the hill stands, and there is shelter there for the others." Then he led the way to his house, and the people cried and shouted. The period of distress was long, because in those days there were no means of quick communication between the district, and the help needed had to be sent from far away. But when better times came, the people did not forget their debt to Hamaguchi Gohei. They could not make him rich, nor would he have suffered them to do so, even had it been possible. Moreover, gifts could not have sufficed as an expression of their reverential feeling towards him, for they believed that the ghost within him was divine. So they declared him a god, and therefore called him Hamaguchi Daimyojin, thinking they could give him no greater honor. And truly no greater honor in any country could be given to a mortal man. And when they rebuilt the village, they built a temple to the spirit of him, and fixed about the front of it a tablet bearing the name in Chinese text of gold, and they worshipped him there with prayer and with offerings. How he felt about it I cannot say. I know only that he continued to live in his old thatched home upon the hill, with his children and his children's children, just as humanly and simply as before, while his soul was being worshipped in the shrine below. 100 years and more he has been dead, but his temple, they tell me, still stands, and the people still pray to the ghost of the good old farmer to help them in times of fear or trouble. End of section 99. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Section 100 of China, Japan and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia as the narrator.
Nemo as the rector.
Eva Davis as the curate.
Thomas Peter as the first parishioner.
Todd as the second parishioner.
And Sarah Hale as the third parishioner.
The World's Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 100. Ribs and Skin, by Unknown. Between the classical dramas in meter, it is the custom of the Japanese to introduce a little prose comedy, like the following. The Editor. Dramatis Personae, the rector of a Buddhist temple, his curate, 3 of the parishioners. Scene, the temple.
I am rector of this temple. I have to call my curate to make a communication to him. Curate, are you there? Are you there? Hello?
Here am I. What is your reason for being pleased to call me?
My reason for calling you is just simply this. I, unworthy priest, am already stricken in years, and the duties of the temple service weigh heavily upon me. So, do you please to understand that, from today, I resign this benefice in your favor.
I feel deeply indebted to your reverence, but as I am still deficient in learning, and as, moreover, no time, however late, would seem too late to me, I beg of you to be so kind as to delay this change.
Nothing could please me more than your most charming answer. But you must know that, though retiring from the rectorship, I do not intend to leave the temple. I shall simply take up my abode in the back apartment. So, if there should be any business of any kind, please to let me know.
Well, if it must be so, I will act in accordance with your august desire.
And mind, though it will scarcely be necessary for me to say so, that you do everything in such a manner as to please the parishioners, and make the temple prosperous.
Pray feel no uneasiness on that head. I will do things in such a way as to please the parishioners right well.
Well, then, I retire without further delay. So, if there should be anything you want to ask, come and call me.
Your commands are laid to heart.
And if any parishioner should call, please to let me know.
Your injunction shall be kept in mind. This is delightful. To think of the joy of his ceding the benefice to me today. Just as I was saying to myself, when will the rector resign in my favor? When will he resign in my favor? The parishioners, when they hear of it, are sure to be charmed, so I mean to manage it in such a way as to give them all satisfaction.
I am a resident in this neighborhood. I am on my way to a certain place on business, but as it has suddenly begun to threaten rain, I think I will look in at the parish temple and borrow an umbrella. Ah, here it is. Hoy! Admittance!
Oh, there's someone hallooing at the gate. Who is that asking for admittance? Who is that hallooing?
It is I.
Oh, you are indeed welcome.
It is long since I last had the honour of coming to inquire after you, but I trust that the worthy rector and yourself are still in the enjoyment of good health.
Oh, yes, we both continue well. But I must tell you that, moved by some impulse or other, my master has deigned to resign the benefice in my favour. So I pray that you will continue as heretofore to honour our temple with your visits.
That is an auspicious event, and if I have not been before to offer my congratulations, it is because I was not apprised of it. Well, my present reason for calling is just simply this. I am off today to a certain place, but as it has suddenly begun to threaten rain, I should feel much obliged if you would kindly condescend to lend me an umbrella.
Certainly, nothing easier. I will have the honour to lend it to you. Please wait here an instant.
Oh, very many thanks.
Here then, I will have the honour to lend you this one.
Oh, I owe you very many thanks.
Please, always tell me if there is anything of any kind that I can do for you.
Certainly. I will call in your assistance. But now I will be off.
Are you going?
Yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I am much indebted to you.
Thanks for your visit.
Ah, well, that is all right. I will hasten on.
As he said, I was to let him know if any of the parishioners came. I will go and tell him what has passed. Pray, are you in?
Oh, that is you.
How dull your reverence must be feeling.
No, I am not dull.
Somebody has just been here.
Did he come to worship, or was it that he had business with us?
He came to borrow an umbrella, so I lent him one.
Quite right of you to lend it. But tell me, which umbrella did you lend?
I lent the one that came home new the other day.
What a thoughtless fellow you are! Would anybody ever dream of lending an umbrella like that one, that had not even been once used yet? The case will present itself again. When you do not want to lend it, you can make an excuse.
How would you say?
You should say, "The request with which you honor me is a slight one, but a day or two ago my master went out with it, and meeting with a gust of wind at a place where 4 roads met, the ribs flew off on one side and the skin on another. So we have tied both skin and ribs by the middle, and hung them up to the ceiling. This being so, it would hardly be able to answer your purpose. Something like that, something with an air of truth about it, is what you should say."
Your injunction shall be kept in mind, and I will make that answer another time. Now I will be going.
Are you off?
Yes.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. What can this mean? Let my master say what he likes. It does seem strange to refuse to lend a thing when you have it by you.
I am a resident in this neighborhood. As I am going on a long journey today, I mean to go to the parish temple and borrow a horse. I will go quickly. Ah, here it is. Hoy! Admittance!
There is someone hallooing at the gate again. Who is that? Asking for admittance? Who is that hallooing?
It is I.
Oh, you are indeed most welcome.
My present reason for calling is just simply this. I am off today on a long journey, and, though it is a bold request to make, I should feel much obliged if you would condescend to lend me a horse.
And nothing could be slighter than the request with which you honor me. But a day or two ago, my master went out with it, and meeting with a gust of wind at a place where 4 roads met, the ribs flew off on one side and the skin on another. So we have tied both skin and ribs by the middle and hung them up to the ceiling. This being so, it would hardly be able to answer your purpose.
Why, it is a horse that I am asking for.
Yes, certainly, a horse.
Oh, well, then there is no help for it. I shall be off.
Are you going?
Yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thanks for your visit.
Well, I never. He says things that I cannot in the least make out.
I spoke as my master had instructed me, so doubtless he will be pleased. Pray, are you in?
Oh, that is you. Is it on business that you come?
Somebody has just been here to borrow our horse.
And you lent him, as he fortunately happened to be disengaged?
Oh, no, I did not lend it, but replied in the manner you had taught me.
What? I do not remember saying anything about the horse. What was it you answered?
I said that you had been out with it a day or two ago, and that, meeting with a gust of wind at a place where 4 roads met, the ribs had flown off on one side and the skin on the other, which being the case, it would hardly be able to answer his purpose.
What do you mean? It was if they came to ask for an umbrella that I told you to reply like that. But would anybody ever dream of saying such a thing to a person who should come to borrow a horse? Another time, when you do not want to lend it, you can make a fitting excuse.
How would you say?
You should say, we lately turned him out to grass, and becoming frolicsome, he dislocated his thigh, and is lying down covered with straw in a corner of the stable. This being so, he will hardly be able to answer your purpose. Something like that, something with an air of truth about it, is what you should say.
Your injunctions shall be kept in mind, and I will make use of them next time.
Be sure you do not say something stupid.
What can this mean? To say a thing because he tells me to say it, and then, forsooth, to get a scolding for it. For all I am now my own master, I see no way out of these perplexities.
I am a resident in this neighborhood, and am on my way to the parish temple, where I have some business. Well, I'll make haste. Ah, here I am. Hoy! Admittance!
There is someone hallooing at the gate again. Who is that asking for admittance? Who is that hallooing?
It is I.
Oh, a hearty welcome to you.
It is long since I last had the honor of coming to inquire after you, but I trust that the worthy rector and yourself are still in the enjoyment of good health.
Oh, yes, we both continue well. But, by the way, my master, moved by some impulse or other, has designed to resign the benefice in my favor, so I pray that you will continue to honor our temple with your visits.
That is an auspicious event, and if I have not been already to offer my congratulations, it is because I was not apprised of it. Tomorrow, being a religious anniversary in my family, I should feel greatly obliged if our worthy rector and yourself would condescend to come to my house.
For myself, I will come, but my master will scarcely be able to do so.
What? Has he any other business on hand?
No, he has no particular business on hand, but we lately turned him out to grass, and becoming frolicsome, he dislocated his thigh, and is lying down, covered with straw, in a corner of the stable. This being so, he will scarcely be able to come.
Why? It is the rector that I'm talking about.
Yes, certainly, the rector.
Well, I am very sorry such a thing should have occurred. At any rate, do you, please, be so kind as to come.
Most certainly, I will come.
Now I'll be off.
Are you going?
Yes, goodbye.
Goodbye. Thanks for your visit.
Well, I never. He says things that I cannot in the least make out.
This time, at all events, he will be pleased. Pray, are you in?
Oh, that is you. Is it on business that you come?
Somebody has just been here to ask both your reverence and myself to go to him tomorrow, when there is a religious anniversary in his family. So I said that I would go, but that you would scarcely be able to do so.
What a pity. I should have liked to have gone, as I just happen to be at leisure tomorrow.
Oh, but I said what you had instructed me to say.
I do not remember. What was it, then, that you answered?
I said that we had lately turned you out to grass, and that, becoming frolicsome, you had dislocated your thigh, and were lying down covered with straw in a corner of the stable, so that you would scarcely be able to go.
You really and truly went and said that?
Yes, really and truly.
Well, I never. You are an idiot. Speak as I may over and over again, nothing seems to be able to make you understand. It was if they came to borrow a horse that I told you to make that answer. The end of all this is that it will never do for you to become rector. Get along with you.
Oh.
Won't you get along?
Dear.
Won't you get along?
Dear. Oh, dear.
Won't you get
dear.
along?
Oh, dear. But, reverend sir, for all you are my master, it is an unheard of shame for you to beat me thus. And for all you are the man you are, you cannot be said to have been without your frolics either. That you cannot.
When was I ever frolicsome? If I ever was, out with it, quick! Out with it, quick!
If I were to tell it, you would be put to shame.
I am conscious of nothing that could put me to shame. If anything there be, out with it, quick! Out with it, quick!
Well then, I'll tell it, I will.
Out with it, quick!
Well then.
The curate here whispers a bit of scandal.
Insolent rascal, inventing things that I never did, and bringing shame on your superior. After this, by the god of war with his bow and arrows, I shall not let you escape me.
For all you are my master, I do not intend to let myself get the worst of it.
Fighting.
Has the old fool learnt a lesson? Oh, I am glad. I am glad. I've beat.
Dearie, dearie me. Where is he off to after having put his master in such a plight? Is there nobody there? Catch him! I won't let him escape. I won't let him escape.
End of section 100. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 101 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Davis. The World Story, Volume 1, China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 101, How It Would Feel to be a Shinto God, by Lafcadio Hearn. Of whatever dimension, the temples or shrines of pure Shinto are all built in the same archaic style. The typical shrine is a windowless oblong building of unpainted timber with a very steep overhanging roof. The front is the gable end, and the upper part of the perpetually closed doors is wooden latticework, usually a grating of bars closely set and crossing each other at right angles. In most cases, the structure is raised slightly above the ground on wooden pillars, and the queer peaked facade, with its visor-like apertures and the fantastic projections of beamwork above its gable angle, might remind the European traveller of certain old Gothic forms of dormer. There is no artificial colour. The plain wood soon turns, under the action of rain and sun, to a natural grey, varying according to surface exposure, from the silvery tone of birch bark to the sombre grey of basalt. So shaped and so tinted, the isolated country yashiro may seem less like a work of joinery than a feature of the scenery, a rural form related to nature as closely as rocks and trees, a something that came into existence only as a manifestation of a Hotsuchi no Kami, the earth god, the primeval divinity of the land. Why certain architectural forms produce in the beholder a feeling of weirdness is a question about which I should like to theorize some day. At present, I shall venture only to say that Shinto shrines evoke such a feeling. It grows with familiarity instead of weakening, and a knowledge of popular beliefs is apt to intensify it. We have no English words by which these queer shapes can be sufficiently described, much less any language able to communicate the peculiar impression which they make. Those Shinto terms which we loosely render by the words temple and shrine are really untranslatable. I mean that the Japanese ideas attaching to them cannot be conveyed by translation. The so-called august house of the kami is not so much a temple, in the classic meaning of the term, as it is a haunted room, a spirit chamber, a ghost house, many of the lesser divinities being veritably ghosts, ghosts of great warriors and heroes and rulers and teachers who lived and loved and died hundreds or thousands of years ago. I fancy that to the Western mind the word ghost house will convey, better than such terms as shrine and temple, some vague notion of the strange character of the Shinto miya or yashiro, containing in its perpetual dusk nothing more substantial than symbols or tokens, the latter probably of paper. Now the emptiness behind the visored front is more suggestive than anything material could possibly be, and when you remember that millions of people during thousands of years have worshipped their great dead before such yashiro, that a whole race still believes these buildings tenanted by viewless conscious personalities, you are apt also to reflect how difficult it would be to prove the faith absurd. Nay, in spite of Occidental reluctances, in spite of whatever you may think it expedient to say or not to say at a later time about the experience, you may very likely find yourself for a moment forced into the attitude of respect toward possibilities. Mere cold reasoning will not help you far in the opposite direction. The evidence of the senses counts for little. You know there are ever so many realities which can neither be seen nor heard nor felt, but which exist as forces, tremendous forces. Then again, you cannot mock the conviction of 40 millions of people, while that conviction thrills all about you like the air, while conscious that it is pressing upon your psychical being, just as the atmosphere presses upon your physical being. As for myself, whenever I am alone in the presence of a Shinto shrine, I have the sensation of being haunted, and I cannot help thinking about the possible apperceptions of the haunter. And this tempts me to fancy how I should feel if I myself were a god, dwelling in some old Izumo shrine on the summit of a hill, guarded by stone lions and shadowed by a holy grove. Elfishly small my habitation might be, but never too small, because I should have neither size nor form. I should be only a vibration, a motion invisible as of ether or of magnetism, though able sometimes to shape me as shadow body in the likeness of my former visible self, when I should wish to make apparition. As air to the bird, as water to the fish, so would all substance be permeable to the essence of me. I should pass at will through the walls of my dwelling, to swim in a long gold bath of a sunbeam, to thrill in the heart of a flower, to ride on the neck of a dragonfly. Power above life and power over death would be mine, and the power of self-extension, and the power of self-multiplication, and the power of being in all places at one and the same moment. Simultaneously in 100 homes I should hear myself worshipped. I should inhale the vapor of 100 offerings. Each evening, from my place within 100 household shrines, I should see the holy lights lighted for me in lamplets of red clay, in lamplets of brass, the lights of the kami, kindled with purest fire and fed with the purest oil. But in my yashiro upon the hill I should have greatest honor. There betimes I should gather the multitude of myselves together. There should I unify my powers to answer supplication. From the dusk of my ghost house I should look for the coming of sandaled feet, and watch brown supple fingers weaving to my bars the knotted papers which are records of vows, and observe the motion of the lips of my worshippers making prayer. Harai tamai, kiome tamai. We have beaten drums, we have lighted fires, yet the land thirsts and the rice fails. Deign out of thy divine pity to give us rain, O Daimyojin. Harai tamai, kiome tamai. I am dark, too dark, because I have toiled in the field, because the sun hath looked upon me. Deign thou augustly to make me white, very white, white like the women of the city, O Daimyojin. Harai tamai, kiome tamai. For Skamoto Motokichi our son, a soldier of 29, that he may conquer and come back quickly to us, soon, very soon, we humbly supplicate, O Daimyojin. Sometimes a girl would whisper all her heart to me. Maiden of 18 years, I am loved by a youth of 20. He is good, he is true, but poverty is with us, and the path of our love is dark. Aid us with thy great divine pity, help us that we may become united, O Daimyojin. Then to the bars of my shrine she would hang a thick soft tress of hair, her own hair, glossy and black as the wing of the crow, and bound with a cord of mulberry paper. And in the fragrance of that offering, the simple fragrance of her peasant youth, I, the ghost and god, should find again the feelings of the years when I was man and lover. Mothers would bring their children to my threshold and teach them to revere me, saying, Bow down before the great bright god, make homage to the Daimyojin. Then I should hear the fresh soft clapping of little hands and remember that I, the ghost and god, had been a father. Daily I should hear the plash of pure, cool water poured out for me, and the tinkle of thrown coin, and the pattering of dry rice into my wooden box, like a pattering of rain. And I should be refreshed by the spirit of the water, and strengthened by the spirit of the rice. Festivals would be held to honor me. Priests, black-coifed and linen-vestured, would bring me offerings of fruits and fish and seaweed and rice cakes and rice wine, masking their faces with sheets of white paper so as not to breathe upon my food. And the Miko, their daughters, fair girls in crimson hakama and robes of snowy white, would come to dance with tinkling of little bells, with waving of silken fans, that I might be gladdened by the bloom of their youth, that I might delight in the charm of their grace. And there would be music of many thousand years ago, weird music of drums and flutes, and songs in a tongue no longer spoken, while the Miko, the darlings of the gods, would poise and pose before me. Whose virgins are these? The virgins who stand like flowers before the deity. They are the virgins of the august deity. The august music, the dancing of the virgins, the deity will be pleased to hear, the deity will rejoice to see. Before the great bright god the virgins dance, the virgins all like flowers newly opened. Votive gifts of many kinds I should be given, painted paper lanterns bearing my sacred name, and towels of diverse colors printed with the number of the years of the giver, and pictures commemorating the fulfillment of prayers for the healing of sickness, the saving of ships, the quenching of fire, the birth of sons. Also my Karajishi, my guardian lions, would be honored. I should see my pilgrims tying sandals of straw to their necks and to their paws, with prayer to the Karajishi-sama for strength of foot. I should see fine moss like emerald fur growing slowly, slowly upon the backs of those lions. I should see the sprouting of lichens upon their flanks and upon their shoulders, in specklings of dead silver, in patches of dead gold. I should watch through years of generations the gradual sideward sinking of their pedestals undermined by frost and rain, until at last my lions would lose their balance and fall and break their mossy heads off, after which the people would give me new lions of another form, lions of granite or of bronze, with gilded teeth and gilded eyes, and tails like a torment of fire. Between the trunks of the cedars and pines, between the jointed columns of the bamboos, I should observe, season after season, the changes of the colors of the valley, the falling of the snow of winter, and the falling of the snow of cherry flowers, the lilac spread of the miyakobana, the blazing yellow of the natane, the sky blue mirrored and flooded levels, levels dotted with the moon-shaped hats of the toiling people who would love me, and at last the pure and tender green of the growing rice. The myuku birds and the uguisu would fill the shadows of my groves with ripplings and purlings of melody. The bell insects, the crickets, and the 7 marvelous cicadae of summer would make all the wood of my ghost house thrill to their musical storms. Betimes I should enter, like an ecstasy, into the tiny lives of them, to quicken the joy of their clamor, to magnify the sonority of their song. But I can never become a god, for this is the 19th century, and nobody can be really aware of the nature of the sensations of a god, unless there be gods in the flesh. Are there? Perhaps. In very remote districts, 1 or 2. End of section 101. This recording is in the public domain.
Section number 102 of China, Japan, and the Islands of the Pacific. Read for LibriVox.org by Linda Marie Nielsen. Interior of a Japanese temple. Photograph, page 368. The Buddhist temples of Japan are thus described by Sadakichi Hartmann. It is in detail that the Japanese architect most excels, for if he conceives like a giant, he invariably finishes like a jeweler. Every detail, to the very nails, which are not dull surfaces, but rendered exquisite ornaments, is a work of art. Everywhere we encounter friezes and carvings in relief, representing in quaint color harmonies flowers and birds, or heavenly spirits playing upon flutes and stringed instruments. The pavement is executed in color slabs, and the pillars are gilded from top to bottom. Even the stairs of some temples are fashioned of gold lacquer. Gold is the neutral color of Japanese decoration. Some of the temple interiors are like visions of the 1,001 Nights. Imagine a sanctuary where the ceiling is as magnificent as painting, sculpture, lacquer, and precious metals can make it, representing a dark blue sea in which golden dragons are sporting, pierced at intervals by gorgeous columns, gold lacquered and capped with embossed bronze, and where walls and ceilings are reflected, as in a forest pool, in the black floor of polished lacquer. Colossal structures are common enough in Japan. The porch of the great temple of Tojai rests on pillars 100 feet in height by 12 feet in circumference, and this porch simply furnishes access to another porch of equal size, behind which stands the temple itself, of whose size we may form some idea from the fact that within it contains a colossal image of the Buddha, 53 feet in height, with a nimbus surrounding the head 83 feet in diameter. Not less vast are the proportions of the great sanctuary at Nara, where each column, 100 feet in height, consists of a single stem. It is astonishing to learn that these structures, vast in size and splendid in decoration, blazing with gold and colors, as gorgeous now after a lapse of 1,000 years as they were at first, belong to an age compared to whose remoteness the European cathedrals must almost be called modern. End of section 102. This recording is in the public domain.